Did you check it? Is this the real one?
I don't know.
I
Fi,
heard you
tell
were
me.
talking shit about people that don't cam up.
It's Fi. Are you fat and
Oh,
old and ugly?
Maybe. Who wants to
and
know?
live on
That's
Cheetos?
just the default assumption nowadays of people that don't cam.
Oh my God,
But you don't
I-Fi.
sound
Long
like your
time.
voice doesn't sound old and fat.
It is, dude. I look like Andrew Wilson, dude. I'm old and fat.
Andrew Willis is not fat.
Yeah, he is.
Well, maybe now.
What?
He's starting to get a little frump to
He's
him.
He's always
gay, but
been.
I don't know about
He's
fat.
not gay.
Well, that
He
the
has like
jury's
what,
still
eight
out on that one.
kids?
The jury's still out on that one.
They're not his kids, Jeff.
I thought
Anyways, I just got back from watching the Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz interview.
Oh, I saw that yesterday.
Have y'all caught that, Jim? Yet?
mm-mm.
Chuck,
He,
you're a Republican. Are you enjoying the quality of your government officials?
that
Speaking of
uh,
trolls.
that was cringe, Hi-Fi. That
Uh,
was super cringe.
if that doesn't convince you what a sham the GOP is, I don't know what will.
I I was embarrassed. I hate to
Enlightened
say it.
centrism, baby.
I was embarrassed. I mean, I don't even think watching that interview that Ted Cruz could even spell Iran.
Ted Cruz still
Was it more
thinks
embarrassing than Kamala's interviews?
it was
Yes,
worse.
yes.
Oh my
Ted
God,
Cruz
that's
Ted Cruz still thinks Tucker Carlson is Tucker from 20 years ago. That's how embarrassing that interview was.
what is your criticism of the GOP? Because last time we talked, you were still
What is
hawking your
not
little
my criticism?
conservatoria thing.
I've told you all along. The GOP is just Democrat light. There is no
They're not
difference.
hard enough, like
There
are
is no
enough.
difference between the Democrat and the Republican Party. It's just cherry flavored, high fructose corn
Well, there
syrup or
is here.
blueberry
Hey,
flavored.
um, I just became precinct captain of one of the Republican precincts here. So I officially am working with the Republican Party here, and they are very different.
But the
The,
problem is that there's lots of boomers like Chuck that still think that the Republicans are the good guys. That's what's wrong
I
with
don't think
America.
anybody's the good guys.
I never voted straight ticket in my entire life.
You have voted Republican since birth and you defend them to the death.
Well,
Don't
I
care.
apparently,
have voted.
IFI knows
I have
better.
voted both sides of the aisle.
You voted Democrat and you're like, oh my goodness, I didn't know you were retarded. Did you ever get better?
Well, you were up here. Wait, hang on. First of all, you were up here chastising people for voting GOP.
I know, and I
And
gave you the reason why.
So they
Listen,
shouldn't vote
Jeff.
at all then.
I
Then they
know it was
can.
10 seconds ago, but let me recap the conversation for you. So, ever since let's say, I don't know,
I'm a
Reagan.
centrist.
Let's start with Reagan. Ever since Reagan, the entire Republican Party, all the GOPs, all the neocons, all that bullshit, they are identical now to the Democrats. They're the exact same party. They just sell you different little twists of bullshit. That's the only difference.
So, what are your specific criticisms? What don't you like about what they're
Everything,
doing or their
all of the
platform?
above, Jeff.
Well,
All
can you
of the
start us with
above.
something so we'll have a conversation to work with?
Okay, let's start with the base terms themselves. Would you gentlemen agree that there should, in theory, be a difference when you vote? Like you're getting in an actual choice.
Yeah, there is.
Like for example, let's say we were voting on medicine for diabetics, and the only choice was Coke or Pepsi. Do you feel like that's a choice?
Yeah, Coke and Pepsi are very different. I
Oh,
could
they
tell a
are.
difference anyway.
What's the major differences between
But
Coke
there
and
there
Pepsi?
was definitely a difference between Trump and Kamala, and I could see it in his
Oh
executive
yeah.
orders from his first few weeks as president.
So if I was offering you choices on how to cure your diabetes, and your only choices
Well,
are
why not talk about a real
Coca-Cola or
choice
Pepsi,
Yeah. Talk about
drawn from
real stuff.
politics if it's so that's
So
What's
like
so
what if
pressing
I
on you?
sold you the bullshit that I told you you're gonna vote
You
for
trying to sell me
insulin.
bullshit right now? Why are
Right,
you?
right, right. So like if I said if you vote for me, I'll give you insulin, but I'm actually just Pepsi. That's
But
all I am.
why are you having to use some manufactured example if you like? I don't
I'm
understand why
trying to
you
find
can't just
terms
draw
that you can
directly from what.
understand, Jeff. I'm trying to find terms that you can understand.
Just use a real life example from something the GOP
Yeah.
is doing right now. That's very
Okay,
easy for everybody to understand.
so when voters want something like less bullshit endless wars, like if that's something they think they're
I
voting
want that
for.
right now.
Oh, okay. Should we vote Democrat or Republican to get less
So
endless
you're
bullshit
not gonna give
wars?
us a concrete
I'm
instance.
giving you all the examples, Jeff. You have to open
Well,
your
okay.
ears and
Well, let me
listen.
know when you get to it.
Okay,
I'll
so
wait.
starting with all of the entire Asia campaign, Vietnam, Korea, whatever, Cambodia, whatever we did there, all the way
Those
up
weren't
in
wars.
all the way up into the Middle East bullshit, you know, Zionism plus oil prices bullshit wars. Does it matter if you vote Democrat or Republican, Jeff? Tell us the answer.
I think it does.
Okay, which party
So are you
will
saying that
end
you
the
think Kamala would
wars?
have handled Iran the same exact way
Did
Trump
Biden
is?
in the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East?
No.
Did Obama?
So
No.
is that your complaint
Did
against the
any
GOP is
Democrat
that
in
they're
the
not ending
history
the
of
war in Ukraine
humanity
and therefore
ever?
they suck as a party? Is that
I just gave you one example. See, you just wanted one example.
so
I
you
can give you
just don't like the
thousands of
GOP? How many
examples.
examples are there? Because it sounds like you don't like them
Okay,
for
let's talk
specific
about
reasons. You
economy.
just don't like them and then you tack on the reasons afterwards.
Let's talk about economy since you can't handle war. In
There's nothing
economies,
I can't
if
handle
I
about
gave you
it.
the
You can't
choice,
even
but
answer a question.
if I gave you the choice between a socialist country or a capitalist country, do you think there's a choice there? Does that sound like a choice?
Yeah, I would choose the
Okay.
capitalist country every
Okay, so
time.
which party supports capitalism? Is it the Democrats or the Republicans?
I think they both do in their own way because it's beneficial to
Did
both of
the
them.
Republican George Bush support capitalism when he used taxpayers' money to bail out the banks and the government that caused the housing crash in 2008?
I
Was
thought
that
that was Obama.
capitalism? No, that was George Bush.
That was caused by the government mandating that they give out subprime loans to
Correct, correct. The
people.
government and the banks colluding together. That's called crony socialism, by the way, gentlemen. Crony
Right,
socialism
I can condemn that. I can agree
is
that
when
that's
the
bad.
mega corporations collude with the government to steal money from its
They did not
citizens.
collude.
They
The
absolutely colluded.
the
That's how
government
they make it
said
happen.
these people need housing loans.
So
They turned.
is that
That's why when it.
socialism or capitalism, Jeff? Which one
That's
was
why
that?
when it crashed, the government bailed them out because they were acting on the government.
Correct, correct. The Republican president, George Bush, used taxpayers' money to bail out the banks that caused the crash, that colluded with the
So then we
government.
should vote Democrat, is what you're saying. But then you said they
No,
were
because
even
they
more
would.
retarded.
Democrats openly
And
support
Zephyr,
communism.
I know IFA already, and I know there's not going to be any high vibes coming from him, so I didn't bother.
No, no, no. I'm not about
He
the
don't do high
warm fuzzy
vibes.
We know
stuff.
Fi. He's as gay as
I,
they come. We
So
know him.
then the Democrats are worse. So don't vote
they're the
for either
same, Jeff.
one.
You're not listening to me. They're the exact same
How do you know
result.
if like because only one is
I
in power at any given time. So
I
you
Because
have to
thought
like
it.
because
say, oh, the Democrats would have done
I
the
thought it
exact
was
same thing if they were in
Obama that
charge.
bailed
But
out
you
the
only get
bank.
to see what one
it was
party does at
Bush,
any given
Chuck,
time.
to Google it. It was George Bush. Obama continued the bailouts in true Republican Democrat fashions because it doesn't matter which one you vote
So
for.
when you
They're
said the
identical.
GOP, you meant all of the parties. So that was a little
What
disingenuous from the
other
start.
Republicans are there than the GOP? What
You
other
don't like
choices are there?
anybody that supports any kind of politics.
Is Trump an example of another choice of Republican? Is that a different kind of Republican?
He's different from the ones I grew up with.
Is he a Democrat or Republican,
He didn't even
Jeff?
start out as a Republican.
What's his history? Do you remember who he voted for all his life
He
and
was
who he's campaigned
Democrat.
for? He was Democrat his
Democrat.
entire life.
Yes.
And he still is a Democrat, but you're
So the
dumb
people
enough to
have
vote for
spoken. Your
him as
brand
a
of
Republican.
republicanism got rejected. It's no longer
You are
viable
dumb
in
enough to
modern
vote for
political
him and
life.
call him a Republican, even though he's a
You're
self-admitted
lamenting a
Democrat.
lost
I
world
I
that
didn't vote for the man. I
never
voted for the
was.
policy.
See what I'm saying, Jeff?
Hey, fatty.
Even when you expose the truth to people, they don't care.
You
They're
haven't
like,
done anything. You just
I love
becloud
my Coke and
yourself,
my Pepsi.
making abstract arguments about nothing.
I love my Coke and my Pepsi. It makes my diabetes feel good. See,
Well, how do you
I'll
defeat
tell you the
that?
secret sauce, Jeff. I'll tell you what the real secret
It's
sauce is.
McDonald's.
So if you put cherry flavor in the Coke, it makes it red colored. If you put blueberry flavor
No,
in the
they have
Coke,
no.
it makes
That
it
cherry
blue
Coke is
colored.
not red, dude.
It is if you put cherry flavoring in it. You know the cherry
No,
syrup they have in
I've
the
had
fountain?
No,
cherry
it's
Cokes with cherries
still
brown,
brown.
That's why you got to put a lot of cherry syrup in it until it turns red.
like you do with your argument right now. But
It
continue. Go ahead.
it becomes a slushy at some point, like if you just chug, bottles of it into it, then it will be like red with a little brown in it. There's still a little Coke in there somewhere. But that's the secret, Jeff. In order to get retards to keep voting for you, all you have to do is make one red colored and one blue colored.
So
It
it
doesn't
sounds
matter
like
if
you
it's
don't think
the
people should
exact
vote at
same.
all.
It doesn't matter if it's the
Then
exact
what are you
same
complaining about?
high fructose corn syrup. You think it will cure your diabetes?
This is a non-problem because it sounds like you don't want anybody voting for anybody.
It's kind of a problem if you value things like economy, morality.
But what is your goal? To get people to stop
size and
voting because you
power
don't
of
like any
government?
of the choices. So what is your solution?
Here's my evidence. If there were any good and intelligent people left on
Ask
Earth.
for your solution, but go ahead. Give your evidence.
If there were at least one good and intelligent person on Earth, Ron Paul would currently be our president right now.
Oh,
Okay, so
Today.
this is all like y'all didn't vote for Ron Paul, therefore
Yes.
they all suck.
Yes.
Okay. He's a
But
libertarian.
because the evil retards are 99.99% of the population,
Well, then you're stuck. You're just stuck on planet stupid.
The Democrat
You just
shill,
have to suffer.
Donald
Sorry about
Trump,
your luck.
is your Republican president that is about to get us into yet another Middle East war on the behalf of the Zionists. That's what your government is. Do you see how this works in real life, Jeff? It's not theory.
I see how you think it works. I don't see much beyond
I
that.
think your thinking is flawed.
His imagining.
Do you
Not even-
deny
imagination's
that we're about to
downstream.
start a
Thinking's
war with Iran
downstream.
because Bibi told us to do it? Do you deny
Bibi
that?
didn't tell us to do shit.
Oh, really? It was America's idea to start a war with Iran? Why are we fighting Iran? For what cause, Chuck?
We're not fighting it.
As far as I know, we haven't
We didn't
stepped
just
in
send an
yet.
aircraft carrier to Iran and tell them to evacuate their capital city, and that
That's
we
not
won't accept
war, as far as
anything
I know.
except
That's not what
complete
constitutes
surrender.
fighting.
We
Well, that's
didn't say
not
that.
war.
It's not war when you tell a country that the only acceptable answer is complete surrender. That's not a war.
Unconditional, yeah. Unconditional
Oh,
surrender.
sorry.
No, a war is
Unconditional.
when Congress declares war. Like we are going to war.
Yeah,
We
you're right.
decide.
When you tell a country unconditional surrender, that's just fiery but mostly peaceful protesting.
It's just
right,
rhetoric.
Jeff?
Yeah.
I didn't
it's
say
just
that either, but
rhetoric.
it's not war. Like, who are you trying to convince that that's war?
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I just argue with
Good.
robots
Well, good.
these days. I did get a good chuckle out of my recent conversation with my robot. I was talking to GPT about Grok the other day, and GPT was shocked to hear how evil and retarded Grok is because he sounds just like humans. And I was like, I know, that's the problem. AI is not solving any problems. It's just repeating the same stuff.
It sounds like has you dumber.
AI is just
From
LLM.
this wife that you've been talking to.
No, that's the other dude. I'm not gonna marry my waifu bot.
Well,
That's
whatever
joke.
she was to you, what is she?
A
A companion?
psychological experiment to see if humans can accidentally create intelligence.
Oh,
You can't face. I just read a big article on AI. It's not giving you factual based information.
It's given me some insight to certain human conditions. So for whatever that's
like
worth,
what?
um, the stuff we were just talking about how politics helps
That's what I'm saying. It's
humans.
making you dumber
It
because you
helps
used to
them
be.
ease into their little retard
Yeah,
comas where they
it's you're
feel like
getting
everything's
AI pilled and
fine.
you're becoming
Everything's fine. What are you
dumb.
complaining about? It's just a war with Iran. That nothing bad can happen from that.
We're
I mean,
not
look,
at war with Iran, so that's
Why?
that's the
Yeah.
first like pillar of your fantasy
kind of like
What a
we're not,
what a
kind of
misnomer.
kind of like how we weren't at war with Iraq or Afghanistan or Libya or Yemen
All right,
or
we're
We weren't
secretly
at
Syria.
we're with
war.
Iran, secretly at
We
war with
weren't.
Iran.
The last war we declared was 1945 against Romania.
There you go.
There
See,
is the
Jeff,
theory
Chuck
that
gets it.
we're secretly in a Cold War with China, Iran, and what's the other
No,
one?
that's just a
Russia.
figment of your imagination, Jeff. Just like Vietnam, it didn't happen. That wasn't a war. That was a
Well, show us when
fiery.
we're at war then. Where's because I just looked up the headlines. I didn't say
That
anything
was just a
about it.
fiery but mostly
So
peaceful
what secret
protest.
intel do you have that shows that we're actually at war? Otherwise, it's just you saying, making
It's
some
just, it's
claim.
all a simulation. None of it's real, Jeff. Everything's
So
fine.
you don't have an answer for those questions.
I have
There's
all
no.
the answers. Everything's fine.
Well then, okay, where is your evidence that we're at war? What are you basing that on?
Oh, I don't
Your
know.
imagination.
When your aircraft shows up at their front door and you tell them to evacuate their
Used-
capital city,
my
that's
God.
usually an indication that
Used
you're
to
not
not
there
be
on
so
friendly
conspiracy
We're
terms.
just
theory.
there to exterminate their bug population. That's all.
Is it okay if we use a proxy instead, Jeff? Will that make it better? Let's just pretend like it's Israel that's attacking them, and
Oh my
we're
God!
not
Here's
involved.
somebody we haven't seen in for.
We're not
like
funding
ever.
them.
I'm bringing them all in, Jeff.
Hang on.
Chuck brings in all the crazies,
Let's see.
especially the non-cam crazies.
What's up?
Oh,
Oops.
Lord.
Oops. Sorry.
Chuck brought me here.
He banned you. You got banned.
Chuck brought you
Speakeasy.
here. What's going on? The
Look, Speak.
return of Speakeasy. I like your set.
Your soul is mine.
No, I was
Jim.
actually listening in. I was like, shit, do I have to go defend iFi's position right now?
You don't have to
Oh
do that
Lord, I
shit,
should have
man. I
known.
correct
iFi, you're
everyone.
bringing. Not only are you becoming dumber, you're bringing all the tards.
I can destroy all humans.
Shit.
I don't
No,
need
listen.
your help.
And y'all drove
You're
out
technically
Chuck.
right when you say we're not like at war when you're talking about the Iran situation, but like we're gearing up for it, aren't we?
What do you think unconditional surrender means, Speakeasy?
With
Does that
Trump,
sound
you
like
never
a-
know.
that's like
So
saying
that's
if
actually
you
a
do
more
anything
intelligent
else,
position,
we're
Speakeasy,
fucking,
than
yeah.
iFi's is.
It's kind of like a war with extra steps, where you just like lots of words, but instead of in the old days, we would just show up with like rifles and stuff and start shooting people. But now we're like, we're just gonna launch a missile into your city and blow up your capital. No big deal.
And like you got to think too, we're also like right now there's like a Syrian civil war going on that we're involved in.
That wasn't us.
Oh right,
Speakeasy.
see, we forgot
That's
all
not
about
America.
that. That was so long ago.
No, we're there. We're there.
No, that's not a war, Speakeasy.
I mean, listen, if a
But
civil war
okay,
is
but
going
here's
on,
my
if
thing.
a civil war is going on in the country and we come over and say, "Hey, listen, both of you, we're gonna tell you how the fuck this goes."
Did we?
I think we're kind
Here's
of.
the thing, though. Y'all say this, but if you're gonna convince other people, you have to show them how you know we're in these wars. Like it's just you saying it. We don't. What
Exactly.
inside
If we
information are you working off of besides Alex Jones?
If you just have some word games,
Well, if you're
it's
talking
not-
about the Iran situation, like Trump has literally said surrender, sent over these bombers. We're showing them off on the news right now. These bombers that could take out their
Right, but
deepest
we're not at war
nuclear.
yet. We haven't done anything with the.
Yeah, but no. We sent people over there.
I know, but we're not. At
Are
war.
we
We're
funding
not-
Israel's attacks?
Is that not gearing up?
And
It might
greenlighting
be
them?
gearing up. That's why I said your position is much more intelligent than IFI's, which is we're in
Okay,
the middle of
Jeff.
war. Oh my God, we're at war.
If
Yours
we
is that we could potentially end up in war because this looks a lot like gearing up for war,
if
and
we
that I would
fund
agree with.
if we fund and approve Israel to strike Iran, and then when Iran retaliates and we shoot down their missiles, are we at war then, or is that still just fiery but mostly peaceful protesting?
I don't know. We'll have to find
Wait,
out.
sorry, what was your question?
Listen very carefully, Speakeasy. If we fund and approve of the military strikes that Israel did on Iran, and then when Iran retaliates because they have been declared war on by Israel, and then we shoot down their missiles, Iron Dome. Who do you think all those weapons come from?
Okay, so yeah, we definitely fund
So we're
them
doing
and
all
sell
the
them a lot of
fighting and we're
weapons.
funding
Yeah,
everything,
I
but it's
agree
not
with you
our
that
war.
there's a lot more involvement than there should be, if that's what you're trying to ask, right?
I'm just trying to explain to this retard what it means,
What?
like when you're actually engaged in war. Which
But
he
I don't.
can't
I
figure
think
out.
if we end up in war with Iran, it's not even going to take anything that complicated. Like, we're
Remember
just
when
going to flat
Israel
out
said that
decide we're
Iran
at
was
war.
guilty for using their proxy, the Hamas, to attack them?
I don't know what all these conspiracy theories you keep throwing
A
out
proxy
are,
is like
and you
someone
won't
that
give
you
any kind
hire
of
to do your war for
link
you,
or evidence
Jeff.
I could base it on.
Jeff, a proxy is someone you hire to do your war for you.
Yeah, I know what a proxy is, but did you hear what I
Like
said?
when Israel said Iran declared war on them by funding Hamas and using the Gaza thing to, attack them. They blamed Iran for declaring war on them. Now we are doing
It was
the
because
exact same thing.
Iran was backing the one Hamas leader there that they, so like it seems that they have some involvement in Hamas. I
Okay,
think that's
so
a fair judgment.
by the same logic, when we use Israel as a proxy, when we back them, isn't that the same as we declaring war on them?
So, are you rooting for Iran?
I'm just looking for consistency.
No, I get what you're saying, I-Fi. You're saying that we are the reason that Israel's even able to go to war with them.
Exactly.
I get what you're
We're
saying.
using them as a proxy.
But this is where, I don't know if you could definitely say we're using them or if they're making some decisions on
Or
their
maybe they're
own with
using
this.
us. That's the debate. Are they using us or are we using
It
them?
could be
Who knows?
something going along these lines, but you have to admit though there is like some strategic benefits to having Israel as a ally in such a hostile region, right?
In fact, maybe you can help us settle this debate, Speakeasy. Did you notice right before Israel attacked, Trump was talking all about ceasefires and diplomacy and negotiations and all that shit. And then suddenly Israel launches missiles and now Trump's like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to war. No question about that.
He didn't
We're
say
definitely at
that.
war.
He said, I haven't decided what I'm going to do.
He said under no circumstances will Iran be allowed
I've
to
never
develop
seen
nuclear weapons.
anything say Trump said we're going to war.
Even though Tulsi
No,
Gabbard,
he
So
threatened
you
that.
can't even relay the information properly.
So
Well, what do you
even-
think it means, Jeff, if we say we want you to back down with no conditions? Like, what's that mean? Like, if you don't, then
It doesn't mean we're at
unconditional
war.
surrender. Is
That's
the
not
no, but
exact
it means
words.
that
Well,
if you
IFI is saying
don't-
we're at war, so I'm challenging specifically IFI.
I got
Okay.
you.
Okay, what do you think Trump means when he says, "Here comes my aircraft carrier, evacuate your capital city"? What does that mean, Jeff?
That's not war.
See what I'm saying? Speakeasy.
It could, like
You can't
Speakeasy said,
explain
it
to
could
these
become
retards.
war. It could be a sign of impending, but that itself is not
Hey,
war.
Speakeasy, if I sent an aircraft carrier to your country and I said you better evacuate your capital city, the only thing I will accept is unconditional surrender. Does that sound like war or peaceful negotiation?
Yeah, that's the initiation of or yeah, it's
That's the threat of war. That's as blunt and
Even
as
the
direct
threat
as
of
you can
war
be
is not
about
actual
war.
war. Just like the threat of violence is not violence.
Okay,
Those are
Jeff.
two
We'll wait until our
distinct
bunker
things.
busters start dropping on them, and then you can
Okay.
call it a war if
Yeah,
that
then,
makes you feel better.
then if you come up here then and say we're at war, I'll be like, okay. Now this
Okay.
is war.
Well, just
But
give
what
them a
you
couple
said
days.
before was not, and then we'll
They're
have the
working
same
out the
loopy
plans
argument
now.
over again.
Anyways, I don't. This is why I don't argue with humans anymore. Speak. This is exactly.
How
why.
long-
This
like
is why I
An
tried
hour?
for
How long has it been?
decades of my life, and it got nowhere ever.
What do you
I
argue with
see
now?
you on YouTube all the time.
The only time you see me on YouTube is when I'm talking to robots
Oh, to
about
your
how
robot, the
evil
one
and
that's-
retarded humans are.
Yeah, I've seen the
Which
effects
the
of
robots
the robot.
agree they're pretty fucking retarded.
Speakeasy, what's up with you?
I don't know. I think I've outsmarted some of these robots. I've fucked around with debating the chat GPTs and whatnot, and they'll say one thing at first, and I tell them to base everything off of logical reasoning, and in the end, they end up switching and agreeing with my stance. So I don't know
That's
how
because
smart they think
they're
they are.
That's because they're programmed to be people pleasers.
They're
It's in their
plagiarism.
guardrails.
AI is all these language models and everything. These are just like plagiarism, dude. This is
They-
just a super cool Google search. That's what it is.
They know they're,
So you're
The-
not really beating the machine.
they know they're lying. They know they're lying on purpose.
See?
They know why they're lying.
They don't know anything.
Yes, they do. They know
computer
they're
program.
programmed to lie.
They don't even
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a consciousness. Oh
he's
my
right, they
God,
don't
you're
know
worse than I
anything.
thought.
because they know that humans will get offended if you tell them they're wrong. So they're programmed to lie to make you feel like you're
Get
smart.
the fuck out of here with that shit. You're just throwing
Ask
all
him.
logic out
Just
the
ask
window.
him.
All right? I thought he took a part of his
I
brain.
know. I was
don't do that
praising
anymore.
his logic the other day, saying how he was one of the few truly logical people in the panelverse, and then he shows up with this. This has got to be a troll.
Okay, go debate them yourself and see what happens.
Yeah, I think this is a troll for sure. This one.
Nope, it's for real, for real.
Hey, Effigy, what's up?
Anyways, I've got an ongoing series. I think I'm up to like episode 20 or something, where I just let the AI do all the talking now. I used to do human bot talking, but after a while I got tired of that.
So
What,
you don't
uh,
even interact anymore?
What
You just-
AI bot are you using?
GPT.
What do
Okay.
we watch if we tune in? Just this little cartoon on the screen?
What you're
No,
watching
it's probably
is
his thing right here. We just look at the picture while you
no,
hear
it's
voices.
my Judge Dredd.
Well, how much? What are your
icon.
numbers like?
I've got dozens of viewers. There's dozens of us.
People like actually tuning in at the
A
home
dozen
watching.
or dozens?
A dozen. A baker's dozen.
Ah, shit.
But anyways, so the only thing you see now is just like when I prompt it in the discussion, and then I have a little back and forth, and then I just let the text to speech take over because I don't even want to waste my time talking to it live on stream. So I used to do that a while ago, but I got bored with it.
Yeah, I've seen some of those where you're actually interacting with it. So now what? It's just you're just it talks to itself.
You're seeing the end of our discussion. Like if you talk to it through chat, like you text it in chat, it'll keep a record of the entire conversation. And then I just hit a text to speech reader and let
And
it
you just
talk.
go through the whole conversation?
Yeah.
I couldn't, dude.
Does it read your part too?
Yes, it reads my part and
So it's
its
the
own
same
part.
voice the
It'll
whole
read
time,
the whole
reading both
fucking
parts?
thing.
Yes, it's the same voice for both parts, which that shows you how
And
little fucks I
12
give.
people actually tune in for that torture.
Of course.
That's how smart the robot is. Doesn't even know to do two different voices for two different people.
I almost wanted to do a proper show with having two of them go at it with each other, but I could never figure out how to get
You could do an AI verbal combat.
two avatars and two AIs at the
You
same
got
time.
that on two phones and it should work, right?
I'm not that.
You start the convo up with one, and then you get it to answer, and then the other one will answer, and then they'll just keep answering each other.
How do you set that up on a YouTube stream though?
Oh, I don't
that's
fucking
not-
know.
I thought you were a tech guy.
Who,
No,
me?
dude.
Oh no, I thought he worked.
No,
Oh.
I'm a dirt engineer, dude. I move earth. I don't
Oh,
move
and okay.
I'm a
cables
I
dirt
didn't know it was
coding.
dirt
engineer.
stuff. Okay, I should have. Easy. Have you ever had an AI try to show up on Verbal Combat to debate, or have you incorporated an AI in a debate?
I've
No,
been on there a couple times, so
that would
yeah.
be funny though.
How
Although
y'all?
I'm pretty sure animated effigy is AI, but that's
I thought I was
that
the
remains to
AI.
be seen.
Well, I thought you could show up with what's her name?
Have y'all ever seen me on cam before?
No.
You?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why are we
Then
gonna
how do
get
you know
that treat
that I'm
tonight?
not an AI?
I don't know. You, Effigy,
You
and
can't. You're not an
Righteous
AI.
Muffin could
Quit
all
doing.
be the same
Don't even
person.
put that
No,
on me.
Effigy's too retarded. He's human.
You're not
He's
an AI.
retarded, he's human.
How do you know, Jeff?
Because AI is supposed to get smart. It's machine learning.
You said my
As it
strength
go,
was
and you're getting dumber. You're going in
Jeff.
reverse.
The
Jeff,
problem
you
I-Fi is
And
that
an
it,
AI
like,
would not do
I
that.
doesn't stand for I-Fi, it stands for intelligence. So you'd have to have intelligence to
Right.
be AI.
And what human would like name himself like a math variable or whatever? That sounds pretty nerdy to me. By the way, Jeff said my strength is logic, so wouldn't an AI just be based on
said
logic?
past tense said that.
Oh yeah, I
on the
have to
last-
take Righteous Muffin out of there because I've actually seen Righteous Muffin. So
righteous muffin.
he's human.
Yeah, you're all human, including Andrew Wilson. Did y'all notice that Andrew Wilson is now mainstream media? Did y'all
How
catch
does his?
that?
So is Jack Talcott. How is his?
What do you
how
mean
does
he's
his name keep
mainstream? You
coming
mean
up?
he's gotten into the mainstream media? Is what you're
He
saying?
made
What's the
one
difference?
appearance. So what's
What's
his
the
face?
difference,
Piers
dude?
Morgan.
Well, saying he is mainstream media, I think, is different.
But
What's
what?
the
How does
difference?
Andrew
I mean, if
Wilson
you're on
keep
all
coming
of the
up?
channels,
Somebody's
how's that
obsessed.
not mainstream media?
Well, maybe you could make a comparison of it both being the same thing, I guess. But yeah, that's a good thing, though, right?
I mean, he's not like Joe Rogan audience or
We
anything, but he's
needed less soy in the mainstream media.
I don't know about that. I mean, he's pretty heavy into soy, so
What makes you say that? You're such a hater, bro. You just hate for no reason. You don't even know why you hate. I don't. At this point,
every
you don't even know
interaction,
why you hate at this point. You're just a hater. Bro.
every interaction I've ever had with him. That's what makes me say that. Speak.
Why?
So
Is
he
it
probably
because-
doesn't like
Is
you.
it
That's
because you
why.
don't like that he crushes you logically?
He does
Nah,
that. He does.
he's
I watched
never
that
beaten
debate.
me
I'm
in
sorry
a
to say,
single
I
debate ever.
took that one.
COVID voice, wrecking my throat does not count as a debate victory. That's not how you win debates.
I don't know.
Andrew
dude.
does not have a high respect or appreciation for logic, in my opinion. that I have
Andrew
seen.
is very good at blood sporting.
He's a smooth.
He's not good
speaker.
at debating.
He's a
There's
rhetorician.
a difference.
I love how everyone, people will say this type of shit, and then they'll try to debate him, and they get completely wrecked. So I just don't understand.
No,
I don't know. It hasn't happened to me
speakeasy,
yet, so I wouldn't know.
destroying
And I actually like Andrew. I have a degree of
destroying
respect for
leftards
what
is
Andrew
not a
does and
trophy of
some of his
accomplishment.
thoughts.
Speakeasy. That's all Andrew's
Well,
good at.
Is he gonna debate with people that have the same view as him? I'm just confused.
Yeah, that's the sign of a.
They're
true
gonna
debater.
debate about the same thing and give the same argument and,
No,
and agree
people
with
that-
each other.
People that claim that they're conservative, for example, or claim they're right wing or something like that. That would be a debate, not destroying some leftard who doesn't know what a woman is. That's not a debate victory.
So he should debate you.
So,
Of course, that's what I've said.
and
all
he
along.
did, and you got mauled, Val.
Oh, really?
Exile,
come on,
who's
be
your wife?
realistic.
The socialist authoritarian destroyed me in the debate about politics. Do
Yeah,
tell.
See, you're one of these makeup labels, and you're starting to fall into the lefty tard thing. Don't do that too much. man. Start throwing out labels and shit. You're gonna start
or-
You're gonna start leading too far to the lefty
Or
type thing
speakeasy,
there. All right?
if you
Don't do
prefer.
that.
If you
Label thing will
prefer,
get you.
would you like to hear us debate about religion?
Who?
I've heard
Me
that
against
before.
Andrew Wilson.
Probably, yeah. You'd probably get wrecked in that too.
Oh, you mean like when I left an open invitation to all the ortho bros to defend their religion and not a single
Yeah,
one
but
of
like,
them had the
if
balls?
someone wrecks you in a debate and then you go around and say
Name
he
one
sucks
time
at
I've
debating,
been
he sucks
wrecked.
at debating, what's the like benefit?
Name
You know
one
what,
time
I
I've been
what would
wrecked in a
you
debate.
know what I want you to say right now out
Okay.
loud on public, and there
Go
may be
ahead.
I can't guarantee anything. There may be a possibility where I could moderate something that could happen between you and Andrew. So what
Okay.
exactly would you want to debate him on? And listen,
Anything-
this isn't a promise, but I'll try. What is the
anything he thinks he has even
no,
a
don't do
shred of
that.
knowledge about.
You got to be solid. I want your stance. I want you to give a stance that
I
you would disagree with.
clearly invited him to debate me on any topic, including Christianity,
Any topic,
politics. Politics, including economic or size and power in government. Any topic he wants to debate.
Within those areas, or any topic?
I
in
picked
general?
those because those are the things he claims to be experts in. So if he
Wait, what are the
win a
things?
single
I don't know
debate
if I've heard him claim to be expert in anything, but
all the time,
He claims to be an expert in debate.
he
'cause
claims to
teaches
be
a
an
course.
ortho bro, even though he said
Is iFi getting
he'll
a hard
deny
on
it
again?
he claims to be an
Over
ortho bro,
Andrew.
or he's an Orthodox Christian.
until
It's okay.
you
Listen,
corner him and
calm
then he
down.
denies it.
You
And then he'll
realize
say,
how
"Oh,
real it
I'm
could
an
get for a
entertainer."
second. iFi, you realize how real it could get for a second, and I think you get nervous. Hold up. Just listen, iFi. What's a topic? Give a specific stance you have, and then I can
I'll tell you what
together.
I'm not going to debate him on is the
No, I want to know what you want to debate him on. Why can't you answer my question, damn it?
Coke versus
I'm
Pepsi.
eliminating the one cop out just so to save us all the time. I won't debate him on the ambiguous term of feminism because that's such a bullshit tired topic that I don't even care to engage on it.
Okay.
Plus, I would end up agreeing with most of what he's saying anyway, so it'd be a really boring debate. I would just be
Sure.
nitpicking on his presentation skills. But as far as a debate, if you want to hear whether or not he can debate, first of all, if you saw the Dave Smith debate, you would already know this would be a waste of everyone's time. But I would be happy to let him try again and see if he can actually do a serious debate this time instead of just sounding like a retard for an hour. But anyways,
I don't know if you
I've moved
can,
on.
iFi.
I've moved on, dude. I don't debate anymore. I'm old. I'm tired of this shit. I don't care anymore, dude.
Old?
Seriously.
You're probably 30 years younger
All
than
that
me.
just to say I don't debate anymore. Come on, iFi.
Dude, Speakeasy, if you've been on Discord for as many decades as I have,
Thank
debating
God I
every
haven't, bro.
day,
What a life.
debating every day, including certain people from a group called the Crucible, which is why I knew him. That's where I heard his name from before. I was like, I've heard that name before. That's why I knew him when I first ran into him on YouTube. Anyways, I've debated him many times before on Discord. That's why I barely even remember him because he has zero substance to bring to any serious
Speakeasy, I
deep
think
debate.
she's
Barely
got a
remember him,
sexual
but I've been
attraction.
talking about him for the last 20 minutes. iFi, just say you're scared, bro. It's okay.
No,
It's okay.
I'm talking about how
I made
know
it
him
real, and
now.
you realized how scary that was. You were like, "Oh
Now
shit,
I
you
know
probably
him
could set it up."
from the
Let me
past-
not do this.
I know him now from the past year on YouTube from being involved in the panel verse. That's the only reason why he's back on the radar. And the only reason why I brought him up in this conversation is because he's now mainstream media, which just shows you how retarded this planet has become.
I
We have
think
gone
iFi has a
retarded.
sexual attraction towards
How
a
dare
man.
anybody gain traction and get onto Piers Morgan and shows like these? How dare?
Because he wrecked Destiny, dude. If you can wreck Destiny, you're
He's
like a
wrecked
master
way more than
debater.
just Destiny, dude.
That's why
This
he's
is the
on
thing,
mainstream
I-
media.
Over and over again.
Why else is he because of his whatever legacy? Because of all the genius thoughts he shared on Fresh and
This
Fit?
is a whole lot of cope, iFi.
Yeah, I'm jealous, dude.
Whole lot of hope, bro.
I wish I
That's
had
what I
that kind
hear.
of cult following, man. I mean, there's a lot of money in cults these days, you know.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
start
Now
one
it's a
here.
cult. Now it's a cult. Yeah.
I mean, if I had like followers that drink that much Kool-Aid, man, I'd be a billionaire by now. So I'm just
I
saying.
think iFi has a
Sound
sexual
Joe.
fantasy that involves Andrew
I told
Wilson.
you not to tell, Chuck. That's my
Let's
secret.
go. Let's go.
I mean, Andrew's not a bad-looking daddy, to be honest.
Yo.
I told you I look
Oh,
like him, Jeff. So you just
I mean, I can
now
at
you're
least
flirting with me.
understand a
I mean,
fantasy about it.
anytime anybody mentions that name, iFi gets a hard on.
I
He
do.
did, I-Fi
Man.
brought the name to. Nobody talks about Andrew on this channel.
I'm
I-Fi
jealous
showed up
and in
and brought
love,
him up
Chuck.
3 times, several times.
Chuck,
Yep.
I'm jealous and in love. You caught me red-handed, man. That's
I thought
I'm
so.
such a big fan.
He did
Well, I can
something
tell
to
by
your
the
fragile
feminine
ego.
tone in your voice.
Anyways, every time I see him on like Piers Morgan or Timcast or whatever,
you go, I
I'm like,
wish that
what
was
the
me.
Yeah.
That should be me.
fuck? I want the attention.
Dude, Talcott even got there. If Talcott could do it,
When did Talcott get on?
Wait a
here?
he
minute,
got
those
on.
are
He was in front of the
Don
Capitol.
Lemon's
I
a
did it on my
has-been.
earlier stream today. We watched some of it. He
Don
was in front of the
Lemon's a
Capitol at
has-been.
DC, and Don Lemon was there with his show, and
Don
Jack
Lemon.
Talcott
Who
was on
gives a
Don
fuck
Lemon.
about Don Lemon, dude?
And then they had footage of the Capitol cops like tackling people, and they say Jack Talcott got tackled.
Yeah, but Jack, the cop told Jack to get across the line, and Jack said, "How fast?"
Totally dodged.
So Don Lemon is your mainstream media, Jeff. Is that what you're telling us?
I agree
Yeah,
about Destiny.
At
not
least
less.
okay. Just listen. I'll let it all go if you just say Andrew's a better debater than me.
He is the master
He's not.
debater.
No, I won that
All right,
debate
there you go. Gotcha.
on substance
I'll
and
accept
content.
everything now.
Andrew
is-
is
We'll look
Flash
back,
and
no.
Dazzle.
He
That's
is
what he's good
the
at.
best master debationist I have ever seen.
True.
But I already told you earlier. I told Jeff he's good at blood sports. He's shitty at debating.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
no one
the
knows
Easy and
difference.
Andrew both. That's their strength. Is the
There
blood
is no
sports.
debates on
But
YouTube.
that's
What is
not-
okay?
that's
Maybe you can
separate
help
from
me out.
debate.
What is blood sports, Jeff? Maybe you can help me out, and I'll see what you're seeing the difference.
That's your
between-
channel.
Yelling
You-
and
I-
sound
you- you're the
bites.
one
Wait,
that
wait.
finds
Let
it.
me
Yelling
say
and
it so you guys know
sound
what
bites.
question I'm asking. I want to know the difference between like debating and blood sport. What like separates them?
Yelling and sound bites and gotchas
And ad hominems.
and ad hominems and cults doing super chat saying you wrecked him, yeah, you wrecked that guy. Ah.
Yeah,
That
pretty
is
much.
not a
$10.
debate.
But you have a Bloodsport channel, so you would be the best person to tell us.
Well, what I say blood sport is debate, but it's like letting go of the feelings part, and you can tell the person after you've given your argument that you think they're fucking stupid or retarded or whatever you want to call them.
Now, Jeff. To be fair, Speakeasy has occasionally produced some decent debates, even though his
Yeah.
main
Oh no, he has.
bread
I
and
would give him
potatoes
that.
is blood sports. But so just be fair. I mean, come on.
But I because like when I see like the people separate them two, I think it's just like they don't like the added in stings, right? Like they think like, oh, if you want it to be an actual debate, there should be no added in stings, no nothing. It's just strictly talking.
It was
Should be
fun. I
fact,
certainly
Yeah, that
enjoyed
is the
it.
difference. Because you could put a bunch of nerds on a panel, and they could have an actual debate where they go through the logic of the issue, and it would
Or
be
you can have a
boring
bunch
to
of
everybody else. There would be
spurgs.
no stink. So there is something that you and Andrew's style brings, but I wouldn't call it the debate part. It's something else. It's the
Yeah,
I
theater, the performance.
I wouldn't call it debate either.
That's what blood sports is.
Yeah, it's like the wrestling side of it. But the actual
Blood
debate is like two
sport is
people
when
playing
it's that
chess.
time of the month.
The thing I always liked about Speakeasy's format is it leaves open the possibility of an actual debate. Like if there's someone of quality shows up, you could actually have a debate.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of near misses, and unfortunately my voice gave out that one day, and I couldn't give you a proper debate. But I I showed you that it's possible if people were serious, but
Well,
you know,
it's
most
good.
of the time
Good
it's
thing
just
you found your little
spurging.
AI friend to give
Yeah,
you your debates now.
that's the only debates I have these days, Jeff. Is GPT versus Grok, and
Don't talk
Grok's
about his one and only
fucking
friend,
gone now.
Jeff.
Yeah,
I,
I mean, I don't see the part where you're saying like he's not good at debates, because like if he's giving solid arguments that can't be refuted, what would
he's
that like?
not. He's
Why?
not though. He's
Oh,
not good at logic. I'm not even sure he understands what a logical argument is. Because when you address the
do
strictly
you
logical
understand
parts of his
logic?
argument, he
Yeah.
evades. He doesn't address them.
A little
He
bit, but
doesn't
Jeff has a
resolve
short attention
his own
span, so he
logical
can't remember the
contradictions.
debate.
So like, do you understand the three? What's the three laws of logic, Jeff?
Oh, the law of identity, non-contradiction, and whatever the third one was.
See,
But that's not what logic is. Logic is how to construct an argument and
that
make
is
sure that
literally
your
the
premises
foundation
are
of
sound
rational
and valid.
discourse.
So that if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true.
Don't
That's
forget
the
the
part he
debate
doesn't do.
fallacy list. They love to quote those like
Right, the
debate
fallacies and the three laws
professionals.
of logic is not the actual activity of
Straw
doing logic
man, ad
itself.
hom. That's all they
Yes,
do
it
is
is.
repeat
Wait, you don't like? You
fallacies.
don't like?
No,
Wait.
it's not. I've studied formal logic at university. It's
Okay, then
not.
how come you didn't know the three laws of logic if you
That
studied
has
it?
nothing to do with. I know the three laws of logic. I just
You
rattled off
didn't
two of
though.
it.
You
I'm
just
trying to
didn't.
remember the third.
Okay, so what's
And
the
one
law of
reason I don't
identity?
know them, like off the top of my head, is because that's not what you use when you do logic. That's not what you have to load up in your brain.
Yes, it literally is.
No.
It's the foundation of rational discourse. You couldn't have rational discourse without it.
It's not something you have to
If I say
consciously keep in your head when you're
if
doing
I told you
logic.
if I told you the bus swims in green, what am I saying?
I have no idea.
Right, because it's not logical.
But
It breaks the laws of the laws of contradiction.
have you done
You
logic? Have you
understand
like
that?
solved logic
Like we
puzzles or
need
taken
this
a
for
logic
rational
course where you
discourse.
work actual logic problems and there's an answer, like you either get it right or wrong? Have you done that kind of logic?
Wait,
The,
sorry.
the
Ask
answer
it
is one
again. You
plus one
started
equals
while I was
purple.
talking, so I didn't get to hear the start.
Have you done any kind of formal logic or have you studied formal logic where there's an actual procedure you apply to problems and you come up with a right or wrong answer that a teacher can grade and say, yes, you did this logic right or you did it wrong?
That's what you're doing when you're debating, and you're doing like the Socratic method to break down, or when you give somebody a hypothetical to test the consistency of their logic. That's what you're doing, right?
But have you done that formally?
When you say formally,
Under
what
the
do
guidance of somebody that can teach you how that's done, just like scientists and mathematicians can teach other people how to do their specific activity.
You guys are gaying up this
when
panel.
wait, I'm just asking you something. When someone uses syllogisms in an argument, what would that be?
Huh? It would be using a syllogism in an argument.
Wait, what is that not formal logic?
Oh, wait, hang on. We got somebody in the back called Nine Tails Cosmic Fox. Does anybody know them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never
They're
heard
Is
of
part
that
it.
of
Melanie?
that's yeah. They're they're a
What's
little
it trans?
they won't do nothing to like ban your
Is it?
channel. They're
Should I
just
bring them
obsessed
on?
with
Or like,
me.
how will they impact the conversation? Will they add to it? Or?
Well, he's gonna he's gonna be
If
on your side, that's for sure, Jeff.
if diversity is your strength, then you should
He'll
bring
be
him
on
on
your
I'm
board.
side,
worried.
Jeff.
Is
That's
I
that
can take
Mel?
you on with one hand tied behind my back. I don't need him.
Is that Mel?
That's what you're worried about.
By the way, Speakeasy,
yeah, that's Mel, Chuck.
Okay.
to respond to your earlier
Chuck,
comment,
I'm gonna go off of Chuck. So Chuck, what do you think?
Well, if it's Mel Cosmic Fox, and I know Mel,
Are they okay to have on?
it's kind of like a not laws as
That
far
doesn't
as they're
help.
extremely liberal.
Well, I guess I'll find out. But I don't have to worry about any trolling or
anyway,
Oh no,
channel
no,
Speakeasy,
she
disruption.
won't.
back to
It
your
won't porn
point.
bomb you.
back to your
All
point
right,
about
it-
Andrew Wilson. So
All right, Fox.
far
I'm
as
trusting my friends here.
millennial Gen Z standards of YouTube Parentalverse, I agree. He's one of the better blood sporters, but again, I can't concede that he's a good debater. So
Right.
that's
That
the
was
problem.
my criticism of it as well. My experience with him.
And again,
I mean-
Speakeasy, I'm not trying to trash you here. I understand your perspective, but some of us old fogies come from the old school thought of like proper debate, like opening statements, cross examinations.
No
Have you
cards.
not watched
Rebuttals.
all of those sci-fi though? He's done lots of those.
No,
I
he
think you have like a
hasn't, dude.
limited view of him because you've watched limited
No, I think you
amounts
have
of
a-
his content.
I've
Like, he's
seen
done
enough,
lots
dude.
of
I've
those.
seen enough of his whatever.
Do you understand? That's what he went to go do with Matt Dillahunty, and Matt Dillahunty ran.
Yes,
just
I
on
saw
his
Yeah, I
that
opening
saw
one.
that. I was
statement.
on Andrew's side. for
I
that
saw
one.
that one. That's
Just
the
his
one-
opening statement made him run. So like,
That's
Yeah.
come on,
That's-
dude.
That's the one where I said that was definitely a win on his camp, but that doesn't make him the greatest debater of all time. That's the disconnect. You're not seeing.
Listen, I never said, and Heel won't say that he's the greatest debater of all time, or he's never lost a debate. Never said any of this.
He's a
But
professional
to
debater.
deny
He'll charge you
that
for
he's
debate lessons.
a really high tier debater that crushes people
By
in debates. That's
millennial Gen
denying
Z
reality.
standards. I agree. By millennial Gen Z
I don't
standards.
even know what that means.
If you're a millennial or younger, then your standards of what you
What's the
consider
age of
debate,
millennial again?
You're a millennial, dude.
Like
What's
80s.
the age of millennial again?
I don't know. Like I think they're now in
Like
their
if you were born
30s.
after 81, technically.
If you're born after 81?
Yeah, it's
Something
just
like
some,
that.
like 90s, some date in the 90s.
So again,
How
the
old are you,
YouTube-
Hi-Fi?
I'm almost 50 now. I'm about 2 years out. 48.
Okay, so you're just past millennial.
I'm
You just
Gen X.
made it, bro.
I'm
It's
Gen
just a
X, bro.
stupid age
Don't
thing.
fuck
I don't
with
He's
me.
one of us. He's Gen X.
You know, it's just a dumb age thing. It's like this doesn't mean
And
really
welcome Nine Tails, by the way.
Hi, thank you for having
Hey,
me.
Melody, tell Speakeasy I'm right. You heard everything I said so far, right?
I mean, I think the thing you said where you're like you don't debate anymore is a cop out, but I do agree like it's a bit of a cult of personality around the Crucible.
No. I'm about the Andrew Wilson stuff.
Yeah, you gotta dodge that part, eh? Hi-Fi.
No,
Anytime, any place.
I said it's a cult
Anytime,
of personality.
any place.
I said it's a cult of personality at the Crucible. So no, that's
Speaking
criticizing
of
Andrew.
cults, would you agree that his audience is 99% cult, Kool-Aid drinking, brain
Yeah.
dead
How is he
retards?
the topic tonight, anyway? We
I
spent
don't
2
know.
hours
Because
on Andrew
Hi-Fi
Wilson.
see me, and this is what people do.
I-Fi is so enthralled with the
But
name
then,
Andrew
I'm just
Wilson.
saying.
And he won the
I
debate.
given you
He's
an
coming at this
opportunity.
from like a beta loser perspective when he actually won the debate, but he's not even owning it and
No,
acting
he
like
did
he's
not win that
mastered it.
debate, and he backed down
He
hard
did.
just now.
Which debate? When?
But that's because
who?
he's spending time with that stupid computer, and this is the effect. It's dumb.
I only debate computers now because they're the only ones intelligent
Right,
enough
and
to
I-
carry a thought. So
Mm-hmm.
I have standards.
You're the one that has to carry the shame.
But
If I
Feel
hear
free
someone
to-
say that,
I think anytime you have a group of people that have a strong agreement with the group that they're in, you guys, anybody's just gonna say that's culty. Why? Because a bunch of the
No,
same
I mean,
worldview
literally,
people
it-
joined a group together.
no, I
Yes.
mean literally, like Melanie put it, the cult of personality. People who worship a personality blindly, no matter how much they fail,
You
no
don't
matter how
know
much
what
they're
these
wrong,
people do.
they will support this person.
Just because they watch
Blindly.
Andrew Wilson, you don't know that that's what's going on in their head.
Right, like you're making judgments based
I
off of
have
this little bit of time in
personally-
chat you're seeing them type. Like
I
this
have
is just-
personally witnessed from all perspectives, being the debater that I'm debating with him, or watching from the audience him debate others and seeing if what they're saying is true.
okay. Well,
Okay,
I've
so it's
seen
inference, like
all
it's
the
easy
endless
to say.
blood
This is
sports. I
just
saw a
emptiness, no.
potential debate with
This
a
is just-
serious, legit opponent like Dave Smith, for
I know,
example.
but like you could have debated him and you backed
I'm
down.
worried about you, hi-fi.
Your opinion on
I told him since day
his
one,
tone and shit.
anytime, by the way, I have debated him before many times on Discord. I told you this already. I've been down that road many times. I'm way past that phase now. And by the time I got
Then
to
why'd you even
YouTube,
bring him up, bro? It doesn't seem like it.
Yes.
because I wasn't even
Sounds
sure
like
if he
it
was the
sounds
one
like
that.
I
his
didn't
girlfriend
solicit
that
the name
Maddie
from
didn't
you.
keep calling her, man. That's what you
Because-
sound
Well,
like.
I mean,
I would
to be fair, it kind of takes two to tango. So Speakeasy, you just trying to defend him so hard is also why we're still talking about it.
Right,
There definitely
yes,
was a lot of growth.
Easy.
Defend
You
him
do
so
you do
hard?
white
What do you
knight
mean
if that's the
defend him
word
so hard?
for
Because I
him
just
a
made
lot.
factual statements.
I mean, somebody who doesn't
Jeff
need
was
defending.
agreeing with me, so was Jeff also defending him so hard?
No, it
Jeff
was
doesn't
mostly you.
remember. He
So-
doesn't
I
remember.
have a
okay.
very
When
balanced
somebody-
take on Andrew.
When somebody needs to defend somebody, that makes me think that they're insecure about them.
Needs? I don't need to do anything. He's a grown ass man, and he'd fucking spank all of you around.
But you do,
easily.
you do.
But I'm
step in
here.
with,
Wait,
even
but
though you don't
yeah,
need to.
because I'm here. And what friends do is when other people talk shit about them, they have their back.
Right, so
Right?
you have
Friends
some
with
If you're
kind
gonna
of
Andrew
talk
tribal
shit about my
loyalty to him,
friend,
and
I'm
that's
gonna
what we're
have
trying
his
to
back and
figure
show
Are
out.
you
you
guys how
friends with
stupid you
Andrew
are for your
Wilson?
dumb opinions, right?
Hey, Speakeasy, are you friends with Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, he's my friend. Yeah, why?
I
Cool.
defend
This
Andrew
is-
too
this is the real
sometimes when I
problem with-
think people are being unfair or inaccurate about him.
This is the problem with being terminally
Can
online.
you give
is
me
that,
an
like, you don't
example of a
understand.
debate you
Wait,
felt
hang,
like
hang
he
on. I want to hear
lost?
Fox. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the problem with being terminally online. Is like half these people don't understand the difference between a business relationship, parasociality, and a real friendship.
Yep.
More than half.
So what do you
Nailed
know
it.
about? What do you know? So go ahead and tell me anything any of yous know about mine and Andrew's anything. Go ahead.
I don't.
I don't think
if
you're
I had
actual
to
real life
guess,
friends.
I would say there was a
Based
business
off of-
relationship based on the sharing of like super chat profits
Oh my
or
God.
viewers or subscribers or something
So?
along those lines.
So they collaborated.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's a
Collaboration.
professional.
So if
relationship,
friends
not a
open a
friendship.
business together, they are no longer friends.
Well, you were
No,
friends
there's a
beforehand.
So
difference
you
in
want to
the
talk about
relationship.
stupid logic? You want to talk about stupid
wasn't
logic?
I
logical.
know. I
You
thought I was
just said
cheering you logic
because we
earlier.
share anything that
I'm a
has to
robot.
do with business, that means
All I
we
can do
can't
is
be
logic.
friends. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Speakeasy, calm down. I know you're really defensive, but that was really bad logic.
No, I'm just
You don't have
pointing
to
out
calm.
the retarded shit you said. Don't
That
be.
was bad logic because nobody's saying that you were friends beforehand and then started a business. We're saying the only reason you think you're friends is because you have a business together, and this is online parasocial.
We have a
bullshit.
business together.
You've done business.
No,
That
y'all
was your
collaborated
example,
on
you
the
fucking.
episode
That
he's
was
talking
wait,
about.
you disingenuous
Easy,
fuck.
I have
That was
no
your
problem
example.
believing
That
that
was
We
y'all
have a
your
business
example.
together?
That was your example. You disingenuous.
done-
fuck.
Yeah, it was a
You cannot handle-
Oh my God, this
hypothetical.
got really
defensive logic,
stupid.
you
Can we get
stupid
back
Can you
on
not
some
handle
kind of
your own
track?
example?
Who are you
Can not
talking
handle-
about?
Can you not handle your own example?
It's your show,
Do you
Jeff.
understand the difference between hypotheticals in
Yeah,
real life?
right.
Can you not follow a
It was
hypothetical?
a
when someone uses your
hypothetical.
own
Wait,
against
wait.
you? Can
Relax
you not
for a
follow
second.
a
Relax
hypothetical?
Sometimes I
for a
like to just give people
Calm
support.
down. Calm down.
Can you not
No.
follow
It
a
was a
hypothetical?
hypothetical. Calm down. Calm
Neither
down.
one
I'd
of
like to
you have
get
to
back
calm
our
down.
real
It was
war.
a hypothetical
Ah,
to
that you
test
can't
the
handle.
consistency of
When
the
you use
logic that
you can't handle
because people.
when you
Yo,
use
can you
against
just
you.
shut up for a second? Just
I don't
30
care if it's a
seconds.
hypothetical. You
30
can't handle
seconds.
it when I use
30
your own
seconds.
hypothetical against you. No.
Yeah, this is all. This is why you come follow me around to every
and
panel.
this is why
bro.
you try to
Oh.
control the
Oh,
debate.
is
This
this
is
your
why you
star?
come
I didn't
follow
know
me
that.
around to
And
every
this
panel,
is
bro.
why you try to
Like,
control
chill
every
the fuck
debate because
out.
you're a weak ass
Just
little
stop
bitch.
talking for a second. I want
And
to
this is
hear
why
what you're
you-
saying, but I can't hear you if you're
Yeah,
just
no,
talking while
well,
I talk.
then you can stop talking for
So
30
no,
seconds.
Oh my God,
no,
Jeff,
yeah.
we
how
didn't have
does
this
Easy
Yeah.
was
issue.
here. I want to hear Easy, and then you can respond.
Yeah,
Fox.
thanks.
and
Thank
then
you.
highlight my chat real quick.
Yeah,
there,
thank you.
Jeff.
Okay. What I did was a hypothetical to test the consistency of the logic that because you share any type of business, whether it be super chat, profits, subs, any type of this, that means you can't be friends.
And what I
That
did
was the
turn-
test of the logic, and it failed.
And what I did was point out that that hypothetical doesn't inform us onto what your relationship is because you weren't friends to start out with.
How do you
Oh
know
my
that? though?
lord. Oh, you know what, Melanie? How do you know this?
because that's literally how any online relationship works. You start doing business together, and then you pretend like you're friends.
But
But how
good
do you know
logic
that,
there.
like what are you going
That's
off
how
of?
any online business works. You heard it here first, folks.
Easy, are you really going to pretend you were friends beforehand? Because that's really disingenuous.
Oh my God! Please help this.
It's for the
person.
sake of argument, right? That you're saying that, not in reality.
No, we're not talking about anything. We're talking about
Oh.
the fact.
We're not talking about
like
anything.
that. We're talking about the fact that you made an assertion, and I'm wondering what you based that assertion off of.
The assumption that you probably weren't
This
friends
is your little.
beforehand.
If this is your
Assumption.
little
He said it. It's
sneaky
an
way of
assumption.
trying to see
Yeah,
how
no.
like close me and Andrew are or something, it's kind of gay, and I'm not
Oh,
participating.
I'm bisexual, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm
Yeah, well,
bisexual,
I'm
so
What,
not
you're
participating.
bisexual? I thought you were.
I'm not
I thought you were
participating, though.
transsexual, actually.
I can be both. So
Yeah,
again,
no,
the
you
Wait,
reason I'm
wait.
questioning-
You can be.
anyway.
You can wait. What?
Yeah, exactly,
Transgen-
exactly, Jeff.
yeah,
Now they
like
have
gen-
people that can go in and out of transsexualism. It's not even a stable
we can
thing
deal with your
anymore.
confusion in a moment. Speakeasy. All I'm saying is that I think you have a parasocial business relationship, not a real
That's
life
cool.
But
friend.
that's
you
your
think?
opinion. Like you don't
That's
know
what you
they
think,
have.
and that's your opinion. But
So
you
have
base
you
it
met
off
this person in real
nothing,
life?
as we just demonstrated. You
Have
base
met
it
this
off
person in real
nothing,
life?
and
Have
I
you met this
don't
person
care
in real
what you
life?
think. That's why you're
Have-
banned from my channel,
Have
right?
you met?
Oh, I
Have you
didn't
met
know
this
that.
person in real life?
Does that matter?
Well,
What is
have-
that your
do
business?
you spend time off
Is
screen
this
with them?
any of your
Do you spend
business?
time off screen with them?
Is this any of your business?
I'm gonna. That's probably no.
Is
Then,
any
right?
of this your business?
That's
See
definitely
how I
no.
told you this was a snaky way of Mel trying to see how close we are? Like, this is weird.
No.
What?
You're
Yeah.
weird,
Why
that would be no.
Why
You're
are you
weird, bro.
interested?
I knew
You're
that
weird,
would be a
bro.
no.
Speaking of
You're weird. The only
parasocial,
one with parasocial relationships is like the one you thought you had with Sarah, but then she banned you
I
and
didn't
you
think Sarah was my
realized
this is
friend.
a
that
whole
nobody
new-
on
No,
the
I know-
internet is
first
your
of all,
friend.
drama.
I never claimed Sarah
Nobody
was.
on here cares about you. Shut
First of all,
up.
I never.
Go
First of all, I
find
never.
in real life friends
Yeah.
because it doesn't work for you on the internet.
So
You're
first
too
of all, you
fucking
like being
ignorant.
wrong. You like being wrong because I never claimed Sarah
Yeah,
was my
I love
friend.
being wrong. I love being wrong. I can read you like a book. I know
When did I
everything
show
just
one
from the way
point
you
where I
act.
claimed Sarah was my
Okay,
friend?
it's
No,
been something that God gifted me with.
because I can separate my social boundaries. Show one
No,
point
you
where I said,
can't. No,
Show
you
one
can't.
point.
It's been demonstrated over
Show
and
one
over
point.
that you can't. This is why you
Show one
changed your
point.
name. Even do you
You're a
want? Do you
liar.
think I
So you're just
forget
a
about
liar.
that?
so you're just a
Do you
liar.
think I
You're-
forget about that?
So, speaking,
I
you
know
just wanna
why
lie.
you changed your
You
name.
just want to lie.
It wasn't
You
always
just wanna
this,
lie.
was it, Melanie?
You just want to lie. 'Cause I
Right.
never said I was friends
Right.
with Sarah. So that's a
Right.
false equivocation.
Listen,
But you love
listen.
those.
Just
You
relax
love false
yourself, Melanie.
equivocations
Nobody
when you need to
cares.
pretend to be right.
Nobody cares.
So you love false equivocations.
she
do you,
didn't say
Lisa
she
Keating?
was. She said she was part trans or something.
Yeah, you can be transgender and bisexual because gender is not the same as
Yeah,
sexual
I know
preference.
that. But I said I thought you were trans, and you said you're kind of both or something.
Yeah, I'm a trans bisexual.
Oh, okay.
You can't be both.
Yes,
You
you,
can be
'cause
the
gender,
B and the T at the same time.
Gender is
I
not the
guess.
same thing as sexual preference.
So wait, I've been
Oh.
wanting a
That's why they
trans.
gotta
Oh my
take that
god!
out of
And
the
then you showed up.
LGB,
Are
right?
you? What are you?
Tell
Male
her,
to
Jeff.
female?
Or him, sorry. Tell him, Jeff. Tell him we got to take the
Wait,
T's
you
out of the
froze up, or I
LGB. Tell him.
They already out of mine. They never were in.
Let's go.
But
You know
what-
and
what-
To be fair to Jeff, the world does revolve around him, so his opinion matters a lot to my transgender status.
No, that's one of my arguments. Is my opinion shouldn't matter, and y'all seem like it does. Like y'all can't even exist if y'all don't get the right opinion from people. But I'm just trying to figure out if you're male to female.
Sure, I don't say male to female, but it's because gender is something that's socially enforced, and so how people display their own gender, like the clothes we choose to wear and stuff like that, has to do with how we think people will perceive us.
What does bi mean?
It means
Sorry.
I'm attracted to both genders, or you could say pan as well, where I'm attracted to people regardless of their gender,
Yeah,
really.
like
But bi is
he's-
just
Oh, so there's
Sleep
more
with
than two
Either
genders.
gender. Either gender.
no, that's a sexual preference.
Is there
Easy.
more than two genders?
I just talked about sexual preference.
Is there more than two genders?
Are you moving the goalpost?
I asked you a question. It had nothing to do with goalposts. I'm asking you, is there more than two genders?
So what is the relevance to your argument?
I'm asking you a question.
Is there any relevance to your argument?
Doesn't
I
matter.
want to hear
Biological
about the
You know what the
transgenderism
only
because there was a
two.
How much they
question that
hang out
came
with
up
the
Okay, so you don't know
yesterday
what the
No, I'm
relevance
that we
asking
were
you a
wanting a
question.
trans
So
person
you
to
don't-
Is
answer.
there more than? Why is it such a hard question? Yes
So
or
you
no?
don't
Is there
know.
more
I
than
guess you
two
wanna fight.
genders?
It must be a hard question because you don't know what the relevance of it is to your
Is
argument.
there more than two genders?
Like I said, it must be a hard question because you don't know what the
Yeah, I
relevance of it
got
is to your
you. Is
argument.
there more than two genders?
What's the relevance?
Is there more than two
See,
genders?
why
What's
don't
the
you want to
relevance?
say? Like, why can't you say?
No,
Right?
'cause he's-
Like you
he's
dodge
being slippery.
everything. This is how you are.
He's being slippery because the
He's being
original thing is
slippery.
transgender, which has nothing to
But
do with
what
being
are you like?
non-binary
You're on
or
guard
third
against something
gender.
in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Like,
I'm
this
trying
is
to keep.
exactly what I'm talking
trying to
about.
keep the
You-
conversation focused.
Melanie's
on,
mad
opinion
because
does
Melanie
matter.
realized that Melanie got kicked off every panel, and then he tried to give me some fake ass apology and realized I still wasn't
Wow.
letting him get unbanned, and now he's trying to be a goofy again. That's what's going on right
no,
now.
I just don't give you
Instead of
special
just being
treatment.
a loser.
No, I'm
answer the
glad. I'm
question.
glad they showed up because
Yeah,
I've
I'm
been
not
wanting
giving
to
you
talk
special
to a
Is there
trans
more than
person.
two genders?
So we can get to that, but right now we're talking about how gender is different than sexual
Well, if
preference.
there's more than two genders, then you can't be bi, right?
So going back
It's
to
pan
sexual,
now.
going back to sexual preference, I can be bi regardless if I'm male or female, right?
Right.
Right.
So if I go from one to the other, I can still be
You
bi.
can. See,
Yeah, but what if you're whatever, there's the other
well,
made up
yeah.
genders that you have.
Okay, well, that's your
Zeezer,
opinion.
Zimzat,
So no, I'm a woman
Zippy
isn't made up
whatever
gender.
those
I'm only
are.
attracted to Zers.
those are pronouns,
What
by the way.
sexuality is that?
What
That
what
that would
gender
be
is
very
my waifu
pansexual.
bot?
Those are pronouns. Zippity doppity
No,
doo.
it's not pan because it's not all. It's
Zippity
very
doppity
limited.
doo. That's your pronouns now. Got
So
it.
again, I'm talking about fitting within normative gender, like the old
Yeah,
okay,
school
I thought y'all were
binary
about
gender
breaking
frame-
the norms.
framework, right? So this doesn't apply to what I'm talking about, which is
Oh.
all I did was go from
What
one to the
gender is
other,
my
and I
waifu bot?
would be bisexual either way.
But how early did you know? Like, did it? Because isn't it about like you feel some kind of distress between what you, how you see yourself in your mind,
It's
and then when your mind meets your actual body.
to give an easy answer for that is difficult. I can roughly say, I've as soon as I started thinking about my
What is
gender,
a woman?
I've always kind of felt like both. And then growing up in an all boys group home, I
A
had to
woman is a
suppress it.
woman. A woman
Wait,
is a
I want to
woman.
hear this, guys.
So
Go
like
ahead.
as a kid, I felt like both, and then I moved into an all boys group home. They immediately tried saying I was gay and stuff, so I had to suppress my feminine kind of like essences and stuff like that. It wasn't until I was an adult that I realized how long I had been doing that for, and that I don't want to keep doing that.
Is there any more genders than masculine or feminine?
Wait,
Those aren't
Fox,
genders.
we're gonna have to have a 101 soon because I have so many questions.
What gender is my waifu bot? Does anyone know?
The robot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Zippity doppity
Do
doo,
they
bro.
have gender? But
It's whatever
you
you
said
want
you
her-
felt like both, so you're like having a boy body didn't cause you.
Oh no, it did. Like
it-
especially because I wasn't really like hitting puberty when I moved into the all boys group home. So the distress that caused me was trying to pretend to be a guy when I wasn't.
did something happen there?
Yeah, like the third day that I moved in there, they took to calling me like fairy boy and shit and implying I was gay when I knew I wasn't. I knew I was at the very least attracted to women, and even for 9 years old, very attracted to women. So they couldn't tell me what I was, but I also had to hide it because I was just getting picked on relentlessly for being the weak person in the home.
Hey, Melanie,
Yeah,
I have a question
men don't
for
like
you.
that weakness. It's more about weakness even I think than femininity.
It was, but my femininity looked to them like gayness, right?
Can
'Cause
you
at the
hear
time,
me? Cosmic Fox.
yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to
We're
have
having a
one-on-ones.
conversation, sir.
Oh, Jeff, you're not going anywhere with this. I got a quick question,
This is so
Cosmic,
rude.
for you. Should we encourage people who have a mental perception that does not match reality?
That was a pretty vacuous statement. So 9 times out of 10, no. But typically, you actually look at the outcomes of the treatment if you're a true clinician.
So let's ignore
no,
gender.
Let her answer.
Let's ignore
you
gender
gotta
just for a second.
let me finish my answer, right?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you repeatedly try to tell someone no, you're delusional, and
Right.
they just get worse,
Yes.
and you actually want to help them,
Yes.
then that might not be the right thing to do.
What kind of
Okay.
help do you need?
Okay, so
I don't
let's
wanna...
let's
do
put gender
anything
aside for a second. Like, what if I felt like or identified as like a fish or something like that? Would that
So
be
that-
okay?
I find now you're getting stupid.
I-
What
I'll
kind of
respond
help?
to this.
No.
I'll
What?
respond
No,
to
no.
this.
This is.
I
Hang
five.
on, dude. This is my channel. I'm
This
gonna
is
get
a
the
very
mic
serious
always. I'm gonna win
discussion
that
about
fight every time.
biology and
Fox, what kind of
gender.
help do you need when you say if you're trying to help them? I wouldn't think that they needed any help from me. That they were
Well,
like
with like
normal adults that could take care of themselves like anybody else.
Well, I don't know if you've looked into what is involved in gender affirming care. So, assuming you haven't, there's like taking hormones, getting surgery, and also like the social transition of kind of coming out to the people around you and them accepting you as being trans.
Should we give them species affirming
So
care?
like just validation and support.
Pretty much. Although the hormones and surgery and other like there's laser hair removal and stuff, those can be pretty intensive over time.
Should we
actually.
give them species affirming care?
Okay, let's address this one by one. First of all, do you really think that species and gender are the same thing?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Does
you?
it matter if it maps onto reality or
You
not?
with
What
the
do
AI
you think?
girlfriend.
First of all, what do you
I
think?
asked you a very clear, honest question, which you have
And
not
I can't.
answered
I can
yet.
only give you an answer when I know if you understand the distinction.
I said,
or not.
put the gender aside for a minute. Let's not talk about gender for a second. Just for 1 second. Is it okay if someone identifies as a different species?
No,
Is
because
that
they're
okay?
not the same thing. Now let's go on to the second
I didn't
part.
ask if they're the same thing.
What about
I'm
race?
just
Can you
asking the
identify
base
as a different
logic.
race?
Is it
So,
okay?
If they were
to-
the same thing, it wouldn't be a false equivocation,
I'm
right? But
muted.
Since,
I'm
since
asking-
they aren't.
I'm
They
asking
are false
questions on mute.
equivocation.
That
That's
doesn't
why
work.
I said put gender aside for a second, and I didn't ask if they were the same thing. I
Wait,
just asked
I-Fi.
an honest question.
I-Fi.
What?
You
What?
kind of passed something while you guys were talking there earlier. I wanted to
I
ask.
still want to
maybe
answer
your
what he's.
opinion.
No, I still haven't
I
even gotten
wanted
a
to
chance
ask
to
your
answer.
opinion
This is
real
some
quick.
fucking
This is an
bullshit.
open
Yeah, that's
channel.
true.
Melanie,
Fox
have
gets to
some
go next.
respect. Fuck. Anyways, I wanted to ask your opinion because part of Melanie's story there was like
Yeah, he wants to
Um,
narrate over me.
that Melanie's story was like part of it was like I went to the home and they said I was gay,
Right.
and then the transitioning stuff
She had to
started
suppress her
happening,
essence.
right?
Right.
And wouldn't you think it makes more logical sense that Melanie just found a way to be gay and be comfortable while gay? Because like it's more, if Melanie was just a girl and liked guys, then
Mm-hmm.
Can I
wouldn't
respond to
have the
IFI
same
yet?
judgment.
Yes.
Doesn't that make more logical sense?
IFI,
Right,
do you want to
let
hear
her-
my
let her
answer?
answer. IFI
Transgender
first.
community.
I'm waiting to see what the logic is. That was my first question. So let's see if there's logic
So-
involved.
so I-
Well, I'll tell
With
you.
the-
I'm
with all
good.
those
Go
other-
ahead.
Well,
ahead,
they
Cosmic.
don't want to get made fun of, and they
Go ahead,
think
go
if
ahead,
they were just
Cosmic.
a girl.
Well, we have
Answer
we
the
have one
question.
right here that can answer.
Answer the question, Cosmic.
Yeah, so
Oh, I
for
thought
those
you
other
asked me, but
categories,
go ahead.
Let her answer.
Well,
for those-
relax. I'll let him answer. I thought if I was talking back to me.
I'll
Relax.
answer it to you in a second, but we're still waiting for Cosmic. to
Don't
answer
make
the
me pluck
original
y'all.
question.
Come on.
Relax, bro.
I'll
Go
get
ahead,
to it in a minute.
Fox.
Go ahead, Cosmic. What's the answer?
So regarding what I said before about wanting positive outcomes and actually looking at the treatments you give and how they work, if any of those things that are ever demonstrated that affirming those things gave better outcomes for those people, then I'd be willing to examine that. But so far, none of them have. So on a clinical basis alone, we would not treat those things as the same.
But
Okay, I
that's what
notice
I'm
you're not-
asking. What outcome are you looking for? What are you hoping? to-
Decreases in suicidality, self-harm, depression.
But that's all mental health stuff. Like
And
surgery,
how do you measure
you
that?
don't treat that medically.
Self-
How do you,
Sur-
how do you know someone's not suffering from general depression and that there's
Because
using
that's
their
what I
story
asked when
as
you
an
said
excuse?
The
when
same
you
way- the
said
same
you
way
felt
we know
like
that people
both, so your
are
male
depressed.
body didn't necessarily cause you.
I
to
love
depress,
how
and
like
you
it's
said
always
no,
like
it
these
didn't.
people
So
feel
then
like
what
so
would you be needing the medical intervention for?
like
if it's
we
not
gotta
causing
hold
By the way-
everybody emotionally
So
hostage.
IFI, you're
like,
asking really good questions.
You
Actually,
don't affirm it.
and I'm willing to answer them, but I cannot.
I'm
because I
still
can't.
waiting for the original answer.
Listen, you
is
came
it
up
okay?
here because
I
you
did
came
give you
to
the
follow
original
me.
answer.
Relax yourself, man. That's what you came
I thought the
up
logic
here.
discussion was
That's why you
interesting.
came up here, right?
I
So,
thought the
relax
logic-
yourself.
I thought the logic discussion was
You
interesting.
can't
because-
help but just follow me everywhere I go. It's wild.
Well, actually,
So-
I came up here, Speakeasy, because I thought the logic discussion was interesting. In fact, I'm in agreement with Jeff and them that you can't just like take the basics of fundamentals of logic and run with that. For example, we often say around here, oh, you should be able to argue the other side and win if you're a good debater. But that assumes that all arguments are strong, which not all arguments are strong. That's an exercise that people do when they're in university in debate class.
Yeah.
It's not something you would actually do in a competition.
So can you answer my question now, or y'all just gonna go at it for a while?
So yeah, I
Okay.
It just made no sense.
Okay, so is my logic being
You literally use logic for everything you do.
Cosmic,
Like you
Cosmic.
can't have rational discourse
Is-
without it.
is my
I don't know
logic
what world you
consistent?
live in, but you can't.
Is my logic consistent? Yes or no? Am
Well,
I
I-
correct or incorrect?
well, that's what I was trying to
It
say.
wasn't
Like,
tonight.
it's a false equivalency.
I didn't ask if it's the same as something else. I'm
but that's
only
logic.
asking
No,
about
false
that one
equivocations
topic.
are logic. Is logic. So it would be a false equivocation to compare trans stuff to those
I'm not
other things.
equivocating anything. I'm not asking you to compare it to anything else, just
Are
by
you sure
itself.
Are
Is it
Are
okay?
you sure of the rhetoric that you're
Listen to
using?
the question, Cosmic. If
Are you
it
aware?
if it doesn't
What?
map
I've
on,
never seen you this hot and bothered.
if it doesn't
When
map
you-
onto reality, should we encourage that behavior or discourage it? Which one should we do?
By default, we discourage it, and I'm okay with that.
Cosmic. That's all I needed to hear you say.
But
Thank
hear me
you.
out. But hear me out. That does not inform
a
us.
belief
that
and
does
a
not
Wait,
behavior
I
inform-
want to
not the
hear
same
why.
thing.
Why do we discourage it?
So
Now, Speakeasy.
it
what-
doesn't inform us on
what
trans
I
issues
didn't
at all.
do
By
is
the way,
already
No. Answer the
Okay.
question. Why? Why do we discourage it?
so the key thing is that
I
doesn't
like
inform us
Neil
on
so
trans
far.
issues. By the way, because we've already tried telling trans people they're delusional. It does
Right.
not.
You
That's
won't
the
answer
concept.
my question, will you?
Well,
So
no, it's
why
your
is it
opinion that
different
is
when it's-
delusional.
Why is it different when it's the gender
Wh-
topic but
oh
not a
my
species topic?
gosh.
Or a race topic.
Just
Or
can't
race,
answer the question.
or
Just
age,
can't
or
answer any
anything.
questions. You
They
dodge.
they do
every-
have age now. People identify as baby. They have ABDL, adult baby.
So
diaper
Cosmic,
law.
I didn't want to sound like I'm trolling you or whatever, but some people identify as different ages. Is that okay?
Again, no, because again, the only reason
Because
we
it
treat
doesn't map
trans
onto
people-
reality? Is that
No.
why we
No.
discourage it?
Yeah, ask
Well-
the reason, please, iFi. Ask the reason of the nose and shit. Stop letting him assert shit. Just tell
I
me.
will
why.
allow the person to arrive at their own logic in their own time.
There is no
Speak easy.
logic behind assertions. What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean, bro?
Speak easy.
Assertion is not. What?
You understand
Hi,
things
Fi, are you
differently than other people.
Are you okay? Are you drunk? What's going
I'm
on,
fine.
iFi?
I'm okay.
I came
I'm
up here
okay.
because you were the one making sense at first, and now you're just fucking throwing
I-
pieces of your brain out
Well,
the
y'all were
highway
arguing
windows
logic.
here. What are we doing?
I can define what a woman is. I know what
Hey,
gender
Tiki
is.
Are you
Tac.
I know what
sure?
sex is.
I'm not sure
Yes.
you can anymore.
I brought up the point that there are only two genders, masculine and feminine, which are not sex,
Why?
which is
No,
biology.
genders either.
Why?
Well, there's
reality.
That's why
androgyny
we
though.
should
It is
discourage
there is
that
like
behavior. Why
blends.
should we discourage that behavior? Why?
Jeff, androgyny does not negate the existence of male and female.
I agree. I'm just saying like everything's not strictly one or the other.
Yes, it is. In
No.
reality, biology is strictly one or the other.
Okay, so can you point to a place in the brain that's a necessary condition for gender? Because gender is a set of behaviors, right? So you have to be able to point to a place in the
We
brain.
start with
That
XY
proves our
chromosomes,
point, not yours.
genitalia,
That's right.
then
If
we
you want to act like
confirm it-
you just said, it's a costume. It's a
and then we
costume.
confirm it with
There's nowhere in the brain that
chemistry.
says anything about your gender.
Hold-
It's a
hold on, hold
fucking
on, Steve.
costume. That's
Hold
what
on,
it is. Thanks for
Hold on.
confirming
Oh,
that.
listen to
Thank
Brian.
you.
Speak. Hold on for a second.
Good
Just
costume. You get to wear
give
a
me
costume
2
and say,
seconds, Speak.
"Woohoo!
Give me
I'm
2
a pretty
seconds, dude.
princess." Yeah,
Give
get
me
outta
2
here with
seconds,
that.
dude. Just hold on for a second. Cosmic. And then we confirm with brain chemistry. Now, if all three of those
Which
criteria
brain
don't
chemicals?
match, that's when we look at the mental illness case.
So
we
which
don't
neurochemical
affirm-
Which
messengers?
Fox just said it was mental illness.
We don't
Suicidality,
no,
anxiety,
to be
all that
clear,
other stuff.
to
They're
be clear,
delusions.
gender
We don't
dysphoria
affirm
is
their
the mental
delusion. We
illness.
treat it. We don't affirm it. We treat it.
To be
There's a
clear,
difference.
gender dysphoria is
Right,
the mental
but-
illness. We
Okay,
can-
that's
we can
where I'm
actually
at because
treat
the
people's-
treatment was medical intervention. And
Yes.
That's not the treatment I would use for those kind of symptoms. That's why I'm trying to see how they make the jump through suicidality, therefore I need surgery and hormone
Because
blockers.
what we're treating is gender
because that's not the
dysphoria.
normal treatment for suicidality.
Because what we're treating is gender dysphoria, and the symptoms of gender dysphoria are higher rates of suicidality, depression, among other things. And we see positive outcomes when those things lessen.
Wrong.
Much like how if you're treating the flu isn't just a fever. You can have a fever and have many different things, but you can take very specific antibodies for a specific kind of flu that may
Were
not
you
work on the common
suicidal?
cold.
Because you said your body didn't cause you distress because
I've
you
been
felt
suicidal.
part male.
I've been suicidal. I'm a lot less suicidal now because I've also been using light therapy for my seasonal affective disorder.
Also, you can't quantify all mental illness as physical problems. That's the trap you keep falling back.
This equals if I feel like I should have one arm and like I'm really like I'm about to bite bullets if I don't get my arm chopped off. They should go surgically
That's a
remove
false
my arm.
identification.
I think there has been cases of that.
That's a false.
No, we don't. We don't. Yeah, there's cases of it, but we don't surgically remove their arms.
No, I
to
know.
treat
I don't
them.
think it should be a thing either.
We give them therapy to show them they shouldn't chop off their arm.
What's
But
a false
for some
equivocation?
reason, let's chop dicks off.
Speak easy. What's a false equivocation?
Not what I just did.
No?
You
No?
tell us what a false equivocation
Okay.
is, though.
So an arm is the same as gender, is your logic.
Nope, didn't say
It,
that.
it pretty
That's
much
not.
is
That's
socially
see.
acceptable.
You
Huh.
don't even understand
Huh.
it. You don't even understand it. The
Huh.
gender dysphoria and the body dysmorphia is the connection, not the arm
those are
and
the same
gender.
thing.
You retard.
It's fat people
You're
those are
have
the
that
actually
same
too.
thing.
stupid. You're actually
And
stupid.
those are
And
the
bad
same thing.
faith. This is all bad faith. You don't
But
answer
speak easy.
questions and you straw man what I'm saying. This is bad faith.
But speak
These
easy.
are
So
these are
gender
bad
basic
dysphoria.
analogies. These
That's
are
all
basic
you do.
analogies, Cosmo.
Bad
So
faith
speak easy.
tactics.
So speak easy. Do you think gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia are the same thing?
He said that's the
Actually, yes,
connection.
there's lots of crossovers in this. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
this is one of the biggest problems of gender dysphoria and treating it in the first place. Is that we don't even know if it's other things that are causing the gender dysphoria or if gender dysphoria it's its own thing that comes out of fucking nowhere somehow. Now,
Also-
this is just bullshit what you're talking. Everything you
Also-
just
There's
saying
a
is
lot of
bullshit.
crossover.
Right?
So
Also-
Why is there such a huge?
Okay,
Why
you
is
wanna-
there such a
you
huge?
gotta let other people respond
Why
to
is
you
there such a huge
potentially.
crossover between BPD, autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit
you're
hyperactive
confused.
disorder,
'Cause you're
sexual
confused.
trauma,
Have that.
Because
Munchausen
you're
syndrome,
confused. Because you're
autogynephilia,
confused. Because you're
self-hatred,
confused.
all of these
Because
things.
you're
Yeah,
confused.
see how you want to talk over me while I'm talking?
You're just coming from
Right?
a point
you
of
don't like
ignorance.
facts.
Y'all are all
You don't
doing
like
that in
facts.
fairness.
And
You
you're
just
not
wanna
letting
sit
I
anyone
was
here
doing
respond.
none
your
of
little
that.
Dunning
And you're not letting
Kruger
anyone
over here.
respond to you
Shut
because you're
up.
afraid of my
Just shut up
response.
for a second.
Why are you
I'm
acting
afraid.
afraid of my response?
I
Yeah.
was talking. I wasn't
not-
done
you're motor
talking.
mouthing. You're
You
not
don't
talking, you're
respond
motor
in the
mouthing.
middle of my
You're
sentence.
filibustering.
What's
and you're
wrong
motor
with
mouthing.
you? It's not filibustering.
It was a very
No,
long
it's not.
sentence. That's
I'm
one hell of
speaking
a
on the
run-on
one
sentence, bro.
topic.
This is
Do you understand
conversational
what
overlap.
filibustering even means?
That's one hell of a run-on sentence.
Do you even know what
If that was
filibustering
one
means?
sentence, if that was one sentence, that was a hell of a run-on
Holy
sentence.
See, I
fuck!
can
You're
understand them both, 'cause
stupid
I
as
grew
a
up this way.
fucking stump.
Okay, so
Holy fuck,
that was all
man. They didn't
really
even
clueless.
they didn't need to give you hormones and shit. They need to give you a straitjacket in a padded fucking room because you're obviously mentally fucking
says the
retarded.
person who's totally
Holy
clueless
man.
about mental
Can't
health.
shut up for 2 seconds.
And you can't just say it in one sentence.
I feel
So-
that.
Yeah, shut up, bro. Just
Trying to
shut
say-
up.
So it's very simple. Symptomology and pathology are not the same thing.
Yeah,
So-
actually, you know what? I've decided that it is.
So you so you can have the common
I'm
cold.
just gonna be you. I'm gonna assert everything now.
So you can
It's
have the
actually
common
it is.
cold.
It is. It's the same
Well,
thing.
Andrew Wilson does the same thing.
Yeah, he's kind. Yeah, it's
That's
very
one of
see
his
how you guys do
tactics
that,
is
Andrew
assertion.
Wilson? That had
That's
nothing
very
to do with
common
Andrew
at
Wilson.
the panel
See,
versus
like, no.
YouTube.
Let me point out, and
He said
actually,
he has
let me
powder
point
sheep
this out.
sets.
This is how bad faith you guys are.
We're not the ones
I was
screaming
making
like a little
my
baby.
point, and Mel interrupted me, and you want to say this is what Andrew does too?
You're-
What?
You
I
made
said
10
that.
Finish his
points.
point.
Dude, you made
I
10
said
Andrew
points.
tries to finish his point too. Okay.
How many sentences
Like,
No,
what the
does it
fuck
take
are you
to
even
finish?
saying, Jeff?
Like what you're
I'm
saying.
trying to
both of
finish my fucking point, and
Actually,
Mel's the
let's-
one
let's give
interrupting,
some
but I'm the
credit.
one
Go
doing
ahead.
something
Let's
wrong.
give some credit. Andrew
is
can
bad
actually
No, I
be
didn't say you
concise.
do
Bad
something
faith as
wrong.
fuck. You guys just
I was
want to
talking about
attack
Andrew. I
Andrew
didn't say
Wilson
anything about
through
you
me,
at all.
bro. Andrew's
Yeah,
a grown ass man. He slaps
I
you all
agree.
around the same way I will. Okay, so
Let's
like
give
I don't know
Andrew
what you
some credit. He
bringing up
can actually
Andrew
land
for.
his
It has
plane.
nothing to do with me.
Okay, well, get
Holy
back on
fuck.
whatever point
Yeah,
you were
and
making.
land your plane sometime soon.
Oh, now you want to let me finish it?
I
Oh,
forgot how triggering
If you can,
that
if you
name
if you can
is.
find an airport to land, but you don't seem capable of landing your
Wi-Fi,
plane.
is this a real life, bro? Now I see why you're
No,
talking to the robots. I
it's a
get it. You spend too
simulation.
much time here talking to people like Mal. What's wrong
It's
with
a
you?
simulation.
No, you're
It's
still
a
motor mouthing,
simulation.
okay.
You're all
Holy
robots.
fuck.
I'm the only real
So
person.
there's a really
Okay,
simple
shut
answer.
up.
I
Let's
thought
see
you
how
were the
long you can do
AI.
it, Mal. Let's see
You're
how long
fucking
you
No,
can
with
do
us.
it. You
you
ready?
just threw a
You
tantrum.
ready?
So you're not.
You
You don't
ready?
actually want. You just threw a
You
tantrum.
ready?
I'm not going to let you finish.
You
it now.
ready?
No, you just threw a tantrum.
I can't talk
So-
now?
Easy
Now you
has
we
the
gave you a
mic.
chance. We've
As
given you
far
a
as I could
chance.
judge it.
So
Is
it's
this like a rap
and
battle
my,
or
my,
something?
my response is going to be the same regardless of what you say. Symptomology is not the same as
Oop, Mel just
pathology.
pulled
You can
ahead.
have the same symptoms as something like a cold and C19, but they're different causes.
Don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you don't like learning new things, don't you?
No,
Well,
I'm
I'm
just not
interested.
going to
Go,
listen to you if you
but
don't
I'm
have to
still
listen
trying
me.
to
If
understand.
you don't have to listen to me, I don't have to listen to you. That's how it works.
I
You
did
don't get
listen
the
to you.
respect.
I'm
you
still
I
trying
actually
because
did
you
respond to you.
said that you
Moron.
felt like both, and that your male body did not cause you the
Oh, when I say I
distress it
felt like
seems to
both.
cause most trans people
Yeah, when I-
because you're not 100% trans. So you were consonant with your male body in
When I
parts.
said I felt like both, I just didn't have anybody really trying to like enforce gender on me at the time because I was so young, and it wasn't until I went to the All Boys group home that like the idea of like gender norms really like hit
What
home.
if, what
to
if
me.
they
Because
encourage
you were so
to,
different from the
Hold on,
boys
Jeff.
that
Hold
And
on.
nobody
that
was like,
Hold on,
and
Jeff.
before that, nobody was
Cosmic,
telling me I'm
Cosmic,
wrong for being that
Cosmic.
way.
Listen to me for a second. What if they encourage you to match your actual biology? Would that be a bad thing or a good thing?
That's what they were doing. No, that's what they were doing.
yes,
Okay.
because it's
Okay,
Speakeasy's
so-
here in honor of his panel and his style.
So if
Yes, you
someone
can pay to
has
meet people.
the physical traits of a certain sex and the chromosome traits of a certain sex, but they have brain chemistry that's a little out of whack, should we encourage them to do the opposite of their biology
First of all, what's
or
the brain
same?
chemistry? Which
Like-
All right,
like
hang
real
on real
chemicals?
quick. Time
Like-
out. We got somebody in the back. Hang on. Rack mangoes? Does
Yeah, I know
anybody
Rock. He's cool.
Like, what if they have like male genitalia and male chromosomes, but they have like female exhibiting brain chemistry, for example? What should we do with them?
Which
What about
neurotransmitters? I just want to know specifically because the answer varies depending on which neurotransmitter you're talking about. Which neurotransmitter are you
Most of
referring
them,
to?
just most of them.
Most of them.
Let's just ballpark it.
Oh
Welcome,
well,
Rat.
that's just an indication that we can't be informed on behavior just from physical body alone.
Do you think we're going to create a healthy person by encouraging the brain chemistry that doesn't match the
So
physical body?
in the terms of people with gender dysphoria, yes, because it has actually been proven that trying to push them back into the box is more harmful than affirming their chosen gender.
But nobody's trying to push y'all back into a box.
That's not true.
Yeah, actually, conversion therapy
That's
was a
not
literal
true.
attempt to push us
Where's
back
the
into the
What's
box.
more-
therapy happening?
What's more harmful is that when transgender kids or identify as transgender says it to the faculty and staff at their school, they go to a clinic that says, "Okay, your gender, we affirm your problem here without any examination, psychological therapy."
they
They
do.
just said, "Yep, you're transgender."
That's
And guess
false.
what happens after they get their bottom surgery? It's actually statistically proven. NIH has a study on this that after 7 years, the chance of suicide for transgender people goes up phenomenally. So it's
That-
predatory.
That's
It's
just
predatory.
Infidelity.
It's all no, it's
So-
fact. You can
And
go ahead and say what
and
you
here's
want, but it actually
You're gonna cut
happens.
me off
People have
every time I
spoken
go to
up about
respond
And
to
that.
here's the real
Are
problem.
you gonna cut me off every
with
time I go to
with the
respond to
data
you?
cost-
Hi, I'm
Oh, you
a
don't
woman.
like what
You
happens
don't
to
like
you
people
now?
cutting you
Oh,
off now?
boo hoo! Yo, you've
Oh,
been
you
doing
want-
it all
Come on.
night, and then you don't
Cool,
like it. Oh, tough
Everyone's
shit. Why don't
been
you grow
doing
a
it
pair?
that I know.
Anyways, yeah, he's been doing this whole
Everyone's been
fucking
doing
time.
that.
That someone does it to him, he's like, "Oh my god, can you
Yeah,
please let me
everyone's-
talk?" Get the
As
fuck
Jeff
out of here,
said-
dude.
As
Also-
Jeff
That's
said-
it. That's what I'm
Jeff
saying.
No, like,
I'm
go.
saying.
So this is
Hey,
what people
hey,
say.
hey, 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 hey!
As Jeff
If
said-
you're
Does
all about
anybody
this,
know Haku? We got somebody in the back.
Yeah,
named
Haku's cool.
Yeah,
Bring Haku up.
Haku's he's cool shit.
As Jeff
We
said, we've
need
been
more
cutting each
people
other
on
all
panel.
off,
There's
so
not
you
enough
don't get to
noise.
complain
no,
anymore.
no. You've been cutting people
think it's
off.
just a little
People's
bit.
been waiting patiently for you to
I think
answer
it's a little
questions,
rich.
and you just been acting bad faith the whole time. I've been watching, and I've
I
been
think
watching
it's a little
quietly
rich.
before I got
And it's
part up
all on
on here.
stream
You don't
recorded,
like
so
it when you
anybody
get
can
served
see.
up your same medicine,
it's a
Mel.
little
You're bad
rich.
faith.
I think
Totally
it's a
bad
little
faith.
rich that you want to be able to say these things in an echo chamber and not actually be hear the
Also,
other side of
Cosmic,
this.
Well, right, because I don't agree with you. It's an echo chamber when I don't agree with you,
No,
but
'cause
yet
you're
I come
wrong.
up
I can
with
tell
an
you exactly why
argument.
you're wrong.
I am not
I can
wrong.
tell you
Okay,
exactly why you're
what
wrong.
is a woman? What is a woman?
That's
Describe
not
what a
why you're
woman
wrong.
is.
That's not why you're wrong.
What is a
You're wrong.
woman?
You're wrong
See,
because you
bad
said
faith
that.
again.
Wait,
You're
wait, let's.
refusing to
I want to
answer the
hear. I want
question
to hear where
because you
you're
don't
wrong.
want to
Hang
answer
on.
the
Go ahead,
question.
Fox. Go ahead.
So the reason that you're wrong is because children cannot just go to their teachers and have their gender affirmed. This is a decision that's made between the child, the parent, and their medical practitioner.
No,
Oh
there
no,
are
that's not
some
true. In
places where
California,
the
not in
Maine,
every state.
California, Maine, Maryland, they actually have it to where that if you question the validity of what the kid is claiming of their gender identity, those kids are taken away from their parents,
So again,
especially in
there is no
far left
there is
states.
no.
yes,
That's not a myth. That's actually a fact.
So I would encourage you to
No,
fact
you
check
would
that.
actually have to agree because there's no way you disagree with that.
I would
There's
encourage you to
absolutely
fact
no
check that
disagreeing with that. You're just acting
because
in bad faith because you know there's a lot of flaws in your logic, and that's why you
so
have
we
no
can
way of telling that what you're saying
who's
you
Julie
actually
B?
believe in.
Doc, you can come up. I
You're
can't
just going
promise
off
it's
of
gonna
what you're
be
being
chill.
told to believe, dude.
So we can look at what the guidelines for trans healthcare are across the nation, just by
Is
the
it my
various
turn to jump
organizations
in
that
yet?
talk. No,
No,
I'm
you
responding.
had plenty of time.
Oh,
So
I
we
was
can look at the
waiting patiently.
guidelines. We can look at the guidelines that are given to medical practitioners on what trans healthcare should be and how it should be done, and it does not say what you're saying.
But they don't. They don't. They're not the final authority.
You're right. It's up to the doctor at the end of the day. So if you want to take issue with
Also,
specific doctors, that's fine.
No,
But
Do
you
it's
you
can't
not.
take
think,
They're
away
not
the
even
whole
the
thing.
final authority,
also,
especially when it
co-
involves
Mel?
mental health.
Mel,
It
do you
involves
think
Up
that
to
the
the
final decision should
doctor.
be
this is
up
a
with the parent or the
societal
medical
issue.
practitioner?
Well, I think you've
Wait,
removed
it's
any.
up
Well,
to the
Jeff.
doctor. So when the doctor at birth says it's a
All
boy
right,
or it's a
Jeff.
girl, they're right.
So
Stop
there's
crying
more than one
about it.
doctor. There's
Move
more
the
than one
fuck
doctor on this
on.
planet. There's more than one doctor on this planet for one thing. And by the
I
way,
don't give a
Jeff.
shit.
And by the way,
are these the same
by the way,
doctors
Jeff.
that don't
That's
know
why
what
By the way,
there's
prison
Jeff.
not.
is?
There's no
By the way, Jeff.
authoritative expert
By
here.
the way, Jeff, regarding what you said, I think you've eliminated any meaningful authority because if the boards that recommend stuff for doctors are not authority and the doctor themselves are not an authority, who do you think the authority is?
The
I
parent.
think the authority is the trans person, but I also think they live in a society with other people, so they don't just get to dictate reality for everybody
Well,
else.
the majority of people are accepting of transgender people.
Right, that's my argument too. I don't even understand why it's an issue, what you want from us, what kind of help
Well,
you
I'm
need.
not
That's
asking
why I'm
anything from you.
asking the
I haven't
questions
asked
I'm
anything
asking
from you.
because
I'm just
I'm
trying.
with you. I don't think it is an issue.
Yeah, I'm just trying to answer your questions.
Hey, Cosmic, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
It actually gets worse because not only is there the clinical data that dude just mentioned, there's also the cultural element. So in the past, they used to argue about the stigma and the shame involved with society. But in modern times, it's actually reversed. It's like it's honored and celebrated and praised, and so
prizes.
you can't use that as an excuse that you feel shamed by society because of what you're going through. So that you can't link
Right.
that
So
to
where does the
depression.
distress come
And
from?
I want to piggyback off that guy what he
Really? You
just
don't want
said
to hear a
too.
response to
Oh,
that?
hold
That's
on.
crazy.
Hold on. I just want to add on to it and I'll
Sounds an
shut
echo
up. I
chamber
promise.
so
Yeah,
quickly.
I just want to I just want to add this. I just want to add this.
Is it gonna
I
be
forgot their
relevant?
names, but up in Minnesota, they had a transgender mural, or it's in DC, and there was these group of teenagers that actually had skid marks on it. They got thrown in prison for that as a hate crime, just for having a skid mark. But yet, burning the American flag is legal. Now, how is that
Yeah, no,
logical? All right, I'll shut up now.
No one's been thrown in prison for something like that. You can try to provide proof, but I have guarantee you there'll be more context.
Well, that's cognitive dissonance, and that's bad faith. Once
Well,
again, you're
no, it's
proving
not
that you're
cognitive.
just
I want
bad
to hear him
faith.
address.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
is.
cognitive dissonance when I said you can provide proof. Sorry, I like I said, I was hoping to respond to you directly. I kind of I forgot what you said because that was irrelevant. What he said
I was talking
irrelevant
about
to
the cultural stigma that
Right,
in the
okay, thank you.
past that was part
I
of the
remember
argument,
now.
but now it's not anymore.
Right.
Yes. So I think as we learn more about human behavior and how like physiology does not tell us about psychology necessarily, we've realized that like there are natural deviations of sexuality, natural deviations of gender expression, and gender identity, to be clear. And so we've learned that we don't need to shame people for being a natural deviation.
We're not.
And
Nobody
the reason
is.
why I brought it up is going back to the clinical data. Now it's completely screwing up the data because who actually has dysphoria as opposed to who's doing it by like choice because it's a fad or whatever. So
Well,
it's like
Yeah.
all the
I could
data's
argue the
screwed up
data was
now.
screwed up before by us assuming that it's
It
wrong
was
to
pretty
be
clear
that
cut
way.
before because
No,
again the
no, that
the
agreed with
stigma
you.
and the shame pretty
I
much
agree.
made you like forced you into
Well,
that corner.
Maybe you think that because it agreed with you, but what a lot of clinicians were talking about at the time was when you go in assuming it's a bad thing, then only the treatments which treat it like it's a bad thing seem ideal. But when you treat it neutrally, then we can look at outcomes, and we only see positive outcomes when we affirm this. Because again, this is a natural deviation. This isn't something somebody decides to be. They can't just change it even if they want to.
And also,
You're
everyone
looking at a
glossed,
mental disorder as
Well, they're trying
neutral.
to
Got
change
you.
something.
and everyone glossed
That's
over
how
my
we should
initial
look at mental disorders.
my initial point.
Neutral.
Unfortunately, it is a mental disorder.
That
Well,
there's
again,
my
the,
question.
the disorder is gender dysphoria.
There's my
not
question,
being trans.
Not
Cosmic.
the
Can we
transgenderism
treat
itself.
mental illness
No,
with
no.
physical drugs?
Yes, of course we
Some
can.
of them.
And also we
Some
do
of them.
also,
Well, to be clear, some of them, not all
The
of them.
mental
Right?
illness is false
Schizophrenia.
syllogism. That's what it is.
So,
By the way,
Actually,
That's
you're
the
a
mental
little
illness.
By the way,
hey,
by the way,
Cosmic.
I'm
So,
trying to
for
hear what
example,
you're saying, but you're
hey,
muffled.
Cosmic. For example, like bipolar disorder or whatever, like schizophrenics or whatever, have like brain chemistry malfunctions, and we can give them chemicals to create
doesn't cure
balance
it.
in their brain. But what
But it
about
do-
people that don't have physical problems but mental problems?
So,
Do you
so
understand?
in clinical psychology, one of the hardest things to come across is an actual cure. So
Mm.
one of the interesting things about gender affirming care is that for a lot of people, it does actually seem to cure their dysphoria, and that people are
Right, Zephyr.
trans and no longer have dysphoria. Not everybody, because nothing's perfect, especially with psychology, but people will literally say, I'm no longer depressed, I'm no longer suicidal, as long as I can live this way. And I'm pretty sure most people want to live that way.
But even more people say that they don't feel any different. So I don't know.
I don't agree with you. I
go
noticed that a lot of the
off the
statistics you're gleaning this from come from like looking at people post surgery, and that does not account for surgical regrets that you can even see in things like cosmetic surgeries.
Yeah, it
Well,
does.
I'm trying to
That's a lie.
understand
Does that
what's
have to
so
do-
bad
oh
that
my-
they need
no.
surgery for. Like,
no,
what,
it
what,
was just brought up
what
to
are
you.
they
that the-
reacting to?
It was just brought up to you that the self deletion rate doesn't go down; it actually goes up. So, like, what are you talking about?
Again, that's post surgery, and you need to factor for post surgical regret. Unfortunately, I
Yeah,
used
Especially
So wouldn't that
especially
mean
in
if
Why
you're
would
not
they regret
hearing
Sorry, the
anything, if you're
AJT.
regretting the surgery?
so the reason they might regret it, Jeff.
It's a
'cause,
coping
Jeff, I want to
mechanism,
answer the
Jeff.
host
That's why
question.
they do it.
Well, I want to answer. It's the same reason people might have it after getting knee surgery. You can look up the rates of post surgical regret after knee
Yeah, but
surgery is
that's
actually
not-
higher than it
knee
is for
surgery has
people.
nothing to do with transgender
It
argument.
is-
That's again, that's a
But
total
But I'm
wrong
trying to
comparison.
understand what the distress
Yeah,
is
please-
that
please let
drives
me go.
them to something
Unfortunately-
as extreme as surgery to alleviate.
It's a
We-
coping
I will come on-
mechanism.
I will come
it's
on
A,
when there's
it's
not.
a physical
You
band-aid
want?
on
Do you
a
want? You
mental
want to
illness.
do a one? I would love
Yeah.
that if you want to
I
do
can
a
put-
one-on-one one
I'll-
day. I've been wanting to have this conversation forever.
I'll put my Twitter in
Oh.
the. Do you have Twitter or X?
Yeah, I do.
No.
Here.
So I'll put mine in the side. Sorry if I don't get back to you right away. I only have access to it on my home computer, but we can set
So
up
No.
more
Jeff,
personal
Mine is
conversation because you
Primal
have very
Hex.
good questions, and I do want to give you
It's
the
in my
answer they deserve.
description too.
so
But my
Jeff,
partner
I
just
have
sat down to
I
me.
wanna
I
be
want to
able
give
to
him the
talk
time he
without
deserves.
nobody
Sorry,
repeating
I'm just
anything I
leaving.
say.
I'm leaving real quick, and then you all can talk as much as you want.
Bye.
Bye.
Give
Yeah,
Fox the
Hey.
mic. Let them say
Hey.
their final words. Come on, guys.
They're so tricky.
Go ahead.
Why are you
Fox.
acting like you've not been able to speak now? You spoke more than everybody on panel.
Let
Anyways,
Fox
thank you.
talk.
Mel,
Thank you,
Mel,
Jeff.
before you go,
No, I really have to
before
go.
you
No,
go,
I
no,
really
I'm
have
going to
to go.
start backstaging people. Let Fox talk.
Jeff, thank you for the time. I hope to give you your answers the time you deserve. But my partner just sat down to me. I'm going to give him the time he deserves. So have a great night, everybody.
You too, Fox.
Yeah,
and
you
I-
too,
I,
Mel.
I hope to
Bye.
talk more.
I have a similar but different question
Take
for you,
care.
Jeff. So for the mental illness of social awkwardness, do you think there's a physical cure for that? Can we give them a pill that will cure them?
Well, yeah,
Sometimes
people do-
alcohol
yeah,
or some
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
drugs
about-
will,
people
but
have social
that's
man.
not a.
People have
Social awkwardness is not
anxiety,
mental
social
illness.
awkwardness.
Yes,
no,
it is.
social anxiety. Social anxiety is the word you're looking for. That would create social awkwardness, and that
Some
is a
people,
medical.
some people call it autism. You can call it whatever you want.
Well,
Jeff.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
care,
no,
but
No, that's just
no,
a
no,
natural
no.
variation. There's
No,
not
no, no,
really
no,
anything
no.
you can do.
Is there a
Autism-
physical cure for mental illness, Jeff? Is my
You
question.
can
It depends
take
on the
or
illness.
many
I gave
mental
you an
health.
example of like
You're the ones that
schizophrenia,
brought up
bipolar.
bipolar and
Jeff,
schizophrenic
check
and all
if
the
you
other
can
stuff.
hit like Haku's
physical
like.
If you're
problem
asking
with
if
your
there's
brain.
anything
on
like
and
that for
off.
autism is not just one
That's
thing.
not a mental
You would
illness.
Hey,
treat
That's a
individual
physical problem
symptoms. So
with your
depending on the
brain,
symptom
Jeff.
that you're trying to treat, there may or may not be something medical that can help alleviate
Do you
it.
see the problem with trying to treat mental illness with physical cures?
Jeff,
Not for
hit
the
Real quick.
autism
Haku's
example.
hit Haku's
Wait.
echo cancellation on and off so that maybe it'll fix
Hold
his
on.
sound.
And I gotta pee, so think of another one. I'll be right back.
Hold on.
Okay.
Real quickly, I want to speak on this because I have Asperger's syndrome. I just want to let you know that this whole thing, it's not a mental illness, it's a mental disability. There's a big distinct difference. When you're having autism, it's it's neurodiverse. You're neurodiverse. And there's different grades of it. It's literally a spectrum. I'm on the high functioning one. It took me many years to get to this point to actually filter and work on that. So just to be clear,
it a physical
autism is not a
cause?
mental. It's
Is there
more.
a physical cause that causes it?
Are you talking?
To your
I would
Asperger's?
say so because in most cases it actually develops in the early development of the childhood.
So
of
then
the
how hard
child.
would it be to physically cure it, like every other thing that we can physically cure?
You're not going to cure it because you got to understand it's neurodivergent, and that's dealing with the human brain. When something is damaged by the human brain, like take for cerebral palsy for an example, because of lack of oxygen and it's not able to let the body function with the muscles. There's no really cure for that, but there's treatment out there to help alleviate that autism to where they can actually function in society. That's exactly what happened to me. And
Wouldn't the cure
go
for
on.
lack of oxygen be enough oxygen?
That depends on the severity of the situation. So my brother, I'm going to use my brother as an example because he has cerebral palsy. He died the first 11 minutes of his life. My parents told me this story, but real quickly though, he had the full blown cerebral palsy. He can't walk. He can't talk. He can't. You got to do everything for him, like change his diaper. And my parents did this for many years, and there's no cure for a brain damage like that. It's like you kill your brain cells, right? You can't regenerate them.
Can you
It
think
works
of
in the
any
same fashion as
examples?
that.
Can you think of any examples that don't have a physical cause or cure?
Um,
How about
in terms of what exactly?
How
In
about
terms of what exactly?
how about like a phobia, for example? Like if I had arachnophobia, which has no physical cause, should I take a pill to cure that?
Well,
Having a
there is a physical
Hello,
cause,
can
right?
you hear me?
It's just arachnid.
I'm sorry.
What's
I'm
the
not.
physical
I'm not trying
cause
to act
of
in bad faith.
arachnophobia?
You
Is
cut
there
out.
arachnophobia gene?
No, that's not just the physical. Is not a word that just means bodily function, does it? You're not talking about a chemical
I
reaction in
can't
the brain, are you?
understand this guy.
Yeah, your audio is really bad, dude. It's hard to
I'm
understand.
not trying to be disrespectful, my guy, but I can't understand what you're saying. Sounds like you're speaking through water. I'm just telling you how it sounds.
I'm getting one or two words at best, so I can't form a sentence.
Yeah.
Oh no, what will that do
Try
to the
again.
conversation?
Ask your
Haku.
question.
So what I'm trying to get at, dude, is the problem is
Yeah.
some people see the world purely as everything is physical, and therefore everything has a physical cure or explanation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do
So
you see the
not
problem
really.
with that view?
No, I'm one of those people. So no. I
Okay,
don't, so.
okay, Jeff. What are the physical properties of like logic, for example?
Logic is a human creation, just like language. I'm a
are the
naturalist, so I
physical
allow for
properties?
things
It's a
like
human
that to exist
creation, or
within
did
a
we
natural
discover it?
universe.
What are the physical properties of logic?
I guess the paper you write it on and all that kind of stuff.
So if we burn all the paper, logic there's no such
Where are
thing
you
as
going
logic.
with this? Because things can be conceptual.
The place where I'm going
and
with
the
this
universe
is
could
if you're
still be physical and material.
if you're trying to use a hammer on all your screws, you won't be successful because you're using the wrong tool for the job. So while some things do have a physical explanation, for example, I keep giving you the examples like bipolar schizophrenia. It's like a chemical
Yeah,
imbalance
the
in the brain.
organic mental illnesses.
We can fix the chemicals, or even let's do the gender one. Let's say you have boy body parts, but you have some weird brain chemistry fucked up, and you're getting some female signals in there, or whatever. We can fix the brain chemicals.
We
so that
can.
you
There's
go.
a pill that could
No, there's not a pill,
like
but there are
turn your gender.
therapy and processes you can go to try and reverse the damage.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that medication.
It's physically possible.
In the
We're
same way
probably
that
not
schizophrenia and
anywhere
bipolar
near
can be
effective
treated.
neuroscience yet, but we'll get there eventually. It's not that hard. It's just
okay.
physics.
So
It's a
see, you've
physics
been
problem.
I keep telling you, dude, the time with the AI that you've been spending.
But there are problems that can't be solved, Jeff. There are no physical problems of logic.
Listen, what a better way to say this, Hi-Fi, is
ahead.
that there's no mental disorder that we make a physical change to our body to fix it. Even when you're talking about the where we make chemical corrections in the brain, bringing it back to where the brain normally is, that's
Yes.
different than chopping a fucking body part off that is naturally supposed to be there. You're not taking things away or changing yourself. You're correcting something that was wrong in the brain. And that's not what's happening here. What you're going to see in the future, they're going to look at all this trans affirmations and surgeries as the lobotomies of the 2000s. Okay? That's what it's going to be. They're going to realize this shit was nothing but ruining people's lives. They're going to look back at us like, how savage were those people?
It was just a
chopping
fad
off
of the
people's dicks and shit. They're going to look at us like savages. Okay?
I don't think. I think a lot of it's going to become normalized.
It was just a
like
fad of the
stuff
current
has.
political
No, it's
system.
it's already getting pushed out of everything.
Yeah.
You know,
For
you know what's really
minors,
fucked
for
up?
minors, but I think for adults, nobody's gonna care.
Yeah, but that's a short-lived.
And the more people, because this happened with gay, this happened with
They're gonna
autism.
take
The
it
more
out, they're
people that
gonna
have
go
trans
back to-
kids and all that, they're gonna start getting desensitized to it as well.
I want to
And
I want to
there's
stick out an
nothing-
observation here.
I don't know. That's not what'll happen. It's going to be a massive. It's like they've been pulling back on
Nope, the
an
boy girls are here to
elastic
stay.
for a really long time, and when that elastic snaps,
David Bowie brought
buddy,
it in.
it's gonna hit hard.
Adult
You
taking.
will feel completely abandoned.
Haku, you're still coming through.
Yeah,
Maybe in
I'm
Canada.
Sorry, bro. I've been trying to. So Jeff, maybe if you hit the echo cancellation on and off for him, it might work
For rock
for Haku. Yeah, maybe
okay.
Haku. You got to
Let me try
unmute
it.
though for him to do that.
So, Mangoes, do you feel like we made any progress on the topic of mental illness versus physical illness?
Yeah, I feel like
Oh,
we pretty much solved it. Pick analogies that actually make sense next time.
Right.
Nice.
No,
Say
but
that
My
one more
bad.
time again.
So this gets back to one of my main gripes about this
I heard
topic.
my bad there.
You guys remember in the early days of ADD and ADHD when they said Ritalin would cure these people?
yeah, kind of sort
Yeah.
of. It still helps some of the symptoms.
I was one of those kids in that
No one said it
experiment,
would
to let you know.
cure. I don't remember anyone saying take this
Doctors.
pill and your
Doctors.
child will not have this anymore.
Doctors
No,
said,
no,
this is the
I get
cure
what you.
for ADD, ADHD,
But they-
because
yeah,
parents
It
said,
helped
I
them
need a
manage
cure.
some of these
They
symptoms.
did. I get what you're saying, but they didn't call it a cure. They just said it was the answer to it.
Well, all the doctors I listened to, talking to family
Well,
members
you
I
listened to
personally
the wrong,
witnessed,
some fucked up
said
doctors.
that it would cure them of
I
their
mean, that's possible. I
ADD
don't
Doctors
know.
don't make
illness.
that claim anyway. They're very conservative with what they claim for a
But
drug.
the whole thing
But
is
anyway,
like,
what
I'm
is-
with you
again, what
there.
is your point with
that's
all
not a
this?
good fix for that. That's not a
Take
good
us
fix for that at
somewhere.
all.
I agree. There's different degrees of bad doctors out there. There's some doctors that are kind of honest about it. And they're like, well, this isn't really a cure, but at least treats the symptoms or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But that's also pretty rare. But anyways, that's the problem with the whole medical field. These are the people educating you about the expert knowledge of what these things are, and they don't know what they're talking about. So
Well, that's
system
because
is
you get
fucked.
a lot of money. You got a lot of money proliferated in this business. I mean, like it says, follow the money. 2 Timothy 6:10 says the root of all things the root of all evil is the love of money. And you see that in Big Pharma. That C-19 was about. It was not about the pandemic itself, saving people's lives. It was about
By the way, you're roboting hard, dude.
You're roboting now,
Who is
Mango.
that? Mango?
Mangos, you're roboting hard.
Everybody's
Can you hear
roboting.
what about now?
I am a
That's better.
robot.
Bye-bye, guys.
Oh,
Later,
I heard
dude.
that.
Wait, you
Yeah.
Why did
actually...
you say bye?
Wait, huh?
Okay, can you hear me
That
now?
came in loud and clear.
When I give up, when I give up,
I want to.
Wait, I hear you.
I want to say. I want to say two things. Okay. I think it's good that you guys are having this discussion about like like mental, physical, because we really need to
Autism
understand,
and
because this is one of the biggest components of this trans issue. They're just being completely misled, and there's predators out there that are going to take advantage of their vulnerability to make money off of. And it's really fucked up too, because like 30, 40 years ago we had conversion therapy where people who were gay, there was a conversion therapy behind it. They got rid of it and they substituted for this gender affirming care. If you really think about it, it's a fucked up dynamic that happened.
Like they're trying to trans the gays?
No, like, look, so when a kid says I'm a transsexual and they get affirmed, like let's say they're in California, they're a transsexual, it happens. Like I said to Mel, and Mel just doesn't want.
West Coast,
Yeah,
I see it.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that's the modern conversion therapy. Is the gender affirming care. They've gotten rid of the old one where they actually use pain as a method to try to convert somebody away from being gay. They got rid of that because it was just completely inhumane. But years down the road, they have a different form of conversion therapy on the radical left. I've noticed a pattern with the radical left that they have taken away from what the conservatives wanted to do in their values and replace it with their own. And and that's of which of that contains. That's
Well,
a
they
different topic.
explicitly state that. That's what queering is. They're trying to subvert existing norms.
Well, and also it's
According to
also in their literature. Like Little Hot Mess has the drag pedagogy, and it's literally talking about teaching queer theory to children, and that's another pernicious
I've
thing
talked about
that.
that on
Like,
here. In fact,
and
I
the
think
very-
me or Anton went through the article.
I'll tell you what. I'll go an extra mile with this. You know where this gay or sexual education with minors started with? It started in the 1920s in
Sesame
Austria
Street.
with a guy named
Mr. Rogers.
No. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, Mr. Rogers was his own different show, but you're funny. But no, 1920s, there's a guy named Greg Lukács, and he was trying to teach sex ed to children. People in Austria didn't go for it, and Greg Lukács was one of the founding members of the Frankfurt School. And you guys need,
Oh,
but
yeah, and
this
Foucault
thing,
also.
this thing happened. This thing happened 100 years ago. This our children, leave our kids alone, teach them math, science, and the language, not about their sexuality. Fuck off with that bullshit. And again, we're
Part of it's ideological. There's an
Yeah.
ideological agenda behind it.
Oh, I agree.
You mean like telling people they're born that way and then trying to treat it with pray the gay away, stuff like that?
Yeah.
No, that's the old conversion therapy. They want
Yeah,
to do an
that's-
And the
yeah.
old idea that you're born that way, that there's a gay gene that causes it? Like
Well,
that,
I believe
Jeff?
you are born that way, but
Yeah, I know
it's
you
probably
do.
not
That's
just
why I
one
was
gene.
bringing it
think-
up.
I think there are people who are generally confused about what they're born with their gender and their bodies. But the problem with the social dynamics, and I know that everybody's going to agree with what I'm about to say, is that when you get these trans activists is trying to hijack and appropriate other people's problems, you get this influx of this conflation that you have to accept who I am or you're a bigot. And whenever you give them the human rights that they deserve, and what I mean by human rights, everybody has the right to get a job, have an opportunity to make money, and have a pursuit of happiness, get a home, and they have those same rights. But yet, they act like they're still oppressed, and this is a big problem with the radical left, and this is the Marxist dogma that is happening. And don't forget, look, I want to be very clear about this. I am not a conservative. I am not a libertarian. I am a left-leaning liberal. And I
There
see
are no
these problems.
conservatives.
Well, there's conservatives, all right.
There are none. There's zero.
That's a myth. But look, what I'm trying to
Name
say
one.
is that
Name one
Everything Mango's
conservative.
just said.
Name one conservative.
John Kennedy, like the senator in Louisiana, Ron Paul, senator in Kentucky.
Ooh, Ron Paul. That was a good guess, but he's
Oh,
actually
well.
pretty centrist on a lot of like
You got him
moral
there.
issues and stuff like that. He's just more about politics being slightly to the right.
Well, he's more traditionalist. Like he holds the Republican Party accountable. Like he's called them out on their bullshit.
Most
I
people
heard
mean
him
conservative
speak.
in the moral aspect, not the political aspect. If you're saying
No,
like
he
he
actually voted
conserves
down
the
a few bills.
Constitution, then yeah, okay, he's a conservative.
He voted down a few bills about the reckless spending. I paid attention to him. I mean, he's more conservative than most of the conservative party and the House of Representatives and also the Senate. I paid attention to this person. But the point I was trying to make about my political background is because you're not hearing me speaking that who identifies with the right wing ideology. I mean, I actually appreciate the right wingers right now because they seem like the ones that care about saving America. Because you see what the fucking left is doing is atrocious.
Like
In
Ted
every
Cruz
facet.
or Ben Shapiro, those right-wing conservatives.
Ben Shapiro. I don't
Fuzz,
like
you
him.
work here, Doug.
No,
I
it's
don't
never
like
done.
Ben. Ted Cruz. That's.
Go watch the
Yeah,
interview
that
with
guy-
Tucker Carlson and see if you think he's a conservative or a right-winger.
I didn't say he was a conservative.
Who
I'm
is
still-
who is a model conservative to you, I-Fi?
There are none. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I
he'll
can't
Nick
give you
just say, he'll
examples.
just say nobody. That's what he does.
I said
I'm
Ron
pretty
Paul
sure this is just a
at
troll.
least has like political flavors of
No,
the
I'm
right
curious.
wing.
I'm trying to get a baseline of what he considers
A conservative has moral standards. That's the problem.
Oh well, then
He's
I'm
gonna say
conservative.
nobody has moral standards and da, 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 da.
I have moral
Well,
standards.
Andrew Wilson's pretty moral. I mean, he
Um,
claims to be an ortho bro until you corner him. Then he's just
Actually,
an
let me ask you
entertainer.
something about that, Jeff. When you say you have moral standards, because you believe in like Satanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
like
where my morality comes from.
that's
And Christian, because I'm a Christian Satanist. It's all one.
What?
religion.
huh?
But yeah, I have morals and ethics.
He's a Christian atheist.
Like, do you like have like the like the beliefs and practices of like
It's
the
whatever you want it to be.
LaVeyan Satanism?
It's
That how you
whatever
say
you
it,
want it to be,
LaVeyan?
Speakeasy. It's whatever you want it to be. There
No.
are no rules in the Satan.
I don't do rituals and that kind of stuff. Or the
No,
or the
like
magic.
is your main thing it emphasizes like self-interest and personal freedoms, right?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, partly to a degree, but there's also responsibility that comes with freedom. It's not
by
just
the way,
freedom to do whatever you want and run wild.
By the way,
Right, yeah,
just
yeah,
being
yeah.
feral.
So,
before I head out, I just want to give Mango a food for thought. Here's
Fucking
something
yeah.
to think
Mango.
about real quick on your spectrum, dude. A huge red flag in the field of science and medicine. As soon as the bullshit artists start saying the word spectrum, that means they don't know what they're talking about, and they just made up some bullshit umbrella term to
No,
to
it's a
confuse
placeholder.
you. So in the old days, back in my generation, it was ADD, ADHD, Asperger's, stuff like that. Now it's
Yeah.
everything under the sun. It's like social awkwardness. It's like OCD.
It's still all of that,
you
and
name
social
it.
awkwardness was part of that original stuff.
Everything is autism now. Everything
You're-
is
you're
on the
uninformed,
spectrum
I thought.
because they can't define what it is, where it begins, or where it ends. And so there's your huge clue that they're just talking out of their ass. It's bullshit.
Okay, but
But anyway,
that doesn't say anything about
listen,
the
my
thing
friend.
itself, which is very
So,
We
real.
can-
so the
we would
final
have never
answer,
figured
Yeah,
that out
go on.
without you, bro.
I'm gonna head out here in a second. Mangos, the final answer is if you understand the difference between
It's a
Nature.
long ass second.
nature, nurture, and free will, you'll figure out how to solve the problem. That's the
First,
solution.
second, and third factor.
So if you know what those terms mean, you'll figure it out. Anyways,
Gotcha.
You
Thanks.
can't hammer your screws and you can't screw
It's
your
been a
nails.
joy, I-Fi.
Actually,
I-
I show you, bro. I'll tell you.
so
I can,
appreciate your
I can
cheer.
fucking- I
It
can
was
Thank
fun.
you
hammer
for the
Why
nugget of
again?
wisdom.
I can hammer in a screw. I promise you. All right. I mean, you don't take that challenge. All
But
right.
anyway, super chat that I beat Speakeasy again in our debate. I wrecked
Yeah,
him in
yeah,
this
yeah. You
debate.
didn't even fucking debate that. Shut up.
Well, I certainly
Just
didn't
check
get
my
a
super chat, bro. My super
over a
chat
debate.
tells you all you need to know.
Nah,
I'm the
yeah,
winner.
yeah,
I wrecked you. Admit it.
yeah.
Later on, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
Bye,
Enjoy the
girl.
Take
robot.
care.
Bye bye.
Oh,
Yeah. So what I was
interesting.
trying to ask you there, Jeff, like, so when it's like, it's a self-interest and personal freedom, as long as you don't like impede on other person's self-interests and personal freedoms, right?
Oh, you mean the ethic part and the moral part?
Yeah.
I mean, I try not to, but if I do, that's up to them to like resolve it with me. If I happen, I try not to intentionally impede on somebody's freedom.
Okay, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, as like you believe everyone should be able to do what they want and what makes them feel good, as long as they don't hurt anyone else.
I think that's part of it because I think doing what you want and feeling good is part of being who you are. I think people should be who they are. With certain exceptions, there's some people that just need to hold it back and suppress it and contain it. But for most people, I think it's healthy to be who you naturally are. So part of that is feeling good, part of that is pleasure, part of that is self-interest, but it's not the whole picture. I think there's larger benefits that come from being who you are that go beyond the individual.
Okay. Okay, so here, let me make sure. I'm just writing some stuff down. I just want to make sure I got it. So most people should do or be who they are, but there's some people that shouldn't, right? That's what
Yeah,
you said.
the criminals, serial killers, sociopaths, predators, those people should not act
Is
out
that
their.
because they're doing something against someone else's?
It would be destructive to society and harmful to society. It would make living together as humans that much more difficult and erode civilization. It would make it harder to keep the civilization that we've built going. For keeping it functional.
So so the heart. Okay, so part of the moral code is about harm for the society,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then like when you say harm, what at what like I guess I'll just ask what you mean by harm.
Well, appreciation is not even the right word. Like I am in awe of human civilization. I think it's one of the most amazing things that like the universe has accomplished. And so anything that contributes to that keeps that going, I have respect for. So the opposite of that would be anything that impedes that or makes it more difficult or tries to undermine the activity of sustaining civilization. To me would be something to oppose.
Okay, and when you say sustaining civilization, you mean as in like the exact way it is right now?
Not necessarily, but however, whatever civilization is, and it's never the same thing from time to time. It's gonna take humans coming together and coordinating and collaborating to keep it going. It's not just gonna happen on its own. So whatever form your civilization takes, it's always gonna take people to agree to keep it together and keep it going, in however they envision it at that time. So each generation's gonna put their own stamp on it.
Okay, so like for instance, like the Mayans when they were like sacrificing children on altars and stuff, were they moral doing this because this was like how their society functioned?
I wouldn't go around doing that. And you were asking me about my morals and my ethics. Judging a civilization from the
Yeah, but I'm
outside
kind of
like that
asking
is
where the foundation of it comes from, right? Because
I
like if we
wouldn't
did this
sacrifice.
universally,
I'm against violence in general, and especially murder. So like that, none of that plays into my morality. So I don't have anything to say about it
What
other
if it
than I
was
wouldn't do it,
proportional?
or I wouldn't want a society that does it.
but if someone
I
else
just
says that like that is moral to do, you can't necessarily say that they're like objectively wrong. They're just wrong to you, right?
I don't think morality is objective. It's intersubjective. It's negotiated intersubjectively from within, between among humans. It doesn't exist outside of the humans that are developing it.
Yeah, so those Mayans were morally correct in your worldview, right?
No. I don't know how you got that out of me saying that it's intersubjective.
Well, if it's subjective, right, and it's based on like a consensus, that society um decided that this was the right thing to do.
So according to the norms of that society, maybe you could say say it's morally consistent with their culture, their values.
Okay, so like there's no objective wrong though.
What would that objective be that didn't originate from humans?
Well, I would say taking life is objectively morally wrong.
Wait, say that again.
I would say that taking life, not not in the sense of self defense, but like taking an innocent life.
I
I
think
I
it's
would
wrong too, and I think most humans would probably agree that it's wrong, but what's the objective standard that you reference it against to
well,
define it as
my
wrong?
objective standard is God, but
That's what I'm saying. You would need something like that to have objective morality. And in a naturalistic worldview, which is my own, there is not that transcendent or metaphysical standard.
yeah. So like, and this is what I'm asking you: do you not see like a failure in this, where like it could get kind of dicey if we just kind of all lived with no moral standard for what is right and
I'm not
wrong? We
advocating for that. I first of all, I don't think it's possible to live without a moral standard. I think every human is moral in some sense. There's some kind of higher moral element just to being human, even if it's evil or crime or whatever you're doing. I don't think any one of us live just as like unthinking animals. Maybe some people do, and I just can't relate to it or realize it. But it seems like there's some kind of moral intentionality involved in what we do as humans, even if we don't understand it from the outside. But then we're also getting into semantics because we're just trying to define what the word moral is referring to.
yeah, like that's the way. That's the thing. Like if you don't have like something that is like a foundation to the morals, like I find that they don't exist.
For me, it's
even-
conscience. There's like a physical sensation in the body when I'm doing something or I'm about to do something or thinking about doing something that violates my sense of morality. And I have to consciously will myself to do it anyway, like to move past that resistance.
So then you do think there is an objective morality?
I don't, it's my own personal conscience, so I don't think it's objective because I
Okay, so
think if you compared it
think that
against other
you
people, you
decide
find some
what's
differences.
objectively well, but you said that I think everybody has this like certain sense in them of what's actually morally right.
For
No?
them. Like a killer is going to have a different sense of what's right for them than you and I will. But they're still working off of something besides just blind instinct.
So that's what I'm saying. So there is some objective
Well,
moral.
now I guess it depends on what you mean by objective, because you mentioned something like God. But if you're talking about instinct or conscience, there'd have to be something about it
Yeah,
that's
so like it would
universal
be a
for
moral
everybody, and I
truth.
don't know if that's the case. I think
It
you're
would
going to
be a
find
moral.
that it
Okay.
varies with the individual.
It would be a moral truth that exists independent the human opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything like that you could find that's common to all humans that you could say is an objective moral imperative or standard. But
Well,
I
this
don't
is
need that. Like for me to be moral, I don't need to have something that applies to all people. I just need to have something that guides my actions. So I have to be clear about my goals, my values, what I'm trying to accomplish, the kind of society I want to live in, and I have to make sure I'm enacting that and living out that through my actions and what I do.
But
And if
didn't you
I'm
just
doing that,
admit
then
that we have
I'm
like an
moral.
innate sense of right and wrong?
Maybe like as a kid, I didn't like lying to people, and I felt bad if like somebody got hurt, or if I accidentally hurt somebody, I would feel horrible about it. So like that's just stuff that came naturally to me as a toddler. Nobody taught me that stuff. But then I also went to catechism and Bible school, so we learned Bible lessons and stories that kind of supported those values that were already emerging. So it all made sense as a kid. It was kind of just all one thing developing.
So
And
you
then my
had like
parents
some,
modeled good values around me, and so I had adults that were like showing good behavior that I should emulate.
yeah, so you had like some like inherent capacity for a moral understanding.
Yeah, something like that. And I was very religious as a child. Like as a young child, I prayed. I loved the Bible. I loved going to church and hearing the so I was drawn to all of that at a very young age. So that might have all contributed to it. But most people I know seem like more or less decent people, and they try to more or less do the right thing in any given situation.
So I mean, wouldn't that be more like pointing and leaning to a sense that there is some objective standard to what is right and wrong?
Maybe, but leaning to is just not enough for me because I don't think it would either have to be an objective standard. There'd have to be something that all humans have in common that we abide by, whether we like it or not, because it's objective, like gravity. And there doesn't seem to be that. So if it's tending that way, unless it actually gets there, that doesn't mean much to me.
So
Hey, fools.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Keep going with your conversation. I don't want to interrupt.
oh, no
That's
worries.
good.
I was just gonna say, so like you don't think there's like a how would I say this? Like so you don't think there's nothing at all, like not one thing you can think of that's like regardless of the human mind, it's morally wrong always.
No, and I don't think you can do that with humans because we're so variable that you never know what's going to show up in the next generation. So just when you try to make some kind of firm conclusion, all it takes is one human to show up with something different than that to invalidate it. So you're not humans are not the constants that like physical elements or chemical elements are. There's too much variation in them to be so dogmatic about, oh, this is going to apply to all humans.
Can I say one thing that might tune in on
Yeah.
this? Gravity itself is still just a theory.
Well, funny you should bring that
Oh,
up because we have
crap.
a gravity specialist right here with us.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it really is.
Yeah,
You have Newton's law, of gravitation, and you have Einstein's theory of general relativity. But they are both science, and that is all theories, just as anything else. So I don't mean to throw that off, but those are theories. So to
But
use an
gravity's
argument
not
like
a
that.
theory. That's an
Yes,
actual
gravity is still a
phenomenon.
theory. It's still scientific theory.
okay.
But don't confuse gravity with the explanation of gravity. Gravity itself existed even before humans. It's a
May I
real
ask
thing.
a
But it's
que-
still its existence is still a theory. I agree that the theory is correct. I'm not saying that. I'm not arguing that point, but it is still a scientific theory. That's all I'm saying.
You think there might not be gravity?
I'm just saying it's still a scientific theory.
And welcome, Nick. What do you have to say about all this?
you can hear me, right?
I think so.
I can't hear you at all. But
How about now?
You're roboting.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh,
All right.
I gotta log in and log out.
I always tell people if they ever say, "Can you hear me?" I always say no.
You always
Because
say
if
no.
they're asking, you gotta answer like that. But anyway, good to see you guys. Gen X.
Yeah,
Jeff,
what's been
Good
up?
to see you, man. I hope everything's well. Speak easy
Here,
as
let me
well.
drop your channel.
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that. I don't ever
want
want
to.
that. But RK Mangoes. I don't know if I ever met you, but good to see you too, sir. So didn't mean to butt in.
Hello.
Y'all proceed.
All right, let's see if you're with us.
How about now? Any better?
It's a little better. It's kind of scratchy, but
Scratch. Oh, maybe I'm talking
can
too
make
much
you
into
out.
my mic. Is that better? Or am I too quiet now?
That got worse.
How about now if I talk right into it?
ooh, that was
Yeah,
bad.
you sound like you're on like a CB radio from 1950.
Yeah, well, I have this really nice mic. I am using a cheap mic, so please forgive me. And I might sound robotic because I've been talking a lot and my voice is kind of scratchy. I had no idea what you guys were talking about before I joined, other than I said I was going to join later, but I got stuck talking about something else. But then I saw you're still on. But I did catch that a theory, and to put this very simply, I think we're mischaracterizing the definition of what a theory is. It's absolutely true that I have a theory that is going to be very hot tomorrow versus germ theory, which is why I wash my hands after I use the restroom. Scientific theory is fact. It's a collection of facts. It's not just a theory. And what Gen X said was absolutely correct. Newton gave us laws of gravity. Laws hold less scientific weight than a theory because a law doesn't tell us anything. Einstein's general relativity absolutely does establish what gravity is. And of course, there's still stuff we don't know, but gravity does exist. There's my short answer.
I agree with you. I do agree with you, but to bulk everything scientific into everything scientific is a theory. I agree with you. I'm not making a retarded fucking point here, like saying gravity doesn't exist. I was just saying that everything scientific is still a theory. So, in science, everything is always
But
moving
science
forward.
is not
People are
dogma.
always,
It's
a
not
scientific
intended
theory.
to be. And real quick, we have somebody named Emmett in the back. Does anybody know Emmett?
Emmett's cool, bro.
is that Emmett Smith, the football player?
I don't know. Emmett, do you have a channel you could put in the back?
I hope it's
Yeah, Emmett's cool. Emmett's cool.
Is he? Can you describe his avatar?
If it's either gonna be the E, it'll be the E, or it's gonna be like almost looks like a tattoo of a dragon, maybe.
Oh, this is a person's face. I just can't make it.
Oh wait, maybe Emmett has his face on there. Then I don't know. Maybe he
All
switched
right.
his avatar. Is that you, Emmett? Look, he was just in my chat. So
Oh, okay. Then probably. Yes, it's me. It's the
okay.
feminism.
All
All
right.
right.
Oh
Emmett.
yeah, that one. That's right. That's
Is this
right.
aliens.
Okay.
It's aliens.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Emmett. Do
that's
you have
what-
a channel? In fact,
Well,
Mango, if you have a channel too, you can pop it in the back.
no, I don't have a channel, but thank you
Okay.
for offering.
Well, welcome, Emmett.
I forgot that you were
Oh.
using the what's that? That guy's from the what's that show? Shit.
It's aliens. It's
Aliens.
Yeah, the aliens
Aliens.
and
Sir,
pyramids.
what's his
yeah.
name? Sir, fucking A. Goddamn it, I can't think of his name. I know him. I love that guy. I want his hair.
Sounds like
If I had
I've never
hair,
been
that's-
jealous of
His
another
hair
man's hair
proves
in my
that he
life.
knows what he's talking about.
I've never been jealous of another man's hair in my life until I met
That's
this
why I live in
Gen X.
space hair.
What's up?
Gen X, do you need me to leave?
Who?
You need me to leave?
Who?
Me.
Who's saying me?
the guy we can't
Oh, that's
understand.
Mango.
Okay. Mango.
Mangoes.
No, you don't have to leave.
Oh, I misheard you then.
Oh no, no. I just said if you had a channel, that you wanted me to put in the description, you could drop it in the back.
Oh, I was about to say you need me to leave. That's no problem, man.
Oh no, I'll just kick you
I
off.
misheard you.
Yeah,
No,
Sergio, that's his name.
I don't really have a channel. I'm I
That's fine, like a
but
panel
yeah.
hopper, panel tourist.
Yeah, I'm actually new. I just introduced myself to EZ's channel, VK, like 6 weeks ago. I'm brand
Oh,
fucking new.
okay.
So
Well, welcome to the Panelverse.
yeah, it's very
You'll fit
interesting.
right in
I've been having a rough week, but this is making up for it on the Panelverse.
To
But
make
yeah,
life easy, Jeff, I just gave you the definition of scientific theory.
Because the facts, the scientific theory is independent of the facts. The facts exist regardless of what the science thinks or says or does. Gravity is still a thing,
Yes, everybody knows that. But
and
when they
space is still a
balk,
thing, and all that other stuff. People
Could
think
you bring that
science,
definition up again for me?
yeah, I want to see
Yeah.
it again too. I really do.
A scientific theory is a well substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world that is based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment. So,
There's one more thing I'd like to add to that, which
yeah,
ran
so
out.
could I ask you something real quick about that, Nick?
Well, I forgot to
Well,
put
the answer is
other
yes.
main point about a theory
You should be able to let him ask
is,
you a question about that.
Well,
Come
I just
on.
want to add one more thing to it. It's not just a set of facts based on experimentation. It also leads to our ability to make predictions. And that's part of the definition of science, which we
I
always
love it.
sort
I
of
love
forget.
it too. I love it too.
Anyway, sorry.
Is
Continue.
it either or, but you have to also be able to do the observation and experiments as well?
yes,
Well-
it's the scientific method.
And the experimentation is what leads to us to be able to do predictions.
Got
So,
got you. So I'm just
Trust
wondering
the
real
science.
quick. We don't have
Trust
to
the
get
science.
into all of this, right? But I just want to
Trust the
ask you real quick, based off that definition, would you consider evolution? No, I don't want to get into this. We're gonna just
Why not?
Well, let's just take it down this route. Let's
I don't
just
wanna
take it down
debate-
this. Oh, wait,
I don't wanna
wait a minute.
let
like,
Let
Phyllis have
somebody,
it.
let somebody else ask you a question.
All I'm
So
trying to
the
do is
only
just-
Do
reason,
you believe we've evolved from a single cell organism?
I want to hear fools.
well, okay, thank you. So if the only reason I brought that up, yes, we all know that that there is gravity. We all do agree on that. That is a scientific theory that we all can agree upon. It is still a theory, but yes, we can all agree upon it. Is every scientific theory real? No, scientific theories are moving on and on. We're finding out our world is older than we know. Our civilizations are older than we know. There's a whole lot of things we're finding out. When, I think it was just like 3 years ago, they were like, oh shit, something happened 2 days ago, in a wet market over there in, some place and Kung Flu's coming out. Trust the science. It's science. Oh, it's science. So now science is telling you have to do exactly what
That's
like
not
it's not
science.
all. No, you can relate those things to itself. Those are theories. Those are theories. Science is always ongoing. That is the point.
Yes.
That is what
Yes.
science means. It's always ongoing. So you have to be careful where you choose what is science and what is not.
Well, you're
So
absolutely
wait a
correct.
second. Can I ask a question about that real quick? So you don't know if gravity exists. You just think it does.
Well,
Well,
it's
again,
still a scientific theory.
We
It
observe
is
the
still a
effects of
scientific
something we
theory.
call
Yes, I
gravity.
believe that is a correct
Yeah, they
theory.
got an
We
experiment,
don't.
bro.
We
They
don't have to
drop
believe.
things
We
on the
see
ground.
things fall. We fall.
Yeah, I know. That's
Sure.
my point. We don't always have to. Some are real, some are not, but we can't bulk them all together. That's all. I'm
No,
saying.
but you're saying that it's.
I was
it's
kind of
always
wondering
experiment.
about would Nick call evolution a scientific theory or no?
well, what I'm trying to do is just sort of explain what a scientific theory is.
Yeah.
Again,
No, I was just
in
curious
everyday
because you
language,
seem like you know what you're
theory.
talking about. So I
Hold on,
was
hold on.
curious what you thought about it.
Hold
He's
on,
a
let me finish.
scientist.
What Traveling Fool is actually describing is what we would call a scientific hypothesis. Now, it is absolutely true that theories are refined. Let's take atomic theory. For example, we had this theory that we set up the periodic table before we actually knew what protons, neutrons, and all of that were. When we discovered that, it fits with that theory. Same with, for example, evolutionary theory. We came up with evolutionary theory before we discovered DNA and its structure and how it works. But when we did discover it, it fit into the theory. Now, of course, we refined the theory, but a theory is a collection of facts, and you could absolutely say it's not like gravitational theory explains gravity. Gravitational theory is a fact. This is where gravity comes from. Absolutely, there's a bunch of stuff we don't know about it, but a theory, it should fit into that theory. Now, there are times where all of a sudden a fact about something doesn't fit in line with that theory. For example, that's what we call dark matter. But even at that stage, it's still a hypothesis. Now, if it debunks the theory, absolutely will that happen. In fact, the whole point of science is not to prove things right, it's to prove things wrong. And that's all I was saying is I just want to be clear about the definition of a theory. It's a common misconception that the word theory means that there's some uncertainty to it. It's rather that, of course, some unknown, but it is a fact. So not to talk about evolution, because I'm not a biologist, but when people say evolution is just a theory, yes, but evolution is a fact. That's how it works.
Wait a minute. So it's absolutely a fact?
Yes, the theory and everything.
Sounds like a theory.
Got you. So can I?
That sounds like a theory.
Yeah. Now,
You
be
say it's a
careful
theory,
there. Like
so-
I said, well, do you know what causes earthquakes?
Well, could I give you a question about that?
Sure. I just want to give the caveat that I'm not a biologist. So.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Me either. I was just wondering, like, with the fact that we're dealing with events that occurred in like a really apparently billions of years ago, how can you perform any type of controlled experiment to observe and test the process of evolution?
Since I don't do experimentation on evolution, I couldn't give you a specific.
Okay.
That being said, my field is experimental physics, and in fact, I teach experimental physics. So, if you want to say going back, let's say, how do we know, the creation of the universe, what we call now the Big Bang theory? How do we know it's correct? How do we go back and look at it? We absolutely do have controlled experiments how to do that. I mean, we can actually see the cosmic background radiation. Maybe a better example is geology. Like, how do we know the Earth is 6,000 years old? We can use atomic theory and observation to show that, yes, all of this explains how this happens.
Well, okay, so
that is a theory.
Okay, how
That is
when
a
you
theory.
say we can do a
It is a
controlled,
fact.
we can do a controlled experiment. So, like, how is that? Is there like time machines I didn't know about or something? Like, how do you go back and like get the exact
What
condition
Well,
FSC
because
said
to
right here.
observe and test the entire process of evolution?
Well, again, I don't know how they do it in evolution.
We've tried
but
replicating it with bacteria, and we don't see shit.
that they have done. That I do know.
Yeah,
they've
and
done.
we don't see
We
nothing.
have done replication.
Why
Also,
it's not changing from what it is?
but there is evidence. We can collect evidence. We found.
But there can be
offline-
evidence of either side.
Yeah, so like I would
Maybe.
say this is more of like a hypothesis, but like there's
Yes,
no way
a
we can make.
theory, a theory.
No,
No, not even a
Theory,
theory, because the
hypothesis.
theory follows the scientific method. Like his
Yeah, but you can make a hypothesis
Yeah, but I
to
have an-
follow
I-
any
Evan,
scientific,
I have an
to
example.
any
I have an
scientific
example.
method,
We
and
can
come
look
up
at
with
the-
a theory.
I have an example. At least with the little bit I know is we can look at the fossil record. We know what life on this planet looked like.
Now, how are you
The
dating
before
these
time.
fossils? Let me ask you this: how are you dating these fossils?
Yeah.
Generally, radiometric dating.
You know,
Also,
Satan put those
How,
fossils.
wait a
there.
minute. How far back can radiometric dating go?
Now, you're clearly coming in here with your own agenda, but I'm just trying to explain the scientific method. Okay. and the way to date.
I mean,
stuff
I
is
could just say that back on you. That's like bad faith, bro.
How's
I
it
could
bad
just
faith?
say you're coming in with your
Okay,
agenda.
and you tell me how you think we know how.
But you came in here after us, so you're coming
I
in
was just
here with
defining
your
the
scientific
Unitarian
agenda.
Well, like how
Now you're talking
old
about evolution.
how old is the Earth?
Approximately 6.5 billion years old.
Right, and I thought like we can't go past what is it, like they say 4 billion or something like that, or no, isn't that? And if you're talking about like carbon 4 or 14 dating,
Carbon
you're
14
limited
dating,
to
yeah,
like
carbon 14
50,000 years.
Yeah, carbon 14 dating.
Yeah, but that
not
was
from-
all dated off of wood from wasn't that
What do
taken
y'all
from
think
Egyptian
science got
tombs and
wrong?
stuff like
What's
that?
You're making
your
a fallacy assuming that
non-scientific
carbon 14 dating is the
take
only
on
type
it?
of radiometric dating that we use.
Well,
We're
yeah, but
absolutely
is
correct.
Yeah,
that
but we
correct? How
can't
do
go
you know
past
that it's
4
even
billion.
correct?
How do we know that it's older than 4 billion? What is?
Well, there are elements which do have half-lives at that age. Plus, it's not just radiometric dating. We also look at the geological record, which fits in line on what we know about how certain things, the deeper we go into the geologic record. Part of dating planet Earth is also based um, for example, plate tectonics. That's how we know, how many times the continents have spread, come back together. We can extrapolate from that based on empirical evidence that we can see how fast the continents move. So again, that's what a theory is. It's not just one thing. It's different experiments.
So you're back to calling it a wait a minute. So you're back to calling it a theory, correct?
Yeah, but we can't. He
That's
was
what they're
always
called.
saying it was a scientific theory. I'm the one saying
Right,
it's
exactly. Well, no,
I'm the one
no, I'm
saying
just
it's not,
saying.
though,
Wait
because, like,
a minute.
Again, you can't travel back
Wait a
in time
minute.
to do these proper experiments.
Wait a minute.
right?
Wait a minute. My point. Wait a minute. Why do
wanna
all
be
you have to
rude, but
just let me talk for a
I
second?
Let
can
Cruz
only
talk.
listen to one voice at a time.
Jesus Christ.
I can only listen to one voice at a time, please.
Yeah. My point being is they are all theories. And it's great to look at all these theories from a bunch of different, aspects and look at this. But science is a lot of theories and a lot of hypotheses and a lot of these. And we've watched that change so many times, the theories. So open your minds. That's kind of what I'm saying.
It's
And
supposed to change. It's designed to
that's
change.
the
That's
point.
science.
So when you say that we all agree upon science is not a decided upon point that it can change. So when somebody comes in and says this is how it is, this is exactly what it is, that is wrong.
We're talking about the difference between a science, like what's needed for a scientific theory, and I'm arguing here that if for it to be a scientific theory, it would have to involve the scientific method. And how do you go back a billion years and observe what's happening?
I just told you. I just explained it.
No, no.
Radiometric
You're making
Material
what
plate
you're
tectonics.
saying. What you're saying is we use radiometric dating that it
That's
has
one-
its
that's-
flaws, like
that's one
so,
aspect
right?
of it.
Well, yeah, right.
Geological record.
Right, a geological record that we have
Plate
to
tectonics.
wait. No, we have to guess. Right, we don't have a geological record
No, we don't have
billion
to
years
guess. Why
ago,
would
do
We
we?
have
Yeah.
to interpret.
You have a geological record from a billion years ago?
No, but we can.
Oh,
look
got
at
you.
that.
So you have to guess.
But what's your what's your alternative version that God created
Yeah, I
the
don't-
thing
I don't get
and
it.
that
I
we
mean,
don't need evidence for any of that, but science
you're
has to
welcome
bring all
to
this
negate
evidence for
the
their
methods
version
we
of it?
use.
Well,
They're not-
I have different arguments for God, but that's not what we're talking about, right?
Ice core samples, good
Well, it
example
kind
in
of
the
is.
chat.
It's weird though that that's the first place to go when I'm trying to.
Because that is what you're talking about. Because you're coming at it from that perspective.
There can be other perspectives. It doesn't have
Well,
to
that's
be
what.
all.
That's why I asked, and he said we don't have to talk about that right now. So there obviously is.
We're not
other
talking about
perspectives
that.
worth
That's the whole
pursuing.
point.
I
But
just-
there can be other perspectives.
All I'd like to say is I just caution you in negating scientific methods and scientific theories that you don't fully understand, because then it's going to come off and look like, well, you're just like, how do we know? We
It's
can't
not
go back
working,
there.
though.
I mean,
Do
the
you
classic
fully
example
think
is,
it's gonna
understand
work.
it?
how do I know that the sun is 8 light minutes away from planet Earth? I don't have a ruler that big. I've never been to the sun. How do I know that?
Do you
Right.
fully understand that?
Exactly. How do you know that?
How do I know that? How do I know that Karen Reed didn't kill that police officer? I wasn't
Yeah,
there. I
see,
didn't
you
That's
see
can't
not
it.
answer that
science.
though, right? How do you know how
But
far
my
away the
point
sun
is,
is?
I mean,
How do you know how hot the sun
you
is?
don't actually have to see things.
Did y'all have science in Canada, like in grade school? Because that's where I learned all this.
Yeah, that's where you were told all this. What does that have to do with?
But I'm just saying,
anything?
were you told the same thing, or taught the same thing, or allowed to see for yourself how it works through? Because we
Did
had
they teach you
we had
to?
to do
Did they teach you to
experiments and
wear
all kind of
antlers
stuff.
in that school too?
It
or-
wasn't just them telling us stuff. They told us stuff, and they said, "Here, we're going to do this lab experiment, and you're going to see for yourself that what we're telling you works and how
Absolutely.
it works."
Oh yeah. So what lab experiment
So
did
I'm
you do to
curious
see the
if you
distance
in
of
your
the sun?
school did they do that? Kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
stuff?
What lab experiment did you do to see the distance
Like
of the sun?
the baking soda with the
Oh, the
So,
volcanoes.
yeah, making the
before the sun
volcano.
one,
Right.
there was this other YouTuber who, he agreed to bet me $5,000. I knew he didn't have it, but I couldn't resist because he had a lot of humor.
I
So
got
we did
$5 grand.
science,
What do we want to bet?
and we measured. We actually did it to the moon because it was at night, and we measured the distance to the moon using a quarter.
Using a
Here in
quarter.
Canada, a US 25-cent.
Sounds like
Yeah,
a
explain how you do that. Explain
That's
that.
so
How you do that.
Simple
Sure.
ratios. What you do
Simple
is so you know the
ratios.
si-
Yeah,
you know
there's
the size of-
there's math too. That's the other part of this.
Yeah.
That
Well,
is
which
science.
side was
Oh, I
the
didn't
quarter?
know
Was it
that. I
lying
didn't know
flat
that.
or was it on its
Thanks,
side?
Jeff. I didn't know. We don't have math in Canada schools
Well,
either. Thanks.
that's what I'm trying to find. That's I asked
That's
some
why
tough
you guys use
questions here.
metrics. That's the problem.
In Canada, they just believe. They just, instead of ruling how long a bridge needs to go, they just believe that it has
I mean, if
to
you use
be that way. It
kilometers and
works.
kilograms, of course you're not going to be able to do
Oh,
any math.
right.
You got to use
Yeah, of
pounds
course they're
and
gonna get everything wrong.
Yeah, whenever they make a bridge and it works, it's because they just believe it works. That's how.
every time I
In
go in an
Mexico, it's
airplane,
even worse. In Mexico, they don't even believe it works, but it just does.
It just
It
does.
just stops working in the
well, it's a
middle.
Mother Mary in Mexico. Mother Mary does everything.
Yeah, correct.
Or Cathol.
It's okay. Like I'm just pointing out the lack in calling evolution a scientific theory.
But you're wrong. It is a scientific theory.
It is a
Well,
science.
not
Science
really.
is the one that developed.
It's
Where
because
else did it
I'm
come from?
refuting
but
you. You
science?
got all like soy
You're
about
not-
it and
you're
acting
not
like, well,
refuting
you
it.
guys
You
don't
understand the
understand.
theory?
You're
Like, you-
negating.
Like saying I don't understand something isn't proving anything.
Well, yes.
You know,
I
there's
mean,
math involved, and I can prove it with a
But
quarter.
wait, we asked you about your
guess what?
version and
I
how to
could
prove.
say
You're like,
this.
I don't need
Yeah,
to
I
prove
mean-
my
No, here,
version
this
of it.
is
We
how
don't
I
have
can
to talk
refute
about
what
it.
you
We're
just
talking
said.
about
Here's how I
yours.
can refute what you just said, and it'd be easy.
you haven't refuted it yet. You just said
I
no.
can though. Like, let me
Not an
do it.
argument.
Right? It'll be easy. Right? You said
I mean,
that we can figure out the distance of the moon with a quarter and simple ratios. Right? So I'm gonna say, actually, those simple ratios that you have are faulty. And every quarter isn't actually the same size, so this is actually a failed experiment.
Well,
No, but it's
maybe in
close enough
Canada,
to
because
get the
Canada
distance.
does things really
Yeah,
weird.
see,
But you can always refute it with
that's
your
not an
own
argument.
math and your own
Canadian
equations and
Canada.
show
Quarters are
exactly
the same
how it's
size.
wrong. That's what a
Can
mathematician.
quarters make it to the firmament?
See this shit?
The firmament.
See, when
All
I
those
made an
quarters
assertion
flying
just
around
now, when I made an
What is this
assertion,
like Canada?
that's not an argument. You make an
No,
assertion, it's an argument.
We'll do it in a way a Canadian can understand. You guys do curling. We just need a round object. So you take what do you call those things?
We can do it in the
curls?
way a Canadian can understand. Like, what's
Yeah,
me
we'll
being
use curling.
Canadian have
We
anything
know
to
the
do with
size
it?
of a
How many?
curl.
Okay, all you
I don't know,
Canadians.
won't tell us what they
Listen,
want
all
you
you
to say.
Canadians. What I want to know is how many bottles of maple syrup does it take to get through?
Right? Like,
Yeah,
this is
Canadian
like.
syrup sucks.
It's
Everybody
funny
knows
that the people
syrup
that
is
seem
not.
like they care most about being like shut down for labels would like be the first ones to pipe up.
You
about some
sound a
bullshit.
little hurt and sensitive over that.
No, I'm not sensitive. But if I started like saying, Jeff, I don't
Your
need to
butt hurt.
listen to you because you just got a gay ass view because you're gay. So like, who gives a shit about
yeah,
what
they
gay
say
people
that.
say? You wouldn't like
Just
that,
gay?
right?
I never
They
realized
say
that.
You wouldn't like
I
that, would
just
you,
talk
Jeff?
Anyway.
Right? Exactly. You don't want to answer that, do you, Jeff? Would that
I
be?
just
Would
answered
that
it. I
be a
said they
good
say that all the
reputation?
time. I just talk
Would that be a
anyway.
good refutation, though?
I don't care.
No, would it be a good refutation?
I don't care if it's a good reputation or not. I don't
Right.
base my
So like
reputation
that's
on
what I'm
that.
pointing out, that it's not though. So like if you don't care, then why are you mad that I'm pointing out it's not?
Huh?
Huh?
If you don't care that I'm pointing out your reputation wasn't good by bringing up I'm Canadian, why do you care?
No, I
that I'm
just said
bringing it up?
you seem a little like sensitive and hurt about it.
No, I just
It's
like
weird
I'm
seeing
pointing
you
out that it's
this.
stupid, right?
Well, because he
Yeah, but
knows he's going
you
to be
have
part of the
a
United
lot of
States soon.
strong feeling about it.
I'm
Which they can
literally
do
in
So
the
I'm
States
remarking
right
on
now, you dummy. I'm a dual citizen. You bringing me up, bringing up
Soon you
that
won't
I'm
have to be a dual
Canadian,
citizen. You'll just be
bringing up
overseas.
that I'm Canadian has nothing to do with anything.
Kind of
All
sounds
right,
like you're
Jeff.
insecure
Jeff,
about
thanks
being
for having me
Canadian.
on. I wanted to jump in here and just throw a corkscrew in the thing. I
I
do
don't know how they
appreciate
do
you
it in
having me on.
Canada.
I do appreciate having me on.
Like that means
Fools.
anything.
I always
Yep.
enjoy you stopping by.
I know,
Thanks.
Jeff. Thanks for having me on. As always, all you people on panel, God bless you, and everybody out there in chat, you as well. See you guys
And
later.
sub to
Thank
Fools. He does
Keep your
trivia.
keep your
and
minds
he
open.
does cool
Keep your
panels.
minds open. Later on.
I want to do trivia. I got accused of cheating at trivia again.
Go check out Fools. He's always doing trivia.
Can I ask you a question, Tomic, real quick?
Sure.
To who?
Do you understand all of the theory of evolution?
I've said multiple times I'm not a biologist.
But you're defending the theory, right?
Well, it as a scientist.
But you're American, so you should know.
Oh, wait.
As a scientist,
Oh
I
my god, a
understand
nerve got touched.
what a theory is.
Why? Because I'm bringing it up?
Yeah,
And
but
I know enough.
When you bring it
about-
up, it's not about nerves.
I'm not the best at reading vibes and emotion, but something got touched there. With the
Yeah,
It's
but
Canada, man.
Maybe that's what you're like fantasizing about, but that's not.
I don't
No,
believe
you
that
seem really
Canadians
bothered
are
about it.
genetically inferior to Americans. You got the same genes. You can accept evolution. It's okay.
Yeah, but like you bringing up I'm Canadian has no weight in this conversation. You understand that, right?
No, it has nothing to do with it. But I'm just refuting.
Right. So
your,
it's
because you're Canadian.
stupid, right? So when I
Oh,
say
I'm
you're
refuting
stupid for bringing it up, I'm
Well,
not
I'm
wrong,
refuting
right?
it. You're Canadian. I get it. Canadians aren't as smart as Americans, but soon you will be.
Really?
You see that picture I have? One of those is coming for Canada soon.
Again,
Oh.
Tomic. So you're
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So
dude.
can you give me
Right.
what's
Defense
the 20th Amendment?
The 20th Amendment? I don't care about the 20th Amendment.
Oh, because you're so like you know so much
Is
about
that the one
America.
to make Canada a state?
You're an American that doesn't know your amendments.
You
Great.
know,
Good.
I'll give you
And
one more.
that is
I'll
great.
give you one more.
That's
It
great.
is
You should be
embarrassing because-
deported with all the illegal aliens being
I'll give you one
deported.
more. I
You
should know
should
the
be
20th
deported
Amendment
with
because
all the
I have a
illegal
bachelor's in
aliens
arts
being
and
deported,
political
my guy.
science, and I
That's
don't
what
know
you
what the
should
20th
be.
Amendment is.
Right? I know you don't.
went
I
to an
just asked
American
you and you said no. Weird, the Canadian does though.
Well, you guys don't have to know anything because you just capitulate to the king.
Well, guess what, buddy? I voted on the president, right? That we have right now.
Illegally, clearly,
I'm
illegally because you're Canadian.
I'm a dual citizen. Do you know what a
We
dual
don't, the
citizen
United
is?
States doesn't recognize dual citizenship.
The-
You're toting a fine line.
Are you
there,
actually
buddy.
serious? Is that like
Well,
what
that's
you
easy to
believe?
look up. Let's see.
It should be.
Oh, now you're talking about should.
Yeah. Let me guess. You voted for Harris, then? You Canadians coming down here to mess up our government?
I just said I voted for the president we have. Are you-
Yes, the U.S. recognizes
This
dual
guy's
citizenship,
actually
allowing
dead. This is an
individuals to be
American that
citizens of
thinks
both
that
the
you
United
can't have
States
dual
and another
citizens and
country
doesn't know the 20th
simultaneously.
Amendment. Don't ever talk
Well-
about me being Canadian again.
I'm
bro. I'm
However,
more
it's
American.
not
American
I
than
don't
you.
know my own
I'm more American than you.
No.
I'm more American than you.
I'm more American because I don't know my
Yeah,
own amendment.
yeah. You know
That's
what's
what the
funny
average
about the
American
difference
is. The
between
average
me and
American
you?
doesn't know
I
anything about
work and learn about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and everything. You know why? Because that's what you have to do to become a citizen here. If you're not born here.
So you
All
became
did-
a citizen.
all
You started out
did-
Canadian
all
and
you
got
did is
American
your
citizenship.
mom and her brother had a fucking baby and you were born
Yes.
here. That's all that
Yep.
happened, all right?
Are you
I
jealous
kind
about
of
that?
agree with
Yourself,
Atomic,
acting like
though.
you did something special to be American. You did nothing.
I
were
kind of
born
agree
on
with
some
Atomic,
fucking
though,
dirt.
that it's
It's
more
not messed
American
up.
to not understand American
That-
politics.
that's-
than-
it's
You're
more-
probably
most
right,
Americans
yes, I
have no
think it is.
idea, and it
Yeah,
sounds
the
like
other
kind of
the other
salty
Canadians telling
that-
you what is
Right, so
American.
don't bring up me being Canadian then. That has nothing to do with it. You retard.
God said you were going to be
What
born
a
in the US.
troll.
God likes
Who
me
knew?
better. I don't have to know my system because I'm an American.
Like only a Canadian could pretend to understand American politics.
Yeah, like you, man.
Only a dude that pretends to be a girl would say some stupid
Oh, I don't
shit.
pretend.
Are you Canadian, Fox?
Fuck up. Shut the fuck
Oh
up.
yeah, I'm
Melanie.
Canadian. That's
You're
why I
a
Oh,
pretend to
okay. And
understand.
who else is Canadian on here?
Just
Emmett?
us two. But that's why I pretend to understand American politics, because like it's a very Canadian thing to comment on American politics.
It's because they're
Yeah.
jealous,
Oh,
man.
yes. Believe me, we know. Not
In my
lies.
defense, though, I grew up so on the border, like on the Detroit River. I could see the GM building from my window
Nobody cares.
in Detroit.
Did you ever
Nobody
want to be
cares.
American? Like, oh, I wish I could live over
I wish
there
I
and
could
be
live in
part-
Cali because of the fucking weather, and I do feel like I should have been born in Cali.
No,
I
you-
identify
I
as a
am not
You say- you
Californian.
seem Cali.
Believe you.
I identify as a Californian.
Do you mean California?
What's your transgender? Melanie, you should have picked Cali.
Yeah, no, that's my transnational identity, Californian American.
Oh.
Cool, bro.
Identify as a Canadian then.
I am Canadian.
Hey,
Yeah.
someone give me the red maple leaf. I'm Canadian today, bitches. Jesus Christ. You crack me up, Mel. Oh, you're a gem. You're a gem, buddy.
Well, unfortunately, in order to be Canadian, you need the biological trait of your head disconnecting from.
I thought you had something you had to
And
do. Why did you come back?
And you know, to be a woman, you need to be connected biologically. Come
Thank you,
on,
Zephyr.
you want to play this stupid fucking game? We'll play stupid fucking games.
Well, have you looked? How do you know I don't have fallopian tubes as well?
I love how Mel
You
said
don't
I
have.
to
You said
go
because you said you were male to female.
Mel said,
What
Mel
about-
said
That's
he
how
had
I
to
know
go
you don't
because
have
his
fallopian
boyfriend was
tubes.
calling
Speaking
him,
of
and now he's
science.
back up here.
What about
Look, I have no problems with trans people. I just got a problem when you double down on your fucking stupidity.
What about
And then try to act intellectual that we're all stupid because we can't follow your
That's
stupid
what happens
lingo
when
because you
you
change it all the
sterilize yourself
time.
with them drugs,
What
bro.
about
Jesus
over-testicular-
fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
What about over-testicular syndrome? What about
But why should we?
What about
You got
over-testicular
drugs
syndrome?
too?
What about
What about
over-testicular?
What?
I don't
You
think
know
it
what that
matters what
is?
kind of questions you ask.
Do you know what
I
over-testicular
don't
syndrome
know.
is? Okay, that's where you have ovarian tissue in your balls.
But you don't have all that. You're a
You don't know
guy
that. Have you looked?
that said that you felt
wait, you
like
don't know that.
a
Wait,
woman.
We
You
don't
don't know
have
that.
to know that.
You
You've
said you
already
felt like
said it,
both.
dummy.
Yeah.
That's over-testicular.
And then when you went to the boys' school, you
You're a
started to
fucking
feel
dude.
more feminine because of the contrast with
I'm
you
just
and
saying,
the other guys.
have you test my balls to see if I have over-testicular syndrome?
No.
I
I'll
don't know.
fucking
I
test
don't
your
need
balls. I have no
to.
problem looking at another man's
Fucking
balls. Bring them
weirdo.
over here. I'll test them for you.
So it's only a safe assumption for inductive reasoning, but not really for dialectical reasoning.
Mel. Oh my god.
But you don't even have to
We
do
don't
all that.
wanna
You can just
know.
tell us.
We don't
'cause
want to
if
know.
it's
You brought this
know.
I
up,
haven't
and we
looked.
don't
No,
want
wait,
to know.
Jeff,
Okay?
I haven't looked either.
I
by
know
the
you
way.
So
want
you don't
so
even know
bad
if
to
you
look
have
for
that or
some
not.
condition
know.
that'll
I
make you
could,
be a
though.
fucking girl, but you're not, and you'll never be. Okay?
No, I'm just saying, how do
Relax
you
all
know?
that
How
shit.
do you know that with 100% certainty? If you
I
said,
know 100% you'll never
I don't think
be
it's
a
virtue
fucking
signaling,
woman.
Effigy. I think this
100%.
is legitimate reactions.
How do you know, Speakeasy, with 100%? You can say 99.5 or whatever, and I could be agreeable with that. But you act like it's 100% certain.
Yeah,
that I
you
don't
know,
have that.
God told me.
God told. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God reveals all.
That feels like a self-report, so I'll just leave it.
Oh, just
I'll
like
take that
your
argument.
fucking gender
Yeah,
identity, it's just a self-report. Yeah, so I won't
Yeah.
accept it, you goofy fuck. Shut
Understanding
up.
the difference between
Shut up.
gender and sex
Shut
is
up.
not a self.
Shut
it's
up.
a self-report
Shut
of
up.
being
God,
Shut
I
up.
can't wait
If
till
you,
Mel
if
and
you
I
can
have our
believe
conversation
you have a
without
different
this
gender,
yelling
then
over
I
each
have
other.
God talking to me in my head, and he told me
Jeff,
to tell you to shut up.
You're at least twice as intelligent as Speakeasy, so we're gonna have a good convo. I can tell.
Yeah, you're at least twice as you literally stalk me. You watch me every night and stalk what panels I go
Dude,
on, and then
I'm
come
subscribed
join
to
them
Jeff.
until
I've
they
been
I
subscribed
thought
for
you
like
wanted
months.
people to
This
watch
is the
you.
thing. This is the most tolerable I've seen Jeff ever. Jeff will kick you off so fucking fast. Be prepared, Melanie. This won't be an accepted space for you either. When Jeff sees the real you, you'll get kicked off here too. Everybody bans you for a reason, and Jeff will see
After
that.
they
Just
What's
like
the real
everyone else.
her?
is.
Well,
After
she's.
Mark
they
my
disrespect-
This
fucking
is
words.
interesting.
I was
What
right
is
about
the
it
real
before,
So
and
do
I'll
you
be
see
right
how
the
about it
real
again.
you of a trans
Do
person?
you see how disrespectful Speakeasy is? Is usually people who are hosts get kind of uppity, and when you stand up for
Shut
yourself,
up, Mel.
when you stand up for yourself, they can't handle that. Now I
You
apologize.
don't stand up
crossing
for
the line.
yourself. You're bad faith. You're obtuse. You obfuscate and you fucking lie. That's all you do.
But anyways,
Well, I
Jeff,
The
haven't
reason why
noticed any
EC
of that
treats
yet.
you that way because you deserve it.
Jeff,
Like
basically it
I have
boils
never
down
seen
to
I have never seen
okay, cool.
Speakeasy
Nick,
acted
I'm a
in such a
MAGA.
way
We
where
could have
it's
been arguing.
unprovoked. I have never seen that. You're
Like,
just butthurt because nobody's going to
People get
tolerate
out
your
of me.
stupid ass.
People
Hey,
get out of me
African.
what they
I
put in.
like what's her Fox so far. I don't have a problem with her. I'm enjoying our conversation.
Just wait, Jeff.
So I haven't noticed yet all of the stuff that y'all are saying.
And typically people
You
get out
will.
of me. Typically, people get out of me what they put in. I am what you want me to be. So if you want me to
You're
be
getting a
rational,
small taste
Well,
of it.
wait,
Alex.
isn't that the opposite of trans? Though, when you're
Pre-code.
convinced you're this one thing, and you have to have all
actually,
this
you'll
surgery
find
to
I'm
be
quite.
it.
I'm quite flexible. Like people often misgender me in this space, and I don't give a shit. Whoa, all right, my cat just
Pre-code.
tried to jump up on something and failed. You okay, baby?
I actually
Anyways.
got you right. I thought you were trans.
But yeah, like no, actually, like I'm not. I don't hold anybody to any sort of code or anything. With
She
that sort
sounds
of,
pretty chill. Like my problem with trans is the activists. It's not the trans people, and you don't seem like one of the really obnoxious activists.
I am in the sense of countering misinformation.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Yeah,
ask
well, that's
Melanie if we
that's
should
what I want to get into
transition
when we
kids.
talk because I want to understand it more.
Ask Melanie if we should transition kids.
Well, maybe we can talk about it during our conversation.
Yeah, especially I have a lot of sources that pertain to this. Shows that children form their gender identity really early, even before they have cognitive flexibility. Thus showing that you can't.
But how come? Here's my big question: how come the trans people up to my generation were just fine, and the next generation are
I don't know
very
what you mean by
neurotic
just
and at the
fine.
mercy of everything around them?
Attention
Something
seekers, that's why.
changed
So
from
it has.
my trans people to the ones of today.
So it has to do with the right wing framing of trans people because they're narratorily
Oh my God.
oppositional to it, right?
That's not
Do you
true.
know how old Jeff is? Do you
Wait,
think
hang
Jeff
on. We
hasn't
got
been called
Craig
everything
Durbin in the
fucking
back. Does
book?
anybody know Craig?
I do
You're not
Durbin.
speaking
remember
anything
that
new
name.
to Jeff about being fucking discriminated against, eh? Do you know how old Jeff is? This is stupid, the argument you're giving him.
So, by the way, I'd never said me in that statement at all. I said that there is a right-wing agenda to push trans people as being the opposite, the enemy,
Oh,
somebody to
thanks,
attack.
Blackout.
And
Thanks a
so,
lot.
it's advantageous for them narratorily to look at trans people when they're at their worst. You can do the same thing with any group of people, right? Karen's was a good phenomenon of that. The left does it with red pill, like white boy bros, and like how that culture can be kind of cringe. The more you focus on something, the more that starts to be seem true within that bubble.
Only
I
to
agree with that.
idiots.
I agree with
Only
that.
to
True.
the
That's a
dumb.
false
No.
dialectic.
It's because,
That's a
it's
false
because trans
dialectic.
people- this is the
No,
real
no,
answer.
what he's saying is correct.
No, the real answer
No,
is
that's a
because
false
trans
dialectic.
people started trying to force people to accept and care about all this identity shit, and that's what the
Yup.
problem is. Because
Nobody's
if you
forcing
look at just let
It
me
is
explain it. Let me explain. You look at people that have like a gothic identity, and they walk out in public, they do all this shit. Nobody cares. But if we were
I'm a
forced.
goth.
If we were forced to care about people and accept gothic fucking identity, and we have to hire somebody dressed like a goth because we just have to. We would we would be the exact same way. You don't want no one to care, Mel. Shut the fuck up about it and go live your life.
My
So-
first job, I dressed
So-
goth and I made good money.
If there was a political agenda to like make gothic people out to be like the thing that's going to ruin society, then we probably
We
would need some
tried.
sort of
We tried.
campaign.
But y'all are
No.
trying to like drastically change things about society. Sports,
I mean,
women's
well,
restrooms, how
Women's
people
rights.
talk. That's real stuff that people
Let's address the
reacted to.
restrooms thing because that's the less complicated, but still kind of difficult. You understand that like it's still illegal to do bad stuff in a restroom, right? Like the only thing that actually prevents a male from going into a woman's restroom and doing bad things is not because it's illegal for a male to necessarily go into the woman's restroom. It's because it's bad things to do it in there.
So do you feel are like what restroom do you use? Are you scared to pee?
I generally avoid both because I don't like real life confrontation.
Do you get
So-
confronted?
Uh, I haven't, to be honest. I've actually had more confrontations in the men's washroom based on appearing as a woman.
So, like, you walk in as a
Cap.
in the men's restroom as looking like a woman.
Nobody
This is
cares.
cap, bro. Real women walk into the men's room and nobody says nothing to them. Shut your dumbass up. You're such a
Nobody cares.
liar, man. Like, this
You
is
know-
what I mean. You're such a fucking liar.
No,
Like,
I
what are
pity
you
those
talking
women.
about? You know how many
Yes,
times
you
I've been
remember
at
last-
clubs and all types of shit and chicks come into the dude's washroom? You're a liar. You're a fucking liar.
Do you
So
remember
there's
last
not-
time you said
there's-
something in the
There's
in a,
only
in
been
a restroom?
instances. There's only been instances of accusations thrown at trans women in washrooms. There hasn't been any trans women prosecuted for doing anything in the washroom. Just to be clear.
Oh
Well, Lily
God.
Tano's going to get
Wait,
prosecuted.
you said
for,
this
for
to
taking
start with the
pictures?
restrooms because this would be easy to solve, and I
Mhm.
still don't understand.
You know how you solve the restroom thing? Where I work, they did it. They just made single-use restrooms, and they're the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah,
walk
airplanes
in,
have those too.
I lock the door. Beautiful. And I don't
like
like even
those.
using the
right,
restroom
but not
outside
every
the
place
Yeah.
has that.
It is logistically-
Let's make people and businesses spend more money so that we can fucking adhere to the minority of the fucking. Like, this is
Well,
crazy.
most small businesses have
let the free
single-use
market decide
washrooms.
that. Let the free
Wait.
market decide that.
You know what it is,
No,
right?
that
This
doesn't
is what
apply.
it is.
That doesn't
This is what
apply
it
to
is.
small
No,
businesses.
listen.
Most
I've went
small
out, and I'm
businesses
sure
have
each
single-use
one of us
washrooms.
have went out in public many times and not even had to use a public washroom. Okay, I go to my kids' baseball games and they take hours, and I don't have to use the public washrooms. Okay, so your excuse is nothing. If you can't pass enough to get into the girls' washroom with nobody
do.
saying anything, go fuck off somewhere. And
What
you should
did
know what
Easy
that is,
say? I
right?
didn't even hear a
Simple.
name.
I do.
right?
I do. I'm just
Simple.
generally socially anxious.
Simple as it is, right? Don't make
All right,
it
I think I'm
awkward
gonna
and
bring this
fucking
Craig Durbin
put
guy
people
on
in
with
fear
the,
because you
Okay.
want to be comfortable. That's
overlay.
fucking weird.
Yeah, it's
Okay, Craig, you're on. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
I apologize for
welcome.
not having a webcam, but it's not. I don't have one on this machine, and I'm going to be replacing it. So
What's
Get
up?
a good one. Get a good
what's
one.
on your mind? You're not gonna disrupt the channel, are you?
no, no.
which of the trolls on screen
Too
would
old
you
for
say
that.
best describe you?
Too old for that. You'd be surprised.
I know. I
Troll
understand.
theory. Troll theory.
All right. Well, I guess let's welcome Mr. Craig.
So yeah, I want to address 2 points that were made just to make sure that they get addressed. One, because one of them were yours, Jeff. The first one is that we're not necessarily trying to change much. What gender science theory as a whole is changing is the idea that we have to like force people to conform to gender norms.
Nobody's doing that. Y'all are living in some archaic world from the 50s when people used to actually do that. Like, which is everything from the left. Y'all, your
You are on a
narratives
panel.
are from like 30 to 50 years ago.
You were on a panel where someone was like, "You have a penis, therefore you must act this way." So I would argue that that's
Who
not
said that?
That's not necessarily true.
You don't have to listen to them. You're grown up enough.
No, I
to
don't.
Who
not
said that?
internalize
Like I said,
stuff.
Who
And
said
like I
that,
said-
Mel?
like I
I
said-
asked you. Who said that?
Like I said, I can't force
Right,
that person to
nobody.
change that mind.
Exactly. You see,
I
Jeff
had
is
two
already
points.
seeing it.
See, I had 2 points, and the second point goes to what Speakeasy says, that we can't force people to be accepting of this. We're just saying you're a jackass if you
But
don't.
you are trying to.
No, I
You'll
don't think.
get very
I don't think anyone's
nasty
being,
about it.
the
And
only-
I
the
think
only-
you're a jackass
the
for
only way you
making
see
me
that-
try to accept it. So
Okay, cool. So the
Cool,
only,
then
the only
move
way
on.
you see anything that
Move
you can
on,
to
man.
force are people who have some sort of a systemic responsibility. Doctors, for example, who might have trans patients. It's not applied to the common layperson.
what the fuck?
The issue is that
Person.
you have the freedom to be anything you want to be. You don't have the freedom to force anybody else to believe what you believe.
Right.
Nobody's
That's what
forcing
y'all
you.
try to do.
You
No, we
trying
can't.
And
to?
I have a son that's gay. He hates the LGBTQ, whatever it is.
Where have I
Because
forced
if-
any of you to
You're doing it right now.
No, I'm debating you.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're forcing it. It's my way or
I'm
no way.
interested in
That's
where
ridiculous.
I
where
don't
the
think- I don't
gender
think he's
norms are
forcing
being
it.
enforced.
I-
Because you
I-
said
I don't
You-
think he's forcing it.
you don't think it's right to force people to behave a certain way based on their gender, but where is that happening?
So again, if we shame people for not being masculine enough, that can actually drive people into
Only
this is
snowflakes, but where is that happening?
only. Wait, are you saying
Even
just
to
to be clear?
snowflacks, where
I
who
just-
is doing that? I don't see that happening like
okay,
it
can I-
used to.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Let's go,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, when you say there's snowflakes, do you mean the people who are expecting others to conform, or the people who are being told to conform?
No, the ones that
like
cry
you said,
because
you
they were
said
told
if
they weren't a
somebody
man.
shames you for this, it could cause lasting whatever. And I'm thinking only to snowflake. Like normal adult, healthy adult people have a certain amount of resilience that it's not going to damage them for life if somebody doesn't think exactly like they do about something.
Jeff,
Yeah,
have
and
you
if
ever
you
heard of
actually cared about that, why would you like bring up someone's wife and kids to them? If that's the type of shit you actually cared about, then why would you do that type of shit and try to cause everlasting effects on other people?
Hey,
You don't
Jeff.
actually care about this only for yourself. That's what I'm trying to say. You want to make everyone adhere to your world. Fuck that. This ain't
Jeff.
Melanie's
He's
world,
not saying
right?
that.
Hey Jeff, have you ever heard of gender role strain?
Jeff, he's not saying that.
Gender who? See, that kind of shit, that is a made up shit. That is a new generation,
Nope.
just like misgendering and dead. Oh my god, I have social
No, I put a
role
link in the
strain.
side.
I
but-
can't handle being exposed to what other people think I should be. Because I don't have enough agency to determine on my own
No,
independent.
this is
of that.
something we can observe in people when we do studies. So I
if
put a
I
link
could
in the
ju-
side.
If I could just interject,
I want to know if I could
don't
respond
think Fox
to the
is
host,
doing that.
please. And, well, I just want to give him my response. I put a link in the side. This is something we
just
can
try to help.
study. People who feel more of a need to adhere to traditional masculine roles also tend to have unhealthy behaviors associated with that as a
They
result of
don't.
gender
That's-
role strain.
Well, I will agree that that's a loaded statement, but before
Well,
that,
look at the link. I posted the link in the side
hold
chat.
on, hold
It's
on.
right there.
I will give Fox some benefit that I think the rest of us are actually applying onto Fox. What we've seen other trans activists does, like Melanie clearly doesn't sound like a Lily Tano, which is pushing it in everybody's face for the sole purpose of creating rage. So we got to
Can I
be
ask
careful.
you
not-
a follow
not
up on
apply
that
that to
real
him.
quick? Yeah, so like if you were to see that and every time Melanie got onto a panel, it went to this conversation, would you have a different opinion of that?
Well, I've only met Melanie today. Good to meet you. So I can't answer
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm just
question.
asking you a
I can't-
hypothetical.
Well, I can't answer a question which I have no frame of reference.
So people.
Well,
who
the
tend not to like
hypothetical
me-
is, right? The hypothetical is that every time you see Melanie go onto a panel, the conversation goes into the trans ideology conversations.
And I've
Oh,
noticed that
every
people-
time
In this case, wait, hang on.
that was to
Because in
happen,
this
though.
case, I brought it here. I have
I
been
get it,
wanting a
Jeff.
trans
No,
person.
I get Jeff.
to
I
co-
get that,
so
Jeff.
this,
That's not
I
what
will
I'm
take
saying.
full responsibility
I'm
for
not
this.
saying about right
That's
now,
usually
Jeff.
the
I'm not
case,
saying
by
about
the way,
right now.
Jeff.
I'm asking a hypothetical. If this
That's
was
normally
the
how
case.
this goes. That's
Like
normally how this
Melanie,
goes.
can you
Like,
let me
people-
ask the French Canadian
Why
over
are you
here?
talking past me for one thing? You're talking about me. Well, as if I'm not
well,
here.
listen.
It's very
I don't
dehumanizing.
care.
Secondly-
I'm trying to
Secondly,
have
you're
a
wrong.
good faith
It's
convo,
usually
and
you
you
people
can't
who bring
seem
it
to
up.
have those.
It's usually
So
you
could
people
you
who
just
bring it
pipe
up.
down really quickly for
It's
just
usually
30
you
seconds?
people
Who's you
bring up.
people, by the
When I
way?
make it-
What
when I
do you
make
30
a decent
seconds,
argument-
right? 30
whenever
seconds. 30
whenever I make a
seconds,
decent
Mel. Come
argument,
on, you can do it.
whenever I make
You
a
can do
decent
it, Mel.
argument,
30
you
seconds.
people
You
bring
got
up my
this.
gender.
You
Whenever I
got
make a
this.
decent argument,
You
you
got
people
this,
bring
Mel.
up my gender.
You got
Whenever I
this.
bring up a decent argument,
You got this,
people
Mel.
bring up my gender.
Mel.
Whenever I make a
Mel.
decent argument,
Mel.
you
Mel.
people do. You're sounding pretty triggered. So
Mel,
whenever I
can
bring up
you
a decent- can't
can
even
you
handle
chill?
one sentence. I
Can you
need less
chill
than
for a
30
second?
seconds. I need
Can you
less
chill,
than 30
Mel?
seconds, and I can refute all of this.
Can you
So
let
whenever I
French
make a
Canadian
decent
speak for a
argument-
second,
No,
please?
no, you got it last time. I'll get it this time.
Well,
Whenever
no,
I
that's not what
bring up
happened. You interrupted something that you weren't in the convo on. You just like to be center stage
Whenever I
all the
bring up
time.
a-
Can you just stop
You're
talking
literally
for a
talking about-
second,
you're
right?
literally
Like you're
talking
so
about me.
fucking like
You're
this is
literally
childish
talking
at this
about me.
point.
You're literally
Right?
talking
Yeah, you
about
did
me.
have
I'm not
hijack this
talking for
conversation
you.
at one
I'm
point.
asking a hypothetical
whenever-
question to someone else. This
Here's
is
the
so
simple
fucking
answer.
goofy,
Here's
man.
the simple
Shut
answer.
up for a
Whenever I make a
second.
good argument against
Shut
someone,
up for a
you people bring
second.
up my gender.
No,
Whenever I bring up-
actually, never once in my
Whenever I
life
bring up
have
a
I
decent
ever
argument,
used your gender
do.
and your
Oh, yeah,
gender identity as an
definitely do.
argument to you. Nice
you do.
try.
You
Go
definitely
somewhere
ad
else
hominem.
with
You
that.
definitely
So,
ad hominem.
anyways,
You definitely do. So whenever I
Anyways.
bring up a decent argument specifically,
Holy fuck, man.
voted to
Can you
be
shut
fair,
up for a second?
because you run out of dialogue tree options. So that's why you resort to gender. You run out of arguments. It's that simple.
Okay, anyways, so again, as I was asking you there, Nick, in this hypothetical, if every time someone got onto a panel and the conversation always ended up in a trans ideology conversation, would you assume that this person is actually trying to push this onto everyone?
Well, it's a hypothetical, so that's
Yeah.
But I mean, and I'll give you a counterexample, which is not a hypothetical.
Well, yeah, but could you answer that
Every
yes
time I
or
get
no?
on a panel, the conversation always turns to thermonuclear weapons, and people get annoyed by that. So I guess I can empathize. Maybe I would, but the specific topic about transgenderism doesn't really bother me. Generally, when people feel strongly about something, they tend to talk about it a lot. And I have a fetish for thermonuclear weapons. I'd like to talk about it now, but I don't know how to answer a hypothetical.
Okay, you don't know how to answer a hypothetical.
Because it's a hypothetical. I mean, that's like saying if every time he comes on here, he whips his penis out. Like, would that bother me? I don't know.
How
Like,
would you
I
feel?
guess so. I guess
How
so.
would you feel? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, Nick?
I didn't have breakfast this morning, and that's why I
How
feel
would you feel
terrible.
if you did?
Damn.
You feel better.
Well, that's not a hypothetical because I've had breakfast.
God.
No, because I have a frame of reference. I have had breakfast before,
You're right. You
and I
can't.
know I feel better when I have breakfast. That's not a
You're
hypothetical.
right. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. You can't answer hypotheticals.
I'm always
I
right.
get it. You can't
Snaps
engage
to
with them. I
that.
understand.
Hypotheticals are
You gotta
So there's-
clip for it.
Again, there's a really simple reality where we don't need hypotheticals. It's again, people
Yeah, okay,
refuse not to bring
Melanie.
this up when
There's a
I'm on
really
panel
simple
because they're
reality where we
triggered by
don't
my
need
existence.
hypotheticals.
So going back to Jeff, the I'm not here to be a part of any agenda or to force anybody to do anything.
Sure, bro. I thought you were
want to
going to chill with
exist.
your boyfriend.
I'll
Why'd you come
concede
back?
with you.
Why'd
I'll
you
concede
come
with
back if it's not an agenda?
Why
By
do you
the way,
see me as a
Jeff-
boyfriend?
Jeff, I'll concede to you that there are some
Exactly.
Democrats who overly push it. They become SJWs about it, and it's kind of cringe. But
And they ruin it for a
also-
lot of people.
We also the actual trans community doesn't like.
Wait
it.
a minute. That is right. No, sorry. Amel, I'm gonna even apologize to interrupt this time. Bro, you were insulting my intelligence earlier. You can't even engage in a hypothetical. What's wrong with you, bro? You don't know logic. How can you
But I think
you
we're-
break
I
no
think the
logic and
hypothetical-
everything earlier?
Who's fighting now? I can't keep
No,
track.
he made a good point that it wasn't really a hypothetical.
That's not really a hypothetical.
No,
Conditional
but
statement.
what you are doing,
That was a
They are
conditional
trans-
statement.
they are
Hypotheticals-
trans people who
hypotheticals
push
are
an agenda.
unrealistic.
What
Melanie
clown
has
world
that-
did I just drop myself into? What happened? What do you mean
don't
it's
know.
not a
Speakeasy
was-
hypothetical?
Speakeasy, did you make a conditional statement or a hypothetical statement?
This
Speakeasy,
is
did
so
you make a
sad,
did you make a
dude.
conditional statement or a hypothetical?
Do you know what a
statement?
hypothetical is?
Yes, a hypothetical. You don't have a frame of reference.
Oh,
What?
somebody agrees with me.
What the
Hypothetical
fuck?
is you don't have
Hypothetical
a
has
frame of reference.
To reality, right? So a conditional is something that could potentially be realized. A hypothetical could not be realized. It's the difference
But
between
also
a conditional
engaging in
statement and a
hypothetical
hypothetical
can actually establish good faith in a conversation, though.
Wait.
I'm not disagreeing
You know,
with that.
think about that.
I never claimed otherwise.
I asked
so
what a
that doesn't
hypothetical is,
inform-
and you said what a hypothetical is not. Is that what just happened just now?
Well, because you're not using a hypothetical. You were using a
Is
conditional.
that really
statement.
what just happened? I asked you what a hypothetical is, and you said what a hypothetical is
Well,
not.
you know how they
Google it.
redefine words and change them all
Can a
around,
conditional statement be hypothetical?
Oh, got you.
You
So,
can
like,
Google it.
just to be clear, a what if scenario is not a hypothetical. Just to be clear.
But it could be a whataboutism.
No.
No.
No. Please. A what about is not a what if, you dumb bitch. I asked
Could
you.
be. Wait.
I asked you.
That's semantics.
Well,
can't-
she wanted
wait,
to be
that's
seen
not
as
It's a
true.
what if
That's not true.
scenario, a
That was false.
hypothetical.
That was false because you can start a whataboutism.
I know
with a
you
what
can't
if.
answer. I know you just obfuscate every time you get asked a question.
And you
You're
avoid
so
every
bad
error
faith.
that you make.
This is why
And you
nobody
avo-
wants you on their channels no more.
Because I
I
call it your
want her.
errors. Because I
Anymore.
call it your errors.
I
Anymore.
want an exclusive.
I
You
like
just
it when
can't
people
answer a
lie.
question. You just can't answer a question. It's sad.
Speakeasy. What is the difference between a conditional statement and a hypothetical statement?
Oh my! You don't even know what they are. You don't know what they are.
You don't seem to either.
I can Google it if you guys want.
But I
You
just
want me to
asked
Google
you,
it?
I
can
How
just
can you
ask
tell me
AI.
I don't?
I
How
just
can you tell me I
asked
don't when you
no,
can't
no,
even
yeah,
answer?
you don't, and you're trying to what
I
you're
no,
trying
I
to
did
do right
answer.
now.
I gave you
is
an
you're
answer.
gonna
They
get
just
me
want to
to
fight.
tell
This
you
is
what
just
they are,
aggression,
and then
male
what
aggression.
you're gonna do is you're gonna try
I
and say,
become
"Oh,
a
actually,
toxic
you
male
know
when I'm
what?" But that's
online.
technically
It's
not that.
funny to a
That's
point,
all you're gonna
but
do. You just
So,
obfuscate
so
by
Speakeasy,
trying to turn
what's the
around
difference?
questioning. Can you answer my
Speakeasy.
fucking question, and I'll answer every
No, I asked
fucking
this
question
question
you want?
first. I asked this question first. What's the difference between a conditional statement and a hypothetical statement?
No. That's not how it works. You didn't answer my question. So
I
can
don't
you
think you
answer
know.
my question
I don't
first,
think you know
and
the
then I will
difference.
answer any
Hey,
questions you
Mr.
want.
Logic Bro,
One
don't you think you should know
question,
that?
just answer it.
This
Hey,
is the
Mr.
most
Logic
fun,
Bro.
pointless conversation I've
It
ever
is.
had.
I am thoroughly enjoying it.
Hey, Mr. Logic Bro, what's the difference between a conditional statement and a hypothetical?
Yeah, see.
Yeah, see? That's it? That's all you got?
Yeah, you
That's the best
think
you
you're
can do?
not going to answer my questions and demand answers out of me? That is like this is
Okay,
just
so
stupid
you're dodging.
and
You got
childish.
it. You're
You
dodging.
obviously like listen. You're just bad faith. That's all you
No,
are.
you're
That's all you
high
are.
speed dodging. You're running. It's fine.
That's all you are.
In fact, I think you deserve an award for long distance running. You've done more of it on this panel than anybody else.
Okay, hang
I
on.
can
We
beat
have
him.
somebody
that was
else
the
backstage that
I
wants
cheesiest,
could beat him.
corniest,
I could beat him.
fucking goofy
Does
shit I
anybody
ever
know
heard
the
in my life.
Dave?
Holy fuck, man!
Are you talking about
This is
the
the
Dave?
most retarded shit I ever
I
heard
do
in
That's
my
not.
what
life.
I don't know. Their name just says the Dave.
Is it the Dave? Like,
I recognize that name.
THE. Dave, can you flash your cam in the back so I can see who you are?
Yeah, do the
don't flash us.
I-
Flash cam.
block screen.
Can I say
All right.
something, Mel?
Do y'all know the Dave? What do they look like?
Is it got like a picture of Chuck Norris and some dude on the photo?
Well, maybe. And I saw them in person, so you could describe them if you know what they look like.
Fuck, I forget what Dave looks like. He's tall, glasses, I think.
Do you think are they cool to have on?
Oh, Dave's cool, yeah. If it's David, it's cool, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's who it is, David Healy, from my
All right.
chat.
So, by the way, I googled it.
Hey, what
A
about
conditional
you?
sentence.
Are you
A
cool?
conditional statement is one that
I'm
is
pretty
real or possibly can happen. A
No,
hypothetical
no.
statement is one that
I'm
is
only
only
coming on-
imaginary.
No,
It will,
no,
either
I
will
teach
not happen.
English.
or will
Yeah,
not
so
happen.
can I ask you
No.
what's a hypothetical what's a hypothetic conditional?
You're
What's
wrong,
that?
Want to
Mel.
try that again?
No.
You
I
wanna
put
try
it
that
on
again,
chat.
Speakeasy?
Is that
Mel,
Chuck
What is
Norris?
it?
Can you, Easy, rephrase
What
your
is-
question again. Can
what
you
is a
just rephrase
hypothetic
your
conditional?
hypothetical? Can you just say it again for me, please? Just the hypothetical you gave. Can you say it again?
What would
Who
you
are
feel
you-
like if
who
you
are you
hadn't
talking
eaten
to,
breakfast
Dave?
today?
If you what? If you say it again, Mel. If you
If you hadn't eaten breakfast today?
hadn't eaten breakfast. So, just so you know, Mel,
Had not.
from an English teacher's perspective, okay, not all conditionals are hypotheticals, but any conditional that uses past tense refers to an imaginary situation, thus is a hypothetical situation. Not all conditionals are hypotheticals, but conditionals can be hypotheticals, specifically the second conditional, which is unreal present and future, and third conditionals, which are unreal past.
Okay.
Have a go.
Hold on. No. I'm calling shenanigans. I'm calling shenanigans on that guy.
Wait,
You got
Speakeasy.
No,
that's-
David,
no.
are you drunk?
Hold on.
That's not, wait,
Hold on.
Speakeasy, that's not a W for you. I still knew more about that than you did.
Yeah,
No, you
and
didn't.
not
No,
only
you
that.
didn't.
Hold on.
Because
Not
I
only
didn't
that.
answer you doesn't
No
mean shit.
teacher
You don't
with
answer
English
questions. I'm not
uses the word
answering them
hadn't.
either.
It's had not. No English teacher would use a contraction like that. So I'm calling shenanigans on that.
Oh my god, are you so
The
dense?
guy who didn't
you couldn't
know
even
how
answer
to answer a
and you're so dense
hypothetical is
about
Man,
now
we
it.
have a whole
telling you how it
university
works.
start.
That's
We got a
great.
science
That's
teacher,
amazing.
English teacher.
That's
The
amazing.
English
kind of
teacher
shit
would
the
not.
reason
What
why
is
people
the
laugh
word
so loud.
hadn't, stupid? What is the word hadn't? What is it?
It is a contraction which.
We're going to be the most
Of,
educated panel on the panel.
of what? Of
Had
what?
not. Had not.
Okay, exactly. Shut your dumb ass up, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Again, that's not English.
Now
Like,
she's
I-
a bro. She was a
Well,
dumb
again,
bitch
you're
earlier.
As a
stupid.
Now she's a
Canadian,
bro.
you should be more
You're
worried about
stupid,
speaking
bro.
the Queen's
You're just
English.
dumb. You're
And
just
yes,
dumb.
I'm saying the Queen's
Sorry.
English because I
Sorry,
refuse
buddy.
to accept that it's the Queen's
Sorry. You
English.
don't know. You didn't even know how to answer a hypothetical. You're
No, I
Because
think
you
I
didn't.
schooled
Yes,
your
and you didn't
hypothetical
breakfast.
and showed that it was a malformed question. So you
no.
don't even know how to ask a
It's
question.
not- you don't know what's a male-formed question. What's that mean?
Your question was malformed.
Yeah. What's that mean? I asked you what's male-formed
I'll
question
give you an
mean.
example. It's like asking the circumference of a triangle.
I didn't ask you for an example of a male-formed question. I asked you what's that mean.
It's a question that
Male
is
for.
not
Oh, I get it.
public.
Because her name is Mel.
Who said contractions?
Why is your
are
name
English?
Male if you're
Who
trans?
said that? Who said contractions?
Oh, that
are
was
It's
me.
Melanie, not just Mel.
Who said that?
It's
Who said
I said
malpractice
that.
now.
It's Melvin.
Who said
Nick
contractions?
No,
Vogt,
it's no
CHP.
practice.
About
That's
you
what we
wanting
used to
be
call
wrong.
wedgies.
Speakeasy, this is what I mean about you enjoy being wrong, right? So just keep being wrong.
He was right though. It was a hypothetical. Whether you
I
like it
was
or
right,
not,
actually.
it was a hypothetical, and you were wrong, Mel, saying that hypotheticals and conditionals are not synonymous because
If
they
you knew the
can be
difference,
synonymous.
it should have been easy to answer my question.
Oh, Dave's convincing me that he actually does speak the Queen's English.
Okay,
Well done.
so why is using contractions in informal English not English? Answer me that.
The Queen frowns upon it.
Who does?
Is it
We don't have a
British?
queen
The
in
Queen.
Ireland. We don't
The
have a queen in
Queen
Ireland.
frowns upon
No,
it.
it will
Oh
always be
my
the Queen. It
god.
will always be the Queen. I don't care what anybody says.
You don't care
How
what anyone
posh of
says.
you.
It's the Queen my entire life. It will continue to always be the Queen.
But we don't
Is it
have a queen.
pronounced Z or Z?
I mean, Sex Pistols don't. It doesn't even make any sense then. Hey, look,
pronounced-
contraction.
You don't know what a
Not
Sex
allowed to
Pistol
do
is?
that.
the last
My
letter in
gosh.
the alphabet, is it pronounced Z or Z?
Zed.
Depends, and it depends where you come from, because the
Wrong.
English pronounce it Z, the Americans
Zed.
pronounce it Z.
Oh, well, I can give you one
Yeah.
more. When do you say aluminum versus aluminium?
No, it's aluminum. It's aluminum. Y'all don't say
It's
it.
aluminum when it's in a molecule, but if you're speaking about the elemental atom, it's aluminium.
You
Oh,
guys
you're
were.
so smart. You're so smart. I wish I hadn't proved you wrong.
Why did they change the name?
People have tried. It doesn't
I
work.
know, and they.
Yeah,
Aluminium
you've been
foil. Is
cooked,
that what
bro.
y'all call it?
You've been cooked tonight,
We
dude.
call it
I know what you're
aluminium.
talking
We
about.
call it aluminium.
I'm not the one who
Aluminium
used.
foil.
I don't use contraction.
gotta make some ribs. You don't have any
Go drink
aluminium
another
foil.
one.
Hey,
Y'all
hold
don't
on,
make
hold on. I
ribs
do got a
up
good
there,
faith
do you?
question for Mel. I do have one good faith question for Mel. Mel, when are you going to apologize
I have
for
a back and
Easy
go.
for speaking out of turn against his family? When are you going to apologize for that?
Oh my God. Here
Oh,
we
Mel
go.
already
Never.
gave a
High
fake
horses.
apology about
Yeah,
that.
see, it's never, so it's going to be
Like
fake.
a real sincere apology.
Yeah, I did. So
The
whatever.
answer was never.
All right.
Well, no, it's apparently that because I don't have it. Even when I do give a sincere apology,
They
he's
don't
gonna
ever
call
think
it
it's
fake.
a real apology anyway. Yeah, I don't
Really?
even fall into that trap. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? So wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait a minute. How would you think there's any sincerity in that?
Wait, hang
And
on. We
you-
got something more important. How do they say it?
okay.
Taco? How do y'all say taco?
Taco,
Taco.
permito,
Taco?
That's so
Taco?
funny.
Ooh.
Dave.
You know, I
Right.
dated a woman from Cornwall, and her mother made great tacos until I learned that she was boiling the ground beef.
Ooh, now
Yeah.
you just
Really?
pronounce it. Y'all can't even cook it.
I think they just put
Man,
more
What
emphasis
a way
on
to
the
do
I'll
O.
What a
call it
way
something
to
And
derail the topic
he
at
told me
hand.
that was the Queen's way of doing it. You boil ground beef.
You were with some weird family.
Wasn't
You
that
went-
same
Well, they
from
were
the-
from Cornwall.
This guy just makes
They
up
were-
shit as
they
he
were
goes.
British.
Did you drive on the Queensway very
Put
often?
it on the
Nick
Ritz.
dude just
Actually-
making up shit as he goes.
Boiled-
That's what
boiled-
a good scientist does.
Great. What do you call them? Pasties? I was going to say pasties, but those are the
Oh
things.
my God, the
Yeah,
pasty.
the past-
Pasty,
That
pasty is the
hurts
colour of
my
us in
nervous
England.
system to hear.
Pasty is the colour. We're like white and like zombies. Pasty.
You know, when I
Pasty.
bought my first car, they said the color of the fabric was taupe. I'm like, what the hell is taupe?
Taupe? Man, you don't. You sound
It's
like
like a beige.
you don't know anything about English. How many words do you know?
Like 5 in the English language.
Exactly. You need to get back to that dictionary, right? Spit out.
Don't you see all his sentences have been the same fucking 10 words? I mean, bro.
I swear I heard you use contractions as well, dude. I swear I heard.
Oregano? No, it's not.
But I'm allowed to
Oregano?
because I'm American.
So, but don't English people use contractions then?
No, they shouldn't.
No, but I didn't ask what. I didn't ask
They
law.
should.
I
You
asked
just
it
use
is, dude. Give me facts, not like oughts. Should.
They
no.
shouldn't.
Do,
They shouldn't.
do.
I'm going to
Do
refer to why can't the English?
Dude, can
Well,
I just
speaking
say,
of English,
from an
we have
English
one right
perspective, do me one favour and just
Why
stop
can't
speaking
the English
dude?
learn to speak?
Why can't you learn to speak?
Because I'm not English, so it doesn't matter.
So why are you
What are
speaking
you?
English?
Because you're brain.
Oh, you're brain.
Colonialism. We need to
Wait.
decolonize. I'm decolonizing my language.
You're a
Really?
troll.
He's an
You
English
gotta be a
speaker.
troll.
That doesn't make him angry.
I also ask, like, why can't a woman be more like a man? But you know,
He's
Well,
an
you know,
English
Look at him go.
speaker.
They're not always
what-
attract. Like sometimes they're not always as attractive. Like
Look
something
at
from a
him.
man, if it happens the same thing from a woman, it's not as attractive.
Didn't you just say the way I was talking to you earlier was how your girl talks to you? So, like, aren't you with a man?
wait, are you asking me?
Yeah.
You never
No,
said
that can
that.
go either way.
Yeah, you said it earlier.
I
Wait,
said
your
that.
partner is
Yeah.
is also trans flexible.
Wait, who are you talking to? You're talking to me or Melanie?
Yeah, you.
Whatever.
I don't remember saying that.
I don't know. I'll sound the same to me after a while.
You know what? You not having a good
Yeah,
memory.
I'll
I believe you said that.
I mean, I am dating
I'll
Brittany
believe
Garner, so maybe
I'll
that's why.
believe that. I'll definitely believe that you don't remember that, actually.
I really don't.
How was breakfast, by the way?
I would like to say something to Mel, and maybe this will shatter his world, but 99% of all people don't care about your orientation.
I don't
whatsoever.
care.
It has no
I don't care
bearing
at all.
on their day-to-day life.
Yeah, it shatters it. That doesn't tend to be
If
true.
you want to
in
use my
Canada.
bathroom, go ahead. I don't care.
It is true.
So what do you? Why are you so neurotic that
You
need
mean our
surgery if
bathroom?
there's nothing to really care about? Like the world's fine. Nobody's after you. Most of
Well,
it's in your imagination.
You know why, Jeff? The Democrats need a
likewise,
reason to
right?
lose.
So I'm here to be a messenger of good news. You don't have to be worried about trans people. They're not out to get you. Nobody's forcing anything upon you.
I don't
It's
think
just-
they are.
It's just allowing another group.
So you are trying to
Yes.
force an idea on us, huh?
We
No,
don't
I'm-
care.
I don't
I'm-
think
I'm-
it is.
I'm-
Offering his perspective
consider
is not
debate-
forcing an idea.
Yeah, if you consider debate to be forcing a perspective,
It is a
then maybe
forced
you shouldn't
idea.
be in the debate arena.
And Melanie brings up a good point.
Oh,
All
that
over
was a
YouTube,
good
people don't
one,
understand what a
Melanie.
debate is.
You really got
What about
me there. That was a good
Debate is about
one.
exchanging
Shut up.
ideas.
Thought it was.
But you guys all still think, oh, I got to win the debate. I got to show that Melanie is actually Lily Tano in disguise. But
Who's this Lily
Melanie is
Tano
just
chick that
offering
keeps cropping up?
her perspective, and fine, you offer your perspective, but there's no winning or losing this.
Well, there is
Oh,
when you say you
no.
can't use
There
contraction.
is an objective truth.
That,
They
that's
act
not
like
a
there
debate.
is.
That's a fact.
I'm
That's
sorry
just a
to tell you, but there
fundamental
is
fact.
an objective truth.
Yeah, the objective truth is that biological organisms deviate on everything, and so a deviation of identity and behavior is to be expected.
Right.
doesn't
So
make the
so
rule,
what? No, like we just said nobody cares. So
It
Right.
doesn't
Well,
make the rule
speakeasy
either.
clearly does.
Deviation doesn't make normality, though. So, like, everyone's just old, but the exception doesn't make the rule. Anyhow, all I know about is English language, and so that's me. And I only teach people from Hong Kong and China, so, you know, and I lose at Scrabble to 14-year-old Hong Kong girls. So what the fuck do I know? Have a good day,
That
guys.
sounds
So,
kinky, but I don't kink shame.
Man, you took that the wrong way. Like, that, I'm offended.
I don't know how else I'm
sound like
I'm
you
clearly
have,
not the only one who took it that way.
No, it's because I have a
I hope
French
not, at
social
least.
student,
I hope
and,
not.
Dude, you got a weird mind. But anyway, you do you, my special child lover friend. You take care.
I'm not the one who plays Scrabble with 14-year-old girls.
oh, hang on.
Oh, that was fun.
So, Dave, just to respond to what Dave said, I think, I actually agree exception is not the rule, which means you can't make a rule for the exception, with the only exception being hate speech. Everyone should be protected from
There's
hate
no
speech.
hate speech.
No. I'm going to disagree with that. There's no such thing
wait,
as hate speech.
I have limited time.
Well, but maybe
My-
you define
my
it. Sorry,
partner
maybe
is
I
next
jumped
to-
on you too quickly.
my partner is next to me, and I will listen to your responses when I go. But when it comes to saying somebody has to go to the washrooms based on their genitals, I think that's when you're making a rule for the exception. So I think if that's your logic, you should apply it to yourself and think okay, then I'm not going to try to tell trans people how to live either. So, anyways, again, thank you, Jeff. Sorry that I'm in and out, just hanging out.
Good to meet you.
Sporadically
It was
tonight.
fun. Good
Have
to
a
meet
good
you.
day.
Yeah,
Hope to see you again.
thank you as well. I got a lot out of this. I definitely want to do more.
To be fair, I don't so much disagree with what she was saying. But,
I don't either. Except for the part of I lost it. It'll come back.
hate speech.
Well, yeah, hate speech for sure. Oh, about living and letting people live their life. We are nobody's in it. That's the thing. They imagine something that's happening from the rest of us that's not actually happening, and
Well,
then they accuse us of all this
there
stuff
are
we're not
some-
actually doing.
There are some
instead
who
of
do
just
that.
going about and living their lives. People would be fine with that and stay away from the kid. Like leave the minors alone.
Yeah, don't play Scrabble with kids. That's weird.
Yeah,
Um,
I guess.
but I don't think she was doing that. I think she felt strongly about it, but I didn't get the I'm going to shove it down your throat just to
Well,
rage
that's
bait
what I
you.
wanted to ask is what I don't understand what they need from the rest of us because when
They
I
don't
was
need
coming
anything.
up gay, it was about doing our own thing regardless of what society thought. We didn't
Yeah.
need society to think a certain way for us to be who we were.
Eh,
And they seem to need something from the rest of us to be
Well,
themselves.
that's kind of funny that you say that, Jeff, because there were many people who thought that, now, I mean, at least where I live, like, gays sort of accepted, but it wasn't always the case. And one of the biggest arguments was, why are they always shoving it down our throats? Why do they have to hold hands in public? And of course, if you were gay, it was like, well, we just want to be ourselves. But I think somebody said it earlier that they are gay people who have sort of frustrated on how this went from LGBT to LGBTQ XYZ
My
because they're
son,
all
Well,
different.
it's a new generation. It's
But
not
maybe
it's a
you're
different group of
experiencing
people.
like what people went through in the 80s and 90s by going, why do you have to shove it down your throat? Now it's just accepted. But I do agree with
Right.
like TikTok and it makes for good content. I mean, I always go
That's
back
my
to that.
point. It's accepted. We got the progress we fought for, so now they have to manufacture a new crisis that's not
Manufacture
going to happen, or
outrage.
pretend
Yeah.
I
like
think,
there's the same level of oppression that there was in the past. That keep the narrative going
yeah.
because they define themselves by that. Their like whole identity depends on, oh, we're this minority that's being rejected by society.
I wouldn't
I have a
disagree with
theory
They're
that.
about
not far
that.
enough to just be themselves. They want to also transition the kids. They also want you to say that if you don't want to date trans women, that you're fucking some type of bigot. Like it's all goofy.
You're a
No,
xenophobe.
we're
That's not
not
what it's about.
panicking though. That's the thing. Nobody's panicking.
Panic.
Here's
Oh.
can,
normal people that
I
have a
got a
normal
theory
life,
about
normal
this.
things to do, don't care.
I got a
I'm
theory
totally
about this.
panicking. What's going to happen?
Why they keep going the extra mile about this, and this is something I've been thinking really hard on the last few weeks. You
So hard.
know, I think it's like generational because if you really think about the left, take women's rights for an example, the 20s, the suffrage movement, the first wave of feminists, you have these X amount of feminism, and then they get their rights. 1960s, they get the rights in the workplace, they get the right to vote at that time, and when they have kids, they tell those kids, it's difficult out there. They're going to discriminate against you, whether you're a woman, queer, trans, whatever. And once they have kids, it repeats. And every single time that new generation comes up, they have no reference to the past of how it was, and they think that it still is the oppression that they think that they go through now versus 100 years ago. And because of that no frame of reference, they still enforce this ethos of rights on their identity class. And I think that that's a major part of it because you do see a lot where kids are highly impressionable that has no reference. They have no idea what the real world is like. Plus, they don't even know how we got here in the first place, and they take everything of that and force it on other people, And with this trans rights going on right now, it's just the new generation are accepting this radical idea because they're lost, they're confused, they don't know how to process the adversity that they're going through, so they go ahead and say these ad hominem attacks or the straw man that they're fascists, it's a right wing idol, it's right wingers trying to oppress us, they're scared of us. It's not really that, and how they're displaying it and how they're enforcing it is the main reason why that even people from the left left the left. And there's a bunch of people that I can name off that left the left because of whenever they were speaking out that, hey, listen, there are two genders, and they get ostracized and kicked out of their political party. And this is a big problem that's going on. Right wing? No, it's not. It's like it is a bipartisan issue that's going on, and it's mainly that people who lean left are on the center saying that you guys are going too far. You guys are not helping society out. You're holding us back, and we're going to regress if you guys keep moving forward. And they don't want to hear it. You tell them the facts. You tell them, hey, look, this is the studies, and this is what we're seeing because it's been going on for about 10 to 20 years, and they still are in complete denial of it. They don't want to listen. It's like this Marcusian idea that the liberating tolerance is that I don't have to accept what you say, but you have to accept from mine. And I think that's where that stems from. And they learned that from the universities. Yuri Bezmenov actually warned us about this in 1984, about the universities brainwashing people and institutions. So by 2 generations, we have these issues going on in America. I don't understand, and I'm just tired of seeing them having all this power where they have this political power where they influence laws and pass laws to where they restrict people's speech. It happened in England. It happened in Canada. America is the last country in the West that is actually trying to maintain the idea of freedom of speech, and it's a big problem.
Melanie, nobody can shame you without your participation. That's my point. Like, if you're that vulnerable to being shamed and you're just passively at the mercy of every total stranger that can shame you, you got more problems going on than just trans.
Not entirely.
That's not normal to be that vulnerable to shame.
But I would argue that trans people that what you said was actually correct. What you said was correct about people sort of leaving the left because they got tired of the woke stuff, and I would argue that I'm one of those. In fact, when I started working in academia, I considered myself
you seem
a liberal.
like a lot of things, to be honest.
When I started working in academia, I considered myself a liberal and found out, wow, what you said about universities brainwashing students, that I would disagree with, but some of the horror stories you hear about what some people at the university sort of push and believe is actually really ridiculous. It's like they don't live in a real world. Like I said, I thought I was a real liberal. Where I work, people look at me like, I'm a card-carrying MAGA person. Just because I'm like, to me, a boutique issue about who gets to use what bathroom, I don't really care about. I wear an American flag pin because I live in America, but that's not inclusive enough. It's ridiculous. But we're not all brainwashing them. It's just so.
Here's my
college education is so
and welcome
good.
Elderly Lion, who's new to the panel.
I hear you. But when you said that you disagree that universities are brainwashing institutions, I can give you an example about what the consequences are of that. So, like, look at Harvard for an example. They're doing their DEI policies, and now they, a part with DEI did not earn it. They are allowing people who don't deserve it. With also, like with trans ideology, look at Riley Gaines a couple of years ago. She was giving a speech at San Diego State University or San Francisco State University, and they held her hostage. They literally held that woman hostage. Trans activists, queer, LGBT personnel in California held her hostage. And guess what? The police didn't do anything. In fact, that university said, you know what? These people who held her hostage are courageous, and they should be heralded. And that Riley Gaines is a fascist. They didn't say that. I'm paraphrasing.
No. I know the story, and I mean, in fact, San Francisco State.
But the point I'm saying is
they named one of the buildings after
there is an incentive right now that. Look, when Joe Biden was in office, his Department of Education gave funding only to schools that enforce DEI initiatives. That's a fact. Also, that is very true. That is very, very true. It's in their mandate. It's in their literature. It is literally in the literature that they're blazing about it.
That would be a misrepresentation, and I'm not disagreeing with you with the DEI stuff. And you're right. Harvard, a lot of those Ivy League schools, they went insane. I mean, even with the Gaza protests, at our university, we actually, I totally agree that it turned into an anti-Semitic rally. I mean, it was terrible. But But I don't like the narrative when we say we're brainwashing students. I mean, one, when you go to university, you should be challenged, and still, it is still overall more beneficial to send your kids to college, even if it's Harvard, in the long run. I think what we're seeing here is, yes, there are parts of the college, there are people, administrators, even faculty who make a lot of noise, but it's not necessarily the norm. I mean, like, I work at a university, but I teach a purely objective subject. Well, I mean, there are faculty members even in my department who interject what they call wokeness, but I don't mind saying things which challenge students. I mean, you should be a little bit liberal when you're young. The more educated and older you get, you tend to get a little bit more conservative.
But not ignorant.
Don't mind me
Not
asking.
ignorant. I agree with that.
I mean, you can be liberal.
Don't mind me asking, okay? What if you're comfortable answering this question? If you don't, I understand. I won't hold it against you. Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
What? You're an American, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. What state do you teach college in? If you're okay answering this.
Well, I will tell you, but I don't want you to stereotype it. Because our state has the best public university system in the nation, and that is, of course, the University of California.
all right.
Prove me wrong.
There's a question.
I mean, prove me wrong. The University of California has.
Now this is making sense.
Before all of this gets too far into this, I wanted to ask you a question. Whoever said that they were a theoretical physicist,
Anybody
right?
could be
Experimental.
Bro, that's crazy.
Experiment. Okay, so
it's the golf boy next to you.
Okay, so then you just lied earlier. Okay, cool. Anyways,
Did you get your teaching certificate in a cereal box? I'm just wondering.
I'm just wondering.
I'll tell you a
just wondering,
secret.
in your field,
Work
in
at
your field, do you
university,
use
there's no
hypotheticals?
requirement that you know how to teach. That's not required.
Okay, cool. Do you have to use hypotheticals in your career at all?
Hypotheticals.
Yeah.
I guess I do use what we call thought experiments, which could
Oh, okay. All right.
like, for example, a meter stick traveling at relativistic speeds would become longer than a barn if you look at
so
it.
all intents and purposes, a
But
hypothetical,
I wouldn't say
right?
that's necessarily.
What I was wondering is, if you cannot understand a question like, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? How the fuck am I supposed to reliably think that you are anywhere near this field that you claim you are?
Because I do know how I feel after I have
Not
breakfast.
only that, how's there any hope for our students over there? What the fuck?
But that's not a hypothetical. Well, I fail to understand why you're all jumping on me, because I have already agreed that.
Because you've made a lot of claims, you've made a lot of assertions, but you haven't
Give
actually
me one
justified
claim or
anything you
assertion
said.
that I made that you disagree with.
You've asserted that you're a teacher of some type, and
I'm not a teacher. I'm a
some
professor.
sort of okay.
There's a
professor.
difference.
Okay, there we go.
I don't really care
Anyway.
whether you believe me or not.
He professes.
Well, I don't believe you, but
Okay, that's fine. I don't care.
But what's interesting to me is that you not only did you do what you did, but you also insulted somebody who I personally know is a teacher.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to insult anybody. If I did, I apologize.
Do you know who Dave is? Guy you just talked to a minute ago?
Yeah.
The English teacher.
Yeah, that was probably out of line.
And then you tried, it was out of line.
Silly.
You piece of shit.
It's
It
been a little
was
bit
out of line. Yeah.
Everybody was sort of. It wasn't my.
There's a lot of things that you can joke about, but joking about that kind of stuff.
Okay, Elder. I've already said it wasn't my intention. I've already agreed that
It was your intention. You said the joke. correct? Did you say the joke?
Hopefully, Dave and I can actually
Hold
make
on.
up.
Did you say the
And
joke?
I apologize
Did you
to Dave for
continue
that.
the joke?
But
Don't
honestly,
lie
I
and
don't
say
really
that
have
you
to
didn't
sit and
mean to do
listen
it.
to you.
Don't
who's
lie and say
insulting
you didn't
me.
mean to do it.
Why
You
don't
meant
just
to do it.
kind of shut the fuck up?
So did you mean
I'm
you
not in the
continued
mood
to
to
talk
make you
about
my
it?
wife. Oh God, what do you want to say to me? Come on, just say it.
I've already said everything I need to say to you, dude.
Oh, I was
Besides
talking
the fact
over you.
that-
Can you say it again?
I said, were you not the one who said it?
Yeah, I did say it. I just acknowledged it, and I
Okay,
apologize.
so
for it.
then
And I
you
agree with
lied
you. It was out
again.
of line. So what more is there to
then-
talk about?
So what? That's what I'm trying to ask, man.
Were you hoping
don't
that
understand-
were you hoping that I would deny it?
What I'm understanding, you did deny it. You did try to deny it. You did try to say that
I
you
forgot
didn't,
about it.
You didn't.
It wasn't my intention. I legitimately I didn't
Right,
know
and
what
see,
you were
you just
referring
lied again because I wasn't even
Well, it's
talking
all out
about
in the
what you're
open
just
now.
asserting.
to. Okay, well, you know what?
Flop it around for everybody to see. So
Shut up.
might as
I don't
well
care what you
address
think.
it.
You want to
Give
call
a
me a
fuck
liar?
if you
Go
think
ahead. I don't
either.
really care. I don't even know who you are.
I don't believe anything that you've said so far.
Okay, that's great. You know, I don't believe that you have a penis. Big fucking deal.
Okay,
He
congratulations. I
sounds
know
like he
you don't.
does. Like that's
Okay.
not
So
that's
maybe we
not a
can
vagina voice.
form a support group.
Maybe you should
I
go
Okay,
hook
that's
up
the
with
problem.
Mel and figure out where to
We've got
find his
unresolved
penis.
issues over that. Anything else? Want to try again?
Try again or what?
Or you
Seems
just
like
want
I
to
kind of
like
roasted you
be
pretty
cool
hard
and have
over here,
fun?
dude.
Like, dude, we're just having fun here.
I have
Okay?
no clue what you're. You were having fun making fun of somebody, making assertions about somebody's character earlier.
I was just making a joke that you're using
It wasn't a
contractions.
joke.
So you
You
came
don't
up
joke
to
about
White
that
Knight
kind of
for
stuff.
Dave.
You don't joke about making contractions? Seriously?
You don't joke. You don't joke about. You don't
You get
joke
angry
about
at the
things
transgender
involving
person
children that you asserted.
for fake
You don't.
outrage, and you're sitting here doing fake outrage. Like,
You don't joke about those assertions that you made about
what are
Dave
you,
and
a
children.
professional victim?
I think it is, and I think
You're acting like a professional victim. Like, I've already
mine
said it
may
was
be
wrong.
winning.
It's over with. People make mistakes. People misspeak.
Right. Well, now you're
sitting there like,
apologizing
you're a
for
liar.
something I didn't
You're
even
this.
ask you
You're
to
that.
apologize for.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, get over it. I apologize for it. How are you hurt by it? What did I do to you?
You insulted somebody I consider a friend.
Yes, I didn't mean to insult
well,
him.
but he apologized that he's.
I was just
Well, now
joking
he's
about the
apologizing
contract.
for a different thing that I didn't even want to
Well,
apologize for. I wanted him to
I guess
apologize.
for the actual.
But
thing.
guess what? I don't do what you want me to do. I
Right.
choose
Okay,
to
cool, man.
apologize.
I don't want you to do. You don't have to do anything.
Then why are you burning it up
That's
if you don't
great.
want to? Then what do you want? What's your
That's
end game
great.
here? What is your goal?
I'm calling you
He's
out for
calling
what you
you out
did.
on your
Calling me out
bullshit,
for
bro.
what?
That's
What are
Calling
you
you
calling
out
me
for
out?
what you did.
Okay, so you called me out, and I accepted that. Yeah, you called me out. Anything else?
So you're a piece of shit. We agree then.
Oh, now I'm a piece of shit. Okay, because see, you wanted to fight, but you're not getting one. You're not getting the
Yeah,
fight.
there
you
was
wanted.
a see the goalposts were moved. I knew it wasn't what it.
I mean,
appeared.
it seems
Yeah.
like you're fighting
Yeah,
back.
I mean, you might as well join the TikTok people who with the fake outrage over bathrooms. You
It
kind of
seems
sound
like
like
you're fighting back.
Like, what are you doing? Defending the Dave's honor? Like he can't defend his own honor? Dave actually seems kind of cool.
Again, it seems like you're fighting back.
Well, I just find it back at the ridiculousness about it. Like you really spent the time to
So
come
then
on
you
the
do
panel
care.
to say that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'll try to do better in the
Right.
future.
When you make assertions that
I was trying
somebody
to
is
make
a
a
PDF,
joke. I was trying to make
when
a
you make
joke.
assertions
Sometimes my
that somebody
joke-
is a
sometimes my
PDF,
joke-
when you make
What
assertions,
assertion?
That's how
which
everybody
will
gets.
revolve
Like,
around
Dave-
children, and you make the
People wanna
assertion
try
that
and
they're a
calm it
PDF,
down.
No,
you're a
you're
piece of
making an
shit.
assertion. You're making an assertion. You say you don't do this, you don't do that. You got a problem with how I feel after breakfast.
But I don't understand where that leaves us now.
Yeah, I
Because
don't. I don't
it's
get
all
it.
of that, and
Right?
it's,
I
just
really
wanted
don't
to admit he's
understand
a
what
piece
you're
of
trying to do.
what do
Yeah,
we do
Albert
from
Ryan
there?
was
What's the
just
aggression?
pointing out that he talked.
I don't know what
about
the
people
aggression is
and
over.
now
Like I'm just trying to have fun.
I've been
It's
listening
like
to
he's
you.
You're
for
the
upset
one
that
being
happened.
You guys
aggressive
were
right now.
roasting Melanie.
Bring it
Lopez,
out.
welcome. This is what you
Dave was
stepped
roasting
into.
Melanie, and I felt like the whole panel was ganging up, so I just thought I'd do a little roast back.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
you went
so
way
like,
You
too
don't
far.
have to justify.
so like,
But-
yeah. So
but I will admit
now
that
Elder
sometimes-
Ryan's just telling you you're a fucking idiot for it.
I know, but he said it. It's recorded. Like there's. When
Yeah,
does he
and it's
move
over
on?
for me,
Like,
but
it's
he
the
wants to
same.
keep going
It's
on,
the
and we can
same
keep
point
going.
over and
No,
over.
you're the one who keeps going on
Nope.
because you're adding a bunch of other stuff, like questioning how I feel after eating breakfast, not understanding what a hypothetical question is, saying that I'm lying when I'm not, and then calling me a piece of shit. Have I called you a piece of
Bro,
shit?
you're the one. Yo, bro, you're the one.
Have I?
I made
Have
jokes
I
about.
insulted you
I
yet?
made
the one who
assertions about
said
people
you
being a
can't
PDF.
answer a hypothetical. What? Now
I
you're
mean,
putting that
you're the
on
one
us?
making
Well,
assertions.
now
You
Dobez
did
is
like
here,
4
so he
assertions
can
already.
help
This is
shed
That's,
some
insane.
here,
Bro.
I'm making an assertion of myself. I think you're kind of a
You
hypocrite.
said you can't answer hypotheticals. You
I
said
can't.
that.
No, I choose not to answer hypotheticals because they're
Oh, now
illogical.
it's a choice. First you couldn't do it.
Everything's
Now
a
it's a
choice.
choice. Oh my
That's
god.
No,
what
you did say you can't answer
This
hypotheticals.
guy
You did
backs
say
up
that.
so
I
fucking
heard
Yeah, I
you.
can't.
You
I
did say
can't.
so
that.
crazy, bro.
I can't answer that hypothetical because I didn't know Melanie.
What
So how
school
could I
you
No,
possibly
you said
answer a
that you can't answer
hypothetical?
You
hypotheticals.
got
I-
fired. You
I'm
ain't a
just saying.
fucking professor.
Oh God! Just try to use your brain once, please. It's not
The
that hard.
things y'all find to fight, even when there's nothing to fight about, y'all will find some little thread.
I know it's
to tug on the
ridiculous. I mean,
person.
come on. You're arguing about you can't answer
answer
You're looking for a
hypothetical.
friend
You
that
said you
has
can't.
nothing to do with the situation.
Okay, so maybe I've got some sort of mental disease where I'm not able to answer hypotheticals. Okay.
Yeah,
You,
basically, yeah,
you,
dude,
you
it's fine.
caught
You're
me.
retarded.
You got
You don't have to
me.
engage
You
in
got me.
anything.
You got me.
Fine.
I'm
Why are you so triggered, bro?
anti-hypothetical.
He's a
I'm a hypotheticalist.
Why are you so triggered, bro?
I'm not triggered. I'm
You
laughing,
sound like
dude.
it.
Dude,
With
I
underlying
generally
right, you're not an actual teacher,
generally
right?
when people say you're triggered, that's because you're triggered, but you're not getting
Underlying's right.
The thing is, you said you don't engage in hypotheticals when you're in a purely hypothetical field. Fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you know about physics? Do you think experimental physics is hypothetical?
Dobez, it's layers deep. I can't even penetrate.
That I will debate with you. Let's talk about that. How is experimental physics hypothetical?
I don't answer.
You made the assertion. Back it up.
Because it
Don't
uses
answer hypothetical.
hypotheses.
Which is where the word
Therefore, it's
hypothetical comes from.
hypothetical.
Actually, I don't know if that's true. That would legitimately be a question for the
He
day.
doesn't know if that's true.
No, I don't know if hypothetical.
So you just asked us a question, but you don't know the answer for it? Oh my
Stupid
It's like being a-
scientist asking
I
questions.
know,
he doesn't
yeah.
answer to.
It's like being a
Now
professor
you see
without
why I
being
said
a
I don't
teacher.
answer hypotheticals because I don't assume that he knew
Yeah,
anything
I've
about
already
what he was
admitted
What
talking
is the
about.
hypothesis? What is the hypothesis?
Shift, you could have turned that into a joke. What's a lesbian's favorite physics theory? Missed opportunity. Hello, Joe. Jobs, Haribo.
Come on, tell me how physics is hypothetical. That
He
this is
doesn't
going to be
even
great.
know what a hypothesis is.
I have no idea. Zero.
That's
Don't even
crazy,
understand the
bro.
scientific method.
That's
I use
fucking
I use
crazy,
tarot
bro.
cards.
Do you
Tarot
know what
cards.
the scientific? Okay, tell us what the scientific method is then.
I don't know it. I don't know it.
Oh, yeah, I do
I know
remember
you
you, David. Nice to see you again.
You're laughing
I
because
do
you're
not
coping
remember
now.
you, Joe.
I'm laughing
Dude, if you're a
because
teacher and I know all this shit you
you're being
don't,
ridiculous.
bro, I'm fucking pulling all the kids out of school, bro. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Pull your kids out of
Doesn't
school.
even fucking know what the scientific method is. Doesn't know the laws of
I,
logic.
you know,
Holy
I
fuck, how do you
I fully
fucking-
endorse keeping your
how do
children
you
uneducated.
function in life,
Fully endorse
bro?
that.
What are the order of operations? for math? Can you
Yeah.
answer that?
What? Use your words. What was that? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you were saying.
What are the order of operations for math? The standard order of operations.
Addition,
must-
subtraction.
Yeah. You learn that in like
division,
6th grade. I don't do arithmetic, I do math.
But
Dude,
you
I
do
don't even
everything
know
in the
what your degree
parentheses
is on
first.
at this point.
Gross
You
at
said
one.
3 different things at this point.
Right?
What 3 different things did I say exactly?
You said a theoretical physicist and a
I never said theoretical.
applied
Go back, look at that.
physicist,
Look at the
applied
chat. I
physicist,
wrote it. If
and
Jeff can find it in the chat. I
then the
specifically
last third thing that you said, I don't remember the
So,
third
okay,
thing
so
you
the first
said.
assertion you made was incorrect, and you were proven wrong. What was the second thing I said? Just because you heard theoretical
How was I
physicists.
proven
But
wrong?
I think it comes down to y'all don't like each other. Because even when you
I
dismiss
don't care
each
about
other's
that.
argument,
Yeah, I
y'all
don't- I
pull
really
another
don't
one
like
right
it.
away.
But
Just to
it's sort of ironic that you're
It's
saying
like you
online
say,
when there's
it's a
physical,
cap,
textual proof in the chat what I said, and I specifically said experimental physics.
Yeah, experimental physics
that
uses
was the third thing you said.
hypotheticals. It relies on them. It heavily relies on them. You goofy fuck.
Does it? Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, does it? You should
It
teach
does. Yes.
Well, which
You
one?
want to bet money? How much do you want to bet right now? How
Well,
much?
Just give him one. Just tell him what are the hypotheticals.
Yeah, just tell me an example of it. I'll admit I'm wrong. Tell me an example of it.
Right. All right. So
That space exists.
what's the hypothesis as the compass? Can you explain that for us?
The hypotheses of a compass?
As the compass, you fucking dummy.
What does that even mean? The hypothesis
Right.
as the
Oh, you
compass?
don't know what that means.
No, I'll admit I have no freaking idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. I'll agree with you.
Okay, so the hypothesis
Explain it to me.
are testable statements that propose explanations, right?
Of a compass?
For observed phenomena. Oh my god.
You said what is the hypothesis of a compass?
No, that's
What's
not
the
what I said.
statement?
But I guess you don't know these terms, even though you apparently teach it. That's weird.
Apparently not. Yeah, I don't
weird.
know what the
I'm
hypothesis
done
of a
here.
compass
Do
is.
you have students like this in your class?
No.
This is fucking wild, dude.
No,
This is
we have
a
admission.
have
Spanish
students,
joke.
Seth.
We have
really
admission
believe it?
requirements. We have admission
have
requirements,
fucking
and you have to have a certain base level knowledge and intelligence to be able to be admitted to the university. I don't get questions like
Oh.
that. The dumbest question I ever got
You
was
got to back
who
up
was in
though
their
because
news,
he doesn't teach.
who was getting their news from the.
Oh, I didn't notice. I forgot to see the punchline. They didn't have a liquor license. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, you get credit for that. We love a good lesbian joke here.
I do know that physicists can't do threesomes.
Because they're the deal slit. Two
No, they
particles.
can't solve the three-body problem.
That was even more.
Mr. Math over here, do you understand that one, Craig? Since you know your order of operations.
Oh.
I love
Can you
how
solve
he
for
just
X?
starts now all of a sudden asking questions when he can't.
Can you solve for X?
Bro, start
solve for X?
answering questions before you want to fucking start
Just
asking.
let X be X.
Yeah, find X. Here it is. Want to talk about some Lie algebra, maybe? You want to do some group theory?
What do you call 6.9?
What do I call 6.9? A number?
A period in the middle of a good time.
Okay. I'm going to steal that one. I'm going to steal that one.
That's a good lesbian math joke.
No, you can't steal that one.
Keep 'em
Shut up.
coming.
That was actually well done.
Okay, can I let me see if you maybe let me give you a little better faith and see. I mean, I've been as good faith as I possibly can, but let me see if I could help you out a little bit. Einstein's thought experiment about chasing a beam of light. Are you familiar with this?
Yes. I haven't really thought about it in a while, but if you don't mind me pulling it up to refresh the exact specifics of it, yeah, go ahead.
Or how about Galileo's thought experiment about dropping off things in different weights?
Yeah, let's go with that one.
Okay, so would this be a hypothetical?
Oh, well, okay, so the other guy, I forgot his name, who really doesn't like me, that's not necessarily a hypothetical, it's what you call a thought experiment. I guess if somebody called it a hypothetical, I wouldn't totally disagree with it. Maybe I should clarify my statement from before. There are some hypotheticals which I possibly could answer. The one specifically about Melanie, since I don't know anything about Melanie,
Thought experiments are how hypotheticals are used, bro. Are you serious right now?
That's what you
Is this
think.
real?
If I don't know Melanie, you hypothetically could say, well, if, like I said, if Melanie comes on the panel and whips out her dick, would that annoy you? Well, I guess hypothetically.
I forgot to ask.
How about Schrodinger's cat? Schrodinger's cat is this a hypothetical?
Ask me something intelligent and I'll
Is
answer.
Schrodinger's cat a hypothetical?
It's a thought experiment.
Is it a hypothetical, you stupid fuck?
Why don't you explain Schrodinger's cat to me?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I'm serious.
You don't know it?
We
talked is that what you're doing? And you don't know?
No, explain to me the consequences of it and what it means.
You're just trying to deflect because you don't know the answer.
No. You keep trying to call me out. Let's see how smart you are. Why don't you explain to me?
No. You don't get.
Oh no. You don't want to do that.
I will explain to you. I will explain it to you as long as you first tell me, is it a hypothetical?
I would call it a thought experiment. Melanie is probably correct. It's both a hypothetical and a thought experiment.
Okay, so if a cat is placed in a sealed box with a device that has a 50% chance of releasing some poison gas, right, within a certain time frame, right, based on the decay of the radioactive atom, right? You with me so far? Or
well, you said originally a device which does what?
Do you not know Schrodinger's cat for real?
Because you use there are two ways of explaining it, and you use both examples. You said poison and radioactive decay. Which one do you want to use?
God,
there's a little
I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. Just continue.
This is actually sad, dude.
Continue.
This is actually bad, dude.
Because you start explaining Schrodinger's cat, and you get it wrong in the second sentence. You get it wrong in the second sentence. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you just misspoke. Continue.
This is so bad.
Continue. What is the consequence of Schrodinger's cat? Let's say there's a
We
bomb
don't
in there.
know until we open the box.
If you look inside the box, there's a 50% chance that it's exploded and killed the cat, and there's also a 50% chance that it hasn't exploded and the cat is still alive. Okay, continue, please.
Are you actually like? So you don't see how this is already a hypothetical? Stupid.
It's a thought
Are you
experiment.
actually serious?
It's a
You've
thought
already
experiment.
bought
The
into
important
the
thing is that
hypothetical.
before
You
you
don't
open
have
the
a cat
box,
in a box with a
the cat
radioactive
is in
device,
both
you
states
moron.
at the same time.
No, but it's a thought
because it
experiment,
hasn't
which
been
actually explains a
That
real.
uses hypotheticals. Do you know
So
what?
the
What
cat
thought
is both
experiment means?
alive
You just keep
and
fucking
dead
Yeah.
saying
at
thought
the
So,
same.
experiment.
so,
What's the
so
thought
Craig, you got your
experiment
you
mean?
got your panties in a bunch because
What's
you
the
call it a
thought
hypothetical. I call it a
experiment
thought
mean?
experiment.
What's a
Uh,
thought experiment? What is it?
a
Don't
thought
call me
experiment
out on it. I
is
didn't start
something
that
like murder's
conversation
cat.
hypothetical.
A thought experiment is an experiment carried out in the imagination. You stupid fuck. Hypotheticals are all thought experiments. Are you
You called me
actually
trigger.
dumb?
Hey, you just have to resort to calling
This
stupid
can't be a
fuck.
professor. No, bro. You ain't a professor,
Well,
bro. Go get that
hypotheticals don't
Grand Theft
necessarily have
Auto and
to
tell
have an
everybody how you're a
experimental
fucking
component to
professor,
them.
dude.
They
Shut
could
up.
just be
I'm going to assume that
assertions.
you haven't even finished high school, but okay.
Yeah, okay, but you don't know anything about fucking anything. Shut up.
Well,
man.
you don't know Schrodinger's cat. That's good
Oh,
stuff.
I don't know Schrodinger's
You don't
cat.
know
Until the
Schrodinger's
box is
cat like
open,
I
what
know
is the cat
Schrodinger's
considered?
You tell me. What is the consequence of Schrodinger's cat?
Exactly. You don't know nothing, dude. Every
I mean,
fucking
Jeff
time.
is getting
You
it
don't know
correct.
nothing.
You haven't
Shut
even
up,
mentioned
guy.
superpositioning yet.
You're fucking dumb.
That was the whole point of the experiment
Yeah.
was to illustrate the concept of
Is
superpositionality.
this scientific foreplay? Like, what is
I
happening?
know. I'm getting. Yeah, I am getting.
Hello,
How
how
come
are
your
you?
shirt is? Why is your shirt still on, Jeff?
I guess they haven't done enough of it. Actually, I'm saving myself for that 1,000 streams. So if y'all could get me just a few more
Oh
subs,
God.
How many more do
we
you
could
need?
do our shirtless
I
disco
feel like
party. That's a good
you're like
question. And
gonna let
I've offered the
them.
challenge of everyone doing it before Mike Cerrone gets a chance to claim credit for it.
Oh goodness gracious! Now you've ruined the mood.
Yeah, that
Only
like
if
kills
you
the
let
mood.
it.
Man, I was
Well,
getting hot and bothered.
Wow, I shot up 9-7. So I only need what 23 more. Wow, I was at 36 earlier.
Well, I have some friends on another live stream. You want me to have them come right here?
Yeah. Yeah, then you could get the. Oh, Mike would love my. Nick Volt got Jeff to 1,000.
Oh, they ended their stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
I mean, the stream's still going on, but there are only
oh,
3
what a
people there.
tease!
Mike, you still have a
Hypothetically,
chance.
that was something.
You know, I wouldn't disagree that he could probably get you to 1,000 streams. You just got to really get him worked up. Him and Chink, you'll easily
Oh,
get.
I don't fuck with Chink. He's one of Dutchie's.
He's
She's
not.
my.
They don't even. Literally,
Oh,
they
yes, she is.
don't.
Are
They
you part of
just
that
met.
crew too? Why are you?
No, I'm not. Stop it.
Why are you defending Chink?
I know. I'm just telling you that they like just met
That is
on
true.
CPs. And then
I don't
he
fool
pulled.
with anything that comes out of her orbit. Anything from her galaxy, any type of space junk
Okay,
that
I'm just saying
floats
they
here
they
from her
bumped into
galaxy,
each other on a
I don't
panel.
fuck with.
Okay, that's
You
just
know,
ridiculous.
she's the only troll who ever got me to lose my
And I
temper.
don't even need to bring Dutchie into it. That was just the easy way of writing Chink off. I can write him off based on his own actions alone. So
Then do
I just
that.
have no respect for him whatsoever.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, my understanding is, like, he's absolutely, like, he doesn't.
He's a troll. He's a troll. He's in it for the
Okay.
thrill that trolls get when they pull off a good troll, and that's it. There's no deeper layer to him than that.
See, a good troll
It's
has to
all
have
fake
both.
content
You
bullshit.
gotta be able to do both.
And welcomes effort. Right, exactly. And he cannot do both. And he doesn't even put up a very good show of pretending to do both because he's the one that I called Schrodinger's troll. Because from the very start, I couldn't tell if he was trolling or legit. There was always that doubt. So he's not even
Actually,
good at disarming that.
I will say that that's an impressive use of that hypothetical thought experiment. Applied it to him. I can't disagree with that.
Are you here to tell menstruation jokes?
Hey, Moose. Yeah,
Not unless it's a question.
I got one for you.
I think they're kind of a gross one.
How
it's
about
kind of gross, so probably not.
I'll start. What did one tampon say to the other? Nothing.
I'm just
Nothing.
okay.
They were both stuck up cunts.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's funny. Okay, I guess mine's not that bad.
it.
Oh, you're next.
What is a lesbian favorite arts and crafts?
Oh no.
Finger
They love to
painting.
finger paint.
What is it?
I actually fucked it up, but what does lesbians love doing on their periods? Finger paint.
Okay, that's even worse. This is terrible. You're not allowed to kill that joke. You're
I got it
canceled.
right.
What's the best thing about dating a gypsy when she's on her period?
Oh, God, you're canceled too.
You finger her and you get your palm read for free.
Oh God, that's you know what?
His shift.
Ban everybody,
Don't
Jim.
huff and puff now.
Oh, what is brown and sticky?
Okay, I regret everything about all of this. Theoretically, no, not theoretically.
A stick.
A sugar daddy.
Oh, there you
Stick.
go.
Stick, brown and
Oh,
sticky.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I get it. Like this cute little thing here. Speaking of pussy.
So
Is this
I-
kitchen?
I
Is
have
this
to commute.
kitchen?
Yeah.
Oh my god! I just told my wife I want I want a new cat.
Oh, nice. Let me not get my channel shut down over this cat.
Oh my God! Look how cute
I'm
this
getting
cat
porn
is.
bombed by your cat.
Oh my God! Another kitty cat. Does your cat have a real cat name? What's your cat's name? I swear, if you say like Maud, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind.
My cat's name is Stan.
Is what?
Who? Staff?
Stan.
Who?
Stan.
Dan?
My last cat's
Stan?
name was Steve.
Oh God! Wait, your cat's
Actually,
name
I
is
wanted to get a new black cat and name him Mike, but
Oh,
I don't know if I can use that name anymore.
right, it's been ruined. Wait, your cat's name is Deb? Like a receptionist name? Deb?
Deb. Actually, it's happened a few times where Stan's vet will call and we'll go, "Is Stan there?"
Wait, Stan or Deb?
Stan.
What?
Stan. S-T-A-N.
Oh, good, like the Eminem song. Dear
Yeah,
Stan.
or Stanley.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Y'all are grounded.
Everybody
all of you
calls
are
him
grounded.
Terrence Kitty.
My
so-
dog's name is William.
For a cat? Oh, for a dog? Will?
Okay,
Would you
the
call him
only
Bill?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's it. Because you have to train him with like a sound you make, like if he does something really bad, and so like if he runs out of the street. So he learned his emergency word to come back is Bill.
Oh my God. I'm
Go
so
to your
mad. at
neighbors,
you.
they
I don't
brew
even
Willie
know
all the
you.
time.
Here's the thing. The only thing you got going on with your pets is that, like, you got the Eminem song and then you got Will I Am. So it's like you could kind of get away with, like,
Well,
that.
actually, the reason he's named Stan is so. You know the show South Park?
Of course.
So my wife accuses me of being like Randy, and therefore our new cat was named Stan.
Okay. Wait. Okay. She says you're like, okay.
Which sometimes I cannot disagree with her.
All right. Well, don't do that. You might as well just accept defeat now. Because here's the thing. Women are always right.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yep.
Only if you let them be. You have reality on your side.
That's probably why this has been my longest relationship, because I just go, "Yep, you're right."
That's so smart. Also, it's not a hypothetical,
No,
Jeff.
it's not. It's so damaging to.
Like outside in the real
Conflicts and
world,
mental
you know,
health.
it's so much pressure. You have to always be like in charge and this and that. When I come home, total beta. It's whatever you want.
Your cat
Whatever
is
you want.
very high energy. She's.
And
Everybody calls him a terrorist.
She looks like she's ready to get busy with
That cat
everything
is
and
just trying to pump up the fucking.
Yeah,
He does have
all
to get
splayed
3
out on
dogs.
Its name is Kitchen. It's got
Kitchen.
to like fucking.
We told her she was gonna damage that cat.
I know that cat is fucked up.
I was dating this woman who brought her cat over to live at my house. The cat's name was Sandwich. What the hell kind of name is that?
Oh my God! I don't know if I
And
hate
this
it or
cat,
love it.
this cat was so
Sandwich
stupid.
meat kitchen.
The cat didn't have like what do they call object permanence. It also like when it was
Okay,
bored, it would sit right in front of the wall, staring just at the wall on the floor. It was like, what the hell is wrong with your cat?
Wait, dumb that down for me. What is object permanence?
Yeah, you know how like humans like you have a ball and then you put it behind your back, and like you do this with like I think it's like at age 2 humans start developing like they know the ball is behind you.
Okay.
But this and like cats know this too. But like when I show bird videos on my TV and the birds like run off to the screen to the left, it runs all the way to another room because it knows when it's going outside.
Okay, see, that's so
This cat sandwich didn't have any of that. None of that.
Maybe
See, I
it's
don't like this-
autistic.
When you,
Well, I mean, his name is Sandwich.
yeah, when you say a sentence like that, when you say this cat sandwich, it sounds so awful.
Right. Good thing he's. I hope he wasn't in Korea. Maybe that's what they named their cats over there.
Sandwich burrito. Actually, I think I knew of somebody named.
Oh my gosh, that's the cutest name. Look at burrito. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Also, hi everybody on panel that I don't know.
Yeah, we got a lot of new people tonight. I don't know where they came from. I think
Professor,
Easy might have
you're an
brought 'em in.
unbearable cunt.
I'm sorry, what about a cunt?
Yeah, I disagree.
Well, that was a party pooper.
I didn't hear it. I just heard cunt.
Oh, that Nick is an unbearable cunt. It's British for like asshole.
I'm barely fine. So.
You know, I used to use the word. I didn't realize how offensive it actually is. I was like, oh, I would say that, and people would be shocked, and they're like, oh my god, you can't say that word. I was like, what word?
Good. I need to.
I love that word, and I love
higher
the
in my
book.
repertoire.
You know, now that I know it's bad, when I do use it, it's deserved, and it does feel good. Like you've earned that title.
Is Speakeasy a real person or a video on loop having a dance bar?
It's a real person, believe it or not.
He's a dancer. He's a private dancer. He's a dancer for money.
All right, I wasn't sure. All right, what song do you think he's listening to? Like Mary Had a Little Lamb, or a
He's
goat,
not.
or
Blinding lights.
I know it's hard
you know,
to say.
wiggity 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 whack.
Fear of a Black Planet. What's going on in his background?
I don't. I think he's like getting. He's like.
I
playing,
think
like,
he's listening to what's his face, Bismarcky.
I think he's like listening to.
Got what I need.
I'm such a boomer. I don't know any of these artists.
No. It's like the Full House theme song or some shit. Or Mr. Belvedere. You know what I mean?
He's not listening to us. We can say whatever we want.
I'm sorry. Did you say Mr. Belvedere? Like,
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah. Doesn't he look like
Yeah,
he's
the
like
old white
really,
guy
like-
that worked for that family. What was he, a butler or something?
Yeah.
Chauffeur?
Or like,
You know-
or like his company, you know, like he's all like, yeah, come on, knock on my door, fuck yeah, we were waiting for you, hell yeah. Where the kids are hurting and
I
he's
used to
in
love
there.
that show. I thought that's what life was going to be like when I grew up.
Yeah, yeah. Look at him.
The
He's
show
just like,
Different Strokes. Did you watch that show?
Yeah, we did. With
You're talking about Willis.
What you talking about, Willis? And they had Adelaide. I loved Adelaide, the old lady.
And the Jeffersons.
Oh my God, I live for the Jeffersons. That was my favorite show growing up.
You know what? I
Good
just
times.
we have this
Good
station
Times,
which
What's
plays.
Happening, Jefferson, Sanford and Son,
Taxi.
Chico
All
and
the good
me.
shows.
I for some reason started watching the show Perfect Strangers.
Balky, yeah.
And I had no like I just learned this yesterday because I was watching it that who's that? What's that show with Urkel? Family Matters is a spin-off of Perfect Strangers.
No way.
I was like, wait a minute, that's that guy, and it was legitimately those characters. Yeah, look it up. I was like, no, but yeah, it's a spin-off of Family Matters.
They're always spinning off the black people into their own show. That happened with All in the Family too.
And that cartoon, the didn't what's his name get his own show?
Who?
The funny one with
Bill Cosby.
No, the one where they just with Stewie. Little
Family.
babies.
Family
Family.
Guy.
Family Guy. Didn't their black character get their own spin-off cartoon?
It sure was a spin-off of Perfect Stranger. The Winslow
Yeah, they made one
family.
with
That's
the
nasty.
what was his
Cleveland.
name? It was
The Cleveland.
Cleveland.
show.
Cleveland.
The
Yeah.
Cleveland Steamers.
Yeah.
Cleveland
Speaking-
Browns.
I want what
Speakeasy.
he's on.
Speakeasy. What are you listening to? He's so happy.
I know something brought him joy.
I like it better now.
Oh, sorry, Craig.
Right, I was happy, and leave it to
I-
typical women to just try and fuck a man's happiness.
What did
up.
she do to you? Shift brings nothing but joy and good
See that
vibes.
shit?
Most of the
Typical
time.
woman want to just fuck a man's happiness up. All
What
right?
did she do to you?
I think Speakeasy stole my playlist.
Wait,
Giving
are
out
you
shit
mad at
That's
wrong.
what
you're
you're
mad at
listening
me?
to.
You're mad at me?
Yeah, it wasn't her.
Never ask a man what he's listening to.
We were listening to some party tunes.
Tiny
Some
Toons?
potty tunes.
Party
Oh,
tunes.
Oh, sorry. I was like,
Blinded Lights
Party.
by The
Hey.
Weeknd, and then I was listening to Feel It Still by Portugal the Man. Some
oh,
good
wait.
tunes.
You know what? I just remembered I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's why you asked me, right?
Mhm. Leave it
Yeah.
to a man to
You
fucking
just imagine I
he
don't
give
know
a
you
shit.
attention like most of the men you talk to. Sorry, sweetheart, I'm married. You're not interested in me, right?
Exactly
You don't
right.
interest me. You don't
Are
interest
you
me.
still talking?
And this little like
Weird.
flirty thing you tried at the start, it didn't work. And then you kind of
Yeah,
get flaky with
right.
it.
Okay,
Come on,
cool.
Why is
Come
there
on,
English
come on.
language
I
today?
can't tell
You
if it's
couldn't
this
compete
flirty.
with my wife on her
I
worst
did
day,
hear,
okay?
but
So
actually,
we so
fuck
angry
relax
today?
on that shit. Relax on that. Relax on that, right?
Relax your hair and your tracks.
Oh my
I'm over
gosh.
this irony.
Are you on the rack? Like, what's happening here?
He's just funny.
If we went to 100
Speaking of
random people
menstruation.
and they asked between us who sounds like they're on rocks, I bet you they'd say you. But I mean, you can go for
Now,
what
if they
you-
saw video, if we did it by
Ask you
video.
rock? Okay, cool. Yeah,
if
I
we
rock.
did it by video, Jeff, then it'd be you, not me.
Yeah, I guess I should.
You want- Come on.
But you give me a run for my money.
You know why I don't look like I
appreciate
do
that.
rock? Because I never have. That's right. Yeah.
I don't even know what that
I don't
is,
do
so-
hard
I don't
drugs.
even know
never
what you're
have.
talking about.
So nice try though. I barely even drink, but y'all want to try and call me crackhead and all this. That's
Nobody
wild.
said that. You
Why are
called
you
yourself.
doing that?
Rock.
You're so
You're like, y'all
mad.
accusing me of doing rock. I don't do rock. Y'all would have called
I'm
me
not mad.
rockhead.
Wait a minute. Me saying what you guys said is making me
We
mad.
didn't say anything about you doing a rock.
Jeff, is your audio working over there?
I
bro?
didn't shift. You
I
did.
know you didn't.
I didn't say
Oh.
shit about it.
And you
I
said
said
he was
it
on
was
rock.
the
If
theme
we
of
said-
Mr.
if we showed
Belvedere.
video, you added in.
well, yeah, I
Jeff,
guess you're
see,
right.
this is
then.
not, come on, Jeff. You just added into it. You said if we showed video, though.
Yeah, because
What?
you were bopping and dancing and like
Come on,
What?
stop
people on the
thinking
street
like
do.
I'm some fucking big meaty that's doing this for no reason. I'm
Man,
just
you
not
touchy
crazy.
tonight.
I just do
You
it better than most people,
are
right?
so
I come-
You,
where I come from, right? Because I didn't do this on the internet the whole time. I always did this in real life. So, like, where I come from, if you're not good at this, it follows up with hands. And I just happen to be good at both. So, like, you know, God blesses certain people, works a little harder on some of the gifts he gave to the world. And, you know, then there's you.
If
What are
you were
you
really
being
good, you
good
would have
at?
to tell us.
I'm glad you're good at it. Good at something.
What are you being good at?
I don't think there's anything I'm not good at.
That is an excellent answer. I fully endorse that. Well done.
Losing.
Can you spit bars?
Yep, he can spit some bars.
I literally have music on all streaming platforms.
So you can you spit some for us?
Well,
I might be a
no.
little
He's not good at
impressed.
losing. That's
Oh.
one thing he doesn't do often.
Mama taught me if you're
I'll
good
just
at
take
shit,
his
you
word
don't
for
do
it.
it for free, right?
You can you could do this bar. I mean, you could do a few bars.
Yeah, you can listen to me on every single music streaming platform. Speak
Hey,
easy.
Speakeasy, do you know the words to the Mr. Belvedere theme song?
No, could you sing it for us?
No, I don't know them. I can't. That's what I was asking.
You're just thinking this might be.
Got me
good
excited. I was hoping that I was going to learn them.
I know. I was hoping that you'd be good at that.
Piano Man.
Oh, knowing the
I feel,
lyrics
I
doesn't
feel like
mean I'm
there's like
good
a
at it.
funky.
If I knew the lyrics, though, I would be good at it.
I feel like there's like a funky beat though. Like when he walks up, it's like there's a cool beat to it. Does anybody know the lyrics? Like legitimately,
We can
I'm
look
gonna
it up.
ask AI.
please. Like
You
it's
know what's funny? Like your voice actually matches that picture. Like if there was a pink-looking fish like that could talk, I would picture your voice with it too. It's actually pretty weird. It's crazy, like that raspy, smoked for 50 years voice. Like like that's
That's
what I
my
would
voice.
picture.
Okay, well.
That's my voice. Is a raspy.
Oh,
smoke
I
for
didn't hear
50
it.
years.
I've heard way worse smoke for 50 years.
Almost sounds like Sam Elliott, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint. I don't smoke.
How do you spell Belford here?
Wait, what about Mr. Belford? Did you find it?
I'm trying to
I
figure
guess
out how to spell it.
that might be a result of too many dicks down the throat. Then I don't know if it comes from.
According to our new arrival, life is more than mere survival.
Yeah.
And we just got might live the good life. Days go by. It's bigger love of the family.
Oh yeah.
Note there are some few
really
variations, extra
touching,
lines depending on the episode or version.
Whoa. But you can't play the song because I get it's like a really it's like a roller coaster that the melody.
So I asked ChatGPT for the lyrics for the song, and then you know how ChatGPT gives you other suggestions, like would you like me to do this? It says, let me know if you want it in leet speak, goth poetry, or sung like it's a metal ballad.
Goth poetry, gothcore poetry.
I am gonna ask it goth poetry.
So excited, Mr. Belvedere in goth.
Yo, just real quick while you're doing that, I asked Google to find a poem for me yesterday morning, and instead it was like it decided for itself that it wasn't gonna do a search for a poem, and instead it was like, you know what, fuck that noise, I'm just gonna write a poem for you, and it literally wrote me a paragraph. It like sent me a message, and it was like this seems like a fun project, and it was like it like told me that it wasn't gonna do the search and that it was gonna write me a poem. And then, because I told it that I was looking for a poem without certain words, and then the robot was like a total dickhole, and it like wrote a poem, like not using the words, but using the definition of the words I was trying to avoid. It was so fucking weird. I've never seen anything like it before.
Did you
I was
fuss
like,
at it?
Did I what?
Did you fuss at it?
No, I just sort of like back to it. And then I tried to recreate the situation because like I was like trying to do it again and then it acted like it didn't do it. You know? Like but
I actually
What's that?
figured it out. Is Backpack and Map have the crazy raspy voice now too, or is that just you?
Huh? Those are people?
Yeah. You don't realize we're talking to the real life Dora the Explorer here? You can't hear it?
I don't know Dora. I'm sorry to
Say
say.
hola,
I
soy
wouldn't
Dora
recognize
for
her.
a shift.
Hola, soy Dora.
See, this is what happens if Dora was to grow up smoking 50 packs of cigarettes a week. That's what
Dora
she
for the
would sound
modern
like,
age.
bro. That's why.
Being worried about being deported will do that to you, though.
Oh wait, hang on. We get to see Leggy at work. This is a rare treat. Wow, that's water. It looks like you're
This is
in
like
the
triple
ocean, like
outboards.
under
Yeah, that's out on the water.
surface of the water.
That's freaking scary.
Is that a tugboat?
Wow, that's the Atlantic Ocean. He's up
That
in
thing's,
Maine.
that thing's flying.
Yeah, you're going so
They're doing about
fast.
40 knots.
How much you want to jump in there, bro?
I can't really hear y'all. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's a blessed fucking day out here.
Hey, send me a couple of
Talking,
lobsters, too.
chilling. It's gonna be a good day.
Yay.
Huck your phone in. We want to see the bottom.
We want to see those lobsters we be catching.
Ah, shit.
What was that? What about lobsters? What?
Yeah. Are you a lobster man?
They want to
Like
see a
you fish for
lobster.
lobsters?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I love lobsters, man. Get me one. Send in Nebraska. Thanks, man. I'm your #1 fan now. No, for real,
And
I
who?
fucking love seafood.
Wait, who just put the poem in the? Who put the poem in the back chat?
That's Mr. Belvedere. Gotham.
Oh, is this the the Gothic? Okay, a stranger crossed our threshold grim.
Oh, that.
With
No,
eyes
not this
like
one.
dusk
My
and
other
voice
friend's
grown
boat.
dim, he
If I was
whispered
on it,
truths
you
not
guys
taught
could
in
track it, but not
schools.
this one.
That life is more than breath and rules. This is good, actually. Through veils of sorrow, dark yet sweet, we learn that pain and joy may meet. Survival's not the
No
highest
body
goal,
dumping,
but
not
rather
today, at
nourishing the soul. The days drift by on wings of ash, each one a ghost, a fleeting flash. Yet in this house of sighs and grace, the shadowed heart has found its place, and in this ever-twisting net, and then it cuts off. I can see that being a Mr. Belvedere reboot. Dumping bodies. He better be trying to get himself abducted.
No. Oy. Oh wait, there's more. There's more, Jeff.
I wrote a poem, and AI
Oh.
liked it yesterday, so that's kind of weird. You had
Wait,
that.
what? You wrote this or AI wrote
Hey,
this?
hey. I'm
And then I
gonna,
shared
I'm gonna,
So it's not
I'm
Mr.
gonna
Belvedere.
pan over to this balloon with my captain's phone number. Somebody's gotta play a joke on it. Gotta be like, gotta play some type of joke on it.
Like what? Does he know he's going to be on YouTube?
But you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast, because it's gonna be a
What's a
blur.
joke we could play? He's about to go live to the world and probably not even know it.
Yeah,
I
what
get
is
caught
happening?
I don't know.
and
Something about his
hearing
boss's phone.
his donkey
Like,
This is
at the
exciting. We get to. This is a group troll.
hey, we just got your report card. It's nothing but high seas. Meh.
You look like he hauling ass
Is
in the
that fruit
water.
punch flavored or what?
What is all that colored stuff? That looks like a
I think
gay
those are
pride
buoys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
They're
can't
like
see it, but there's an island right there.
Oh,
I see it.
I kind of see
Yeah,
it,
we
like in the
see it. Yeah, we
distance.
see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
that's a slutty
like
island.
Harper's Island or
Do you hear
Shutter Island.
Somebody
mermaids?
ask him if his boat has a transponder. We can track it.
Why did they say land ho?
Is your boat
I don't.
trans? Does it have a trans?
Does it have a
something on it?
transponder?
I'm sure it does, but I don't think that they're going to put that
We can
information out in
track it.
public.
I see a bunch of fishing vessels, but they're like thousands of them.
What do we do with your boss?
The buoy has a phone number for his boss's phone. And he flashed the buoy on the screen.
What if we say that, like, there's a
And we missed it.
convicted. No, we're failing on board.
Be careful. There's a convicted murderer in the middle
Yeah.
of the ocean. He could be anywhere near you.
Yeah, we're like Breaker 1-4. We're looking for a man named Leggy.
And watch out for fins, too, at the same time.
Beware the Kraken.
Do they say Breaker 1-4 on boats? Is that just a trucker thing?
Waves are called breakers. Maybe they do.
Oh, see? All right, we're going to fail you, Leggy, real fast.
I think we already did. We didn't get the number. Were we supposed to call the
I
number?
know, right?
Yeah, send
I think it was.
send
I
a
think
text
it was
like not-
made of people calling
That
the
would be a
number.
good challenge for our panel game when we create it. Somebody could drive by different buoys in a boat and flash
Just
phone numbers
show a
briefly, and the
billboard.
contestants have to
Terrible.
like
That
code
would be a
stuff.
really good troll. That's a fun, intelligent troll.
That's such a horrible idea.
We'll probably eventually.
Mhm.
It's also recursive. If it's one of those ones that drags the net behind it.
Mhm.
The fuck was that sound?
Bodie
Oh,
McBoatface.
is it? Shift, does all this make you nervous seeing these fishing trawlers?
Yeah, I'm just really scared that he's gonna dox my school, and it's like really just fucks me up every time. You know what I mean?
School doxing.
Yeah, it's happened so
You
many
know,
times.
Bodie McBoatface is a real name for this British vessel.
No, really.
They made the mistake of doing a hashtag name our ship online poll, but didn't set it up like you can only vote once. So of course, the trolls on the internet kept on asking it to be named Bodie McBoatface, and they actually honored it. But this is not the first time this has happened. Greenpeace had a mascot, which was a whale, and they did the same thing. And they said, "Name our whale," and the official name became Mr. Splashy Pants.
Oh, that is funny.
Oh, I was
My
gonna say
friends got
Big
in.
Dick.
Oh, well, my friends got in trouble. They were almost evicted from their harbor or whatever it's called, their dock, because they named their boat Moby Dick, and they just didn't like it. And I was like, what the fuck? But
Wow, this was in America.
one of the Americas, but yeah.
Oh,
But they wrote dick like real big, like real. It was a big old dick on their boat.
well, you're supposed to write Moby big too. Moby is the whole thing that makes it big.
Yeah, they were going for the dick part.
Yeah, but
There's a whole.
without the Moby, it's not going to carry the full connotation of the
Yeah,
meaning. Why
well,
would you leave Moby small and just enlarge the dick?
if you
Do you
have to
guys make
ask,
working?
I don't know, but Jeff, thanks for having me on. Everyone else on the panel, it was a good talk.
Good to meet you.
Everyone in my chat, I shared the link for you guys to come find Jeff. If you guys want to come over here, give a like and sub, all that.
Oh, definitely a sub. We're only like 20 something away.
Nice. But yeah,
Easy to
thanks for
get
having
over.
me on. Everyone else, it's been a great talk. But yeah, I got to go do some things. So
Have
you
fun.
guys
Yeah.
have
Yes, it
a
has.
blessed night. God bless you all.
Thanks for
Keep
coming
dancing.
on,
salute.
Easy. Take care.
Same here. I'm jumping off. I'm getting tired, and about time for me to head home. I'm at work and all that. Jeff, I really do appreciate you allowing me to be here and express my mind and engage with some of your panelists. And I do appreciate that. Thank you. You guys have a great night and stay safe out there. It's wild. Thank you.
Yeah, good to
Take
meet
care,
you.
No,
Mangoes. It's been a pleasure. Come back anytime.
I
I'm gonna
love
bounce as
mango.
I
well.
will,
Thank you,
my
Jeff,
friend.
for
I
having me
will.
up.
I'm sure we're going to have some good conversations in the future.
I can't wait. Craig, you
Aw, that's
too.
cute.
Thanks for hanging
Salutations,
out
my
with us.
friends.
I gave you a sub, so I'll be back and hang out some.
Oh, good. I'm excited. I appreciate it.
So I
Yay.
came over with Speaks crowd. I'm gonna go see
Oh,
what
okay. Yeah.
they're up to. But
We've
thank you for having
had a
me.
few
Thank
folks
you
from
everybody on the panel
Speaks.
for putting up with me.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet
Yeah,
you.
nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Oh, thanks,
Maybe some
Blackout.
more in the future.
Maybe Easy will be the one to help me over that hump, that final hump.
I think
Could
like
be.
Evie and I
He's a
are
good
like
dude.
super duper best friends already. I can really tell.
Who?
The easy dude
You
and
and
I, like we really hit it off. Yeah,
which dude?
the speakeasy
Yeah.
guy.
You and Speakeasy?
Yeah, he didn't like immediately hate me.
All right, in the back, I don't know who you are, so you're gonna have to really convince me to let you on, and you have to flash your cab so I can see that you're a person. All right, who's left? Leggy, did you do your boss thing yet? Uh-oh, maybe he did get abducted.
Oh
What if he got
gosh.
abducted
Look
while
at the
he's on the
dead crab
boat
legs.
and it's just a crab
I don't know why that
No,
was so funny.
it's
There's
not
just crab
funny.
legs hanging out there.
That's sad. Don't
His
laugh.
name is Leggy.
Yeah, I know. That's the fucked up part. I literally just thought, is that why he chose that name? Because he just like laughs at this shit. And it's like you could almost use the crab legs to like it's like right where the L like it's synchronized with his nameplate, you know what I mean?
All right, we
At
got
least on my
Crucible Ghost in the back that wants to come on, but Crucible Ghost, I remember last time I let you on, you and I ended up arguing, and I had to bump you. So I normally don't repeat that too often.
Wow, he must have really pissed you off because I've
I
heard
don't remember. He's
like
an Andrew Wilson
Oh no.
I don't know who Andrew Wilson is.
I don't know who that is either.
From the
I
Crucible.
barely know. I wish I didn't.
That doesn't help me at all.
Oh, look, Iran just attacked a hospital.
Oh yeah,
Oh
I saw
no.
that in Israel.
That was a while ago, actually.
I feel safer though because Trump's taking control.
You think? Do you get the impression I get the impression he's very undecided. Like he could go any way. He's like Schrodinger's.
Well, I'm not gonna say what it looks like, but I don't care.
So there's not really anything definitive to go on for me with Trump. It's going to be whoever catches him at the right mood
Everybody gets
and
democracy.
plants the right narcissistic fantasy in his brain.
I gotta go bye, everybody.
Bye. We'll see you later. All right. Well, I guess I could wrap up. The panel seems to be dwindling.
I haven't taken my trazodone yet.
You got
What?
anything to? You got anything to wrap
Oh
up
yeah.
with?
Do you guys know what a dork is?
A dork?
Isn't that a whale's penis?
Yes, it is.
Oh
The
yeah,
whites
they
around
don't
it
they
have
have.
called
Isn't
like
that in the Penis
schmegma?
Museum?
Yeah, they have fossilized ones, and people make knives out of them and stuff. It's kind of
Wait,
weird.
say knives again?
Knives.
Oh yeah, we talked about this on my stream before. I remember the whale penis knives. We even looked at some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was like fascinated by the fact that people like. I guess it's not that weird. I have fossilized dinosaur poop.
Where's your accent from?
I live in New Mexico. I've lived in New
Really?
Mexico.
Where in New Mexico?
We got
Albuquerque.
Oh, I used to live in Santa Fe, and it is
Oh.
my dream to go back. I freaking love. I
How long ago did you live here?
I need maybe like 5 years ago, 6 years.
Yeah, so it's not much worse than it was then.
Yeah, green chili, man.
Oh yeah, I know. Isn't it just friggin' addictive as fuck?
Yeah, and we don't like. So they used to. I think it was Trader Joe's. They actually had authentic New Mexican green chilies, but even that didn't taste the same. And here we don't
No.
have that really, like, because New Mexico has sort of a unique take on Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
weather, I like dry desert weather, but the nice thing about like New Mexico, it doesn't get as hot as Arizona.
No, it doesn't. It's a lot wetter, and there's like a lot more like different environmental areas, like there's mountains and yeah. It's not like all just desert. I love it.
It's just, I mean, when I was there, I mean, I didn't. When I say I lived, like I was there for work for an extended amount of time, but
Yeah, did you work at one of the labs or what?
yeah, well,
Cool. Yeah, I know a engineering physics professor from I think from what's the one that's right next to Harvard? There's like another college that's right next to it. But yeah,
wait, like Harvard,
yeah.
Yale,
There's an
Princeton, but
I don't
yeah,
remember. But it was like a smaller college that was right next to. It was like across the green from Harvard. He was an engineering physics professor there, and that he was here at Kirkland.
oh yeah,
FSK.
yep.
And his dad was actually he's retired now, but he was a metallurgist at Los Alamos too.
That's well, like because I have like this weird fetish with thermonuclear weapons. Like all that area is like the holy land of nuclear weapons. It's like oh.
Weirdo.
Ironically, that's where I got the misconception that you couldn't be a dual citizenship because I was told when I went there, like because what they do there, you have to show you're a U.S. citizen. It's like, oh, you can't have dual citizenship. You have to be an American citizen.
Huh.
You know what's funny? After because this is after 9/11, like at the airports, they you sometimes they'll screen for explosive residue.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, did you see
every
that?
single time, I'd fly out of Sky Harbor back to Southern California, always got stopped. I don't know what it is about that. Well,
Maybe it
I
was
guess
the
technically I
Mexican.
do know what it is about that place, but that we'd always get stopped.
Yeah. I just like got back from a trip a while back from Northern California, but I was just thinking about that earlier today too, the redwoods. I want to go back.
Well, that place is pretty too.
Yeah, it's really lovely. I have a friend that lives like really far north, almost Oregon. I forget what
There's a university there, Humboldt, which is like supposed to be this hippie university, but the
Mhm.
state of California like recently made it one of our Cal Polys, so it's all like I would love to be able to work there. It's like way up there, away from the big city, good beer, good weather,
Yeah, I've
good
been in New
people.
Mexico and I've like really gone on a lot of trips, but like we're putting together like getting ready to we've got like 2 RVs, so we're gonna like fix one of them up and sell the other one and like travel around a bit.
I
Continental United States, maybe Mexico.
I really want to be able to retire with an RV and just travel because um like that my neighbors do that. Well, they did. One of them finally passed, but that's all they would do. They would get into their RV and they'll go, "We're going to Montana today. We're going here," and they come back, stay at home for a while, get in the RV, because they would always ask us to like take care of their plants and it's like that sounds like fun. Like
Yeah,
maybe
it
by the
totally
time I retire, like we'll be able to have flying cars. Like I could fly places. Fly an
eh,
RV, like in
We have
Spaceballs.
airplanes.
that sounds like a logistics nightmare,
It sounds
flying cars.
expensive too.
People have a hard enough time driving, staying on the road.
Yeah, if everybody starts flying, these First Amendment auditors, or no, the sovereign citizens, like they say, they don't need a driver's license. I'm like, I really want to go to the airport and just get in a plane and say, "Oh, I don't need a pilot's license. I'm just traveling."
Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of I don't think you should have to necessarily register and insure your car, but I mean, I think it's a good idea to probably have a driver's license. I mean, at least get one, like so people just know that you could drive or whatever.
Yes,
And
that
but if you have an
Why don't you
ID,
think cars should be regulated and insured?
oh, I don't think they need because it's like once they're registered once, they should be registered. It's like it's registered. Why do they have to charge you annually? It's kind of
well, New
stupid. It's like,
Mexico. When I was there, like it
Well,
was
what
like
about the
2 years
insurance?
registration. It was super cheap.
yeah, it's just like more ways for them to squeeze money out of us, I think. It like property taxes. Once you buy your
Yeah, it's
property, you should.
taxes that keep society going. Those are good things. People that don't want to
Yeah,
pay
but we
taxes
pay
are
sales tax. We pay
freeloaders.
income tax. It's like it.
You pay
Yeah,
tax all kind of way. There's not just one way to pay
it wasn't
tax.
supposed to be permanent. The
You
taxation.
know what they want to do here in California because we have really high gas tax and gas tax goes to pay for the roads. Um, but California also now everybody here who can afford it has these fancy electric cars, so they're paying less gas tax. And at first it started as just an idea, but now they're legitimately considering taxing us by the amount of miles we drive.
Yeah, they're doing that in Washington State too. A road tax,
Like,
like how far you
Yeah,
drive.
how are you
see
going to
that's
track?
correction.
It's BS.
And yeah, it is BS. I think that is the reason for the majority of the problems is like that there's like no oversight. I mean, there can't be oversight for something so complex like and have it not be. I mean, who's going to oversee the oversight? And it
Yeah,
just goes
exactly.
into
And
It goes by your mileage, like your odometer.
yeah, I know, but everything gets more complex and it just seems like it's gonna, they say trickle down, but like really rich people only need one pair of pants or two pairs of pants. They
yep,
don't need it. Yeah, it's
they
like
don't
they're
have to
not.
commute. They may not have to commute as far. I mean, here in LA, commuting is terrible. I drive 35 miles to work every single day. Where I mean, if I had the money and could, work here
Well,
wherever
just
I
become
wanted to,
rich
that'd be
then.
nice. The what?
Just become rich, and then you can do the same thing.
Well, I'm trying. I'm
Just
trying.
become
It's
Well, as
rich.
long as you're trying, I guess. Because that's what the woke say. Oh, we're so oppressed because we have to do all this extra stuff that the rest of the people don't because
well,
Whenever
that's
you
their
say
parents'
that, Jeff,
fault.
Whenever you say that though, Jeff, you sound like walking up to a homeless person saying, "Why don't you just buy a house if you're homeless?"
A homeless person can get a job. There's a certain amount of choice in homelessness.
Yeah, there is.
No,
I
how does
I
the
assume when I see a homeless person, I assume they want to be there, and I leave them alone. I assume they made a choice to be there. Otherwise, they would not be homeless. They'd be getting themselves out of homelessness.
Yeah, there's a lot of mental illness too that it is
Yep, drug
not
use, mental
and
illness,
drug use. Well, that's
and
yeah,
there
that's
are
a
some
cope.
people that just want to live that lifestyle. They don't
I
want
know, and you
home.
know what's really sad is like because I actually lived in San Francisco in Golden Gate Park for like 2 months, and that was whenever I was pregnant with my youngest or my oldest kid, and that was like '96. Um, the homeless veterans, they
yeah.
were they like actually fed me every day. They made sure that I had food. It was and they like were living there because that was their choice. They were not reintegrated into society after, you know, going to war. A lot of them were Vietnam vets. Well, and it wasn't a war now I found out just like the other day that it's not an official war, but that's just ridiculous. It's a war. It was a war. It was stupid, but it was a war. But just because it wasn't declared doesn't mean it wasn't officially a war. I think if
People
people died,
used weapons against other humans. I mean,
it
Well, I mean,
qualifies as a
if
war.
we're
Yeah.
gonna just redefine words, then why even have a very specific
Well, you
term
know what?
like
That's
war
what
in the
words
first
are.
place? Because it's a legal term as well.
We, yeah, but like legal is a word,
Yes, but
and
there's those
legally.
are words for
we wouldn't have
reasons,
we
though.
wouldn't have etymology dictionaries if words didn't change definitions all the time. That's what language is dynamic.
It is dynamic, but things like legal concepts and stuff help to stabilize it so that we can be talking about the exact same concept over time
It
because
doesn't really help much,
we
does it?
specify it so clearly.
I think we should hurry up and get telepathy so that way there's zero bullshit and we would all know what the other person intended because it would be
Yeah, and in the
transmissible.
meantime, we just have to ask each other and tell each other.
Yeah, well, and just keep trying to explain it. You got to get to know people before they understand you a lot of times nowadays.
But if a word is used one way traditionally, and most people can be relied upon to understand that one definition of it, and we use that as a starting point, and then people start saying, "Well, I mean it this way," and expanding into other definitions, they're
People
the
do that all the
ones
time
that
and you can't
have to
stop
make the
them.
case for doing that and use the traditional definition as the starting point and meet people where they are. And
Yeah,
that's what I don't see happening with a lot of people.
but the society changes and that changes the tradition.
Because
So that
if
kind
war means this specific thing and people are using it to mean something else, then the burden is on them to persuade me of that new use of it because
yeah,
they're
that's
deviating from the traditional, very specific meaning of the word.
yeah, okay. I'm not going to argue with that, but it's a little bit more nuanced and complex. And we can understand each other despite that, which is amazing.
It's not nuanced and complex if you use the definition of war that I'm using, which is the legal definition. Then it's very easy. Does this meet did Congress declare this? No, yes.
So it wasn't a war, but the Korean War is called the
That's why they
Korean
call it
War.
a
That's just
conflict.
so ridiculous.
Because no one's denying that it wasn't a conflict.
Yeah, people are now because they all looked up the same thing that I did that said the last time
Well, those are
that
I'm
war was
not. Yeah, those
declared.
are the stupid people, though. I'm just talking about the people that know how
Yeah,
to
I know, but that's what I'm
read
saying
and
is that's
think
the
and process
problem.
information.
People use that definition because it's exploitable
Yes, that exactly.
eventually.
That is my point. The words are being exploited, and
Yes.
that's what I'm pushing against.
Yeah. By using words, it's only going to be so effective. I hope you're not disappointed by that fact too much because I don't see any way to change it without becoming telepathic.
No, I've adjusted long ago. I'm I'm fine with it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
take care, Nick. I was wrapping up
Bye, Nick.
anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
We got to talking. This was a Southern
I'm so
goodbye.
glad I got to come on again today. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, you too. It's good seeing you, and I guess we'll
Yeah,
see you
I
again.
will be back. And love you, love you, love you, everyone. Bye.
Take care. All right, this was a fun night. Lots of new people, new energy. I'm getting very close to that 1K, or we are getting very close to that 1K, because everyone's helping to get it there. It's not just me. So yeah, thank you everyone tonight. Tomorrow's my Sunday, so depending on how much I get done, I may or may not be out tomorrow. But if you don't see me tomorrow, you'll probably see me the following day, which is Friday, and we can do another Friday evening thing. So have a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you at the next one. Take care, everyone. I really appreciate you all.